Hello, creepy crew. Belated Merry Christmas. I hope you're all having a wonderful holiday season. This year has been a challenging one for me personally, and for the channel as well. I want to say a huge thank you for sticking with me. It truly helps the channel grow. Over the past year, we've been through a lot together, and I hope the next one brings all of us closer to making our dreams come true. Rest assured, I'll keep bringing you the scariest and creepiest stories in the coming year. Let's have some fun in the comments. Try to describe 2024 in one word. My word is roller coaster. I'm 28 now, but this all started back when I was 21. At the time, I was just a clumsy, introverted kid who spent way too many hours glued to my laptop. It was around 2017 or maybe 2019. I can't recall exactly, but I'd just gotten out of a toxic relationship that left me pretty wrecked. I wasn't ready to jump into anything new. Still, this isn't about my ex. Back then, I was hooked on this app called Nerd Chat. It was this odd little space for role-playing, and honestly, it felt like my escape. I started using it when I was about 17, maybe 18, and it quickly became a huge part of my routine. The app eventually got yanked from the store due to some shady stuff, rumors about dodgy users, or maybe even the developers themselves. I'm not sure, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is that I met some decent folks on there, including one person I still talk to today. But this story, it's about someone named Nathan. Nathan and I hit it off fast. I dropped the role-playing thing with him almost immediately since chatting with him felt natural. Maybe too natural. He was into some questionable stuff though. He had this thing for erotic role-play and kept trying to steer our conversations in that direction. Now that I think about it, it makes my skin crawl. I learned he was just a year older than me and lived somewhere in Oklahoma while I was down in Florida. That distance made meeting up feel like an impossibility. Nathan didn't have much going for him. No college plans, no clear direction. He was fixated on becoming a voice actor. His days revolved around gaming, smoking, and, well, stuff I'd rather not revisit. Looking back, I realize I was just lonely and too naive to see the red flags. It was easier to keep chatting with him than deal with the messiness of real-life relationships. Somehow, we ended up in a relationship. I finished high school through an online program, and not long after we were officially together. It wasn't like we met in person or anything, but we talked about it all the time. Our families didn't know, especially not mine. Nathan thought my parents would despise him. They're pretty critical, and honestly, he wasn't wrong. The long-distance thing dragged on, and once I started college, life finally seemed to be going my way. I felt like I had a handle on things for the first time. That's when I opened up to Nathan about my past. I told him about my ex and the horrible things I went through. Big mistake. His reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of offering comfort, Nathan started asking me these off-putting, invasive questions, like he cared more about the graphic details than how I felt. One question still haunts me. He bluntly asked if I enjoyed being assaulted by my ex. He kept prying, asking if I'd ever done certain things with my ex. It made my skin crawl, but I tried to justify it in my head, convincing myself he was just awkwardly trying to understand. I brushed it off and told him no. Then, a few nights later, Nathan said something that made my stomach drop. He admitted he'd been fantasizing about what my ex had done to me. Worse, he told me he wanted to do the same. Specifically, he said he wanted to force himself on me in the most violent way. He described it in horrifying, explicit detail, claiming he'd take something from me since my physical virginity was already gone. I was frozen, horrified, and when he realized how disgusted I was, he didn't apologize. Instead, he snapped. When I tried to explain how much his words hurt, he yelled at me, told me to get over it, and hung up. I spent that night sobbing into my pillow, feeling like I'd done something wrong. By morning, I was the one apologizing, begging him to forgive me. I didn't know what was wrong with me, why I felt like this was somehow my fault. Things didn't get better when I moved into the dorms. I was excited to finally experience college life, to start over and build something better for myself. But Nathan? He hated the idea. Every time I made plans to hang out with people, he'd start a fight. If I didn't text him back immediately, he'd blow up my phone, accusing me of cheating. He called me horrible names and swore I was messing around with guys from my classes. Looking back, the red flags were so obvious, but I ignored them. I thought this was just how love worked. I'm bisexual, and Nathan weaponized that against me. Before we started dating, he'd been doing graphic roleplay with random girls online. I told him it made me uncomfortable and asked him to stop. Instead, he twisted my words. He argued that if I was okay being attracted to both men and women, then he should be allowed to keep role-playing with other girls. Somehow, he made me feel like I was the unreasonable one. Eventually, I stopped going out entirely. I stopped joining clubs or trying to meet people on campus. Nathan had worked his way so deep into my head that I started believing his accusations. By the end of the semester, I was too depressed to even go to my classes. I flunked almost everything. My parents were furious and demanded I get my act together over winter break. I promised them I would, but I had no idea what was coming. During the break, we visited family down in Louisiana, which was only a couple of hours from where Nathan lived. We decided it was finally time to meet in person. I convinced my parents to let me stay with him for a couple of weeks before heading back to school. They were hesitant, but I was determined. So, in January of 2020, after nearly a year of dating online, we met face to face. It was awkward, to say the least. My parents booked a motel, and Nathan's mom came to pick us up for dinner since Nathan didn't even have a driver's license. We ended up at Olive Garden for dinner. As we were eating, Nathan suddenly announced, "Oh, by the way, A and I are dating." His mom barely reacted. She just shrugged and said, "Yeah, I figured. You're always talking about her." That was it. No follow-up questions, no big reaction. We went right back to eating like nothing had happened. Afterward, his mom said she needed to run a few errands, so we tagged along. Nathan and I stayed in the car while she went inside one of the stores, and that's when things started to feel off. Nathan slid his hand onto my leg in the back seat. I froze. His mom could have come back at any second, but he didn't seem to care. When she disappeared into the store, he leaned over, started kissing me, and his hands moved to my chest. It wasn't gentle. It hurt. He squeezed too hard, making me flinch. Then he glanced around the parking lot, making sure no one was nearby, and unzipped his jeans. I immediately said, "I don't think this is a good idea." He ignored me, pushing, saying I should just suck it a little. I hesitated, repeating my no, but then his voice shifted. He told me that if I didn't do it, he could always force me to. "It'd be easier if you just went along with it," he said. My stomach churned, fear tightening my throat. I gave in, terrified of what might happen if I didn't. His mom came back a few minutes later, none the wiser, and we all drove back to the motel. That night, Nathan's mom told my parents about our relationship. Chaos erupted. My mom lost it, crying, screaming, hurling insults that cut deeper than I ever thought possible. Nathan and his mom left quickly, saying they'd come back in the morning to pick me up for my stay with them. That night was pure hell. My parents yelled at me non-stop, their voices ricocheting through the small motel room. When I finally crawled into bed, desperate for some peace, my mom stood over me, watching. Her shadow loomed as I stared at the ceiling, too scared to close my eyes. I didn't sleep a second that night. At 8 a.m. sharp, Nathan and his mom showed up. My parents left immediately, heading back to South Carolina without another word to me. Nathan's mom dropped us off at his dad's old house, a small, run-down place he'd inherited after his dad passed away. Then she drove off, leaving us completely alone. I was drained, emotionally and physically. All I wanted was to sleep. I climbed into his bed, pulled the blanket over me, and shut my eyes. Nathan crawled in beside me, wrapping his arms around me tightly. "Are you okay?" he whispered. I told him the truth. I felt awful and needed rest. But instead of letting me sleep, he held me tighter and murmured, "I know something that'll make you feel better." My heart sank. I shook my head and asked if we could wait, explaining I was too tired to deal with anything after the day I'd had. Nathan let go and got up from the bed. At first, I thought he was giving me space, but then I realized what he was doing. He started packing up my things, my laptop, my clothes, all of it, shoving them into my bag without saying a word. Nathan lashed out, saying I might as well leave if I wasn't going to make him happy. His words hit like a punch. I started crying, not because I wanted to leave, but because I couldn't. Going home wasn't an option, not after everything that had happened. I felt trapped, powerless. To avoid another fight, I gave in and let him have his way. It didn't even feel real. It was like I'd left my body, just watching everything unfold as if it were happening to someone else. After it was over, Nathan kissed me, told me he loved me, and said I was amazing. Then he rolled over and fell asleep like nothing had happened. I stayed there, motionless, silently crying into the pillow. That month is a haze in my memory, like my brain tried to protect me by blurring it all out. We spent the days bouncing between his mom's house and his stepdad's old place. Nathan kept drugging me over and over, forcing himself on me until I was too numb to resist. I felt like a ghost, stuck in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. When I finally managed to leave, it felt like none of it had even been real. My mind shut down, blocking out as much as it could. I took a bus home and lied to my parents, telling them everything went fine. I said Nathan was sweet, that he'd treated me with respect. Admitting the truth would have meant admitting they were right about him, and I wasn't ready to face that. The next 2 years were a blur of failure and misery. I tried to start over at a community college, but I couldn't focus on anything. Nathan controlled my life even from a distance, blowing up my phone with constant texts and calls. If I didn't reply immediately, he'd berate me, calling me worthless, saying I didn't deserve someone like him. Things began to change about a year into school. I met someone new, a guy in one of my classes. At first, we were just friends, but he was different. He treated me kindly, in a way I hadn't experienced in years. He didn't push or demand anything from me. For the first time in a long time, I felt seen, not as someone to be used, but as a person. Over time, he helped me realize just how toxic my relationship with Nathan was. He made me see how much damage I'd been letting Nathan do to me. That kindness became a lifeline, something that pulled me out of the dark place I'd been stuck in for years. Eventually, I found the courage to end things with Nathan. It wasn't easy. He didn't take it well. But I knew it had to happen. I deserved better, and I owe that realization to my friend. Without him, I don't know if I would have ever found the strength to leave. Now, 3 years later, that friend is my partner. He's shown me what real love feels like. Kind, patient, and safe. For the first time in what feels like forever, I'm happy. As for Nathan, if you somehow find this, I hope you get help. I hope you figure out how to fix the broken, cruel person you've become. But more than anything, I hope I never see you again. My name is Charlie, and I'm 24 now, but this all started when I was 19. I came across this guy, Mason, on Tinder. At first, everything seemed fine. We just exchanged casual messages and had a couple of normal phone calls. I should have suggested a video chat, but yeah, I didn't. Feel free to call me careless. I hadn't had a bad experience with online stuff before, so I didn't think much could go wrong. Mason invited me over one Friday night after his shift. We'd been chatting for about a week, and even though that's not long, I wasn't overly worried. Here's the thing. I wasn't on Tinder looking for a random hookup. I know some of you will understand that. It's hard to figure out if someone's really interested or just playing a game. To be honest, it feels like most guys are chasing one thing, no matter how nice they act. I didn't mind that reality, but I hoped Mason might be different. Maybe we'd actually connect. His Tinder pics were the usual stuff. Him hiking, posing with a dog, and one of those generic fish-holding photos. What made me trust him a little more was that we talked about faith a bit. That probably just helped him trick me, though. His house was about a 20-minute drive from where I lived, so not too far. I got there close to midnight. The street was unusually still, and only a few houses looked like anyone lived in them. Mason's place was dark, except for the porch light. None of my friends or family knew I was meeting him. But right before I walked to the door, I sent my sister a quick text. I mentioned the Tinder date and dropped the address, just in case. My nerves were buzzing as I approached the door. I messaged Mason to say I'd arrived, and that's when I noticed a new notification on Tinder. The little red dot caught my eye, but I decided to ignore it for the moment. I knocked on the door. Nothing. I knocked again. Still no answer. That sinking feeling hit my stomach like a ton of bricks. I walked back to my car thinking maybe I had the wrong place. As I got in, a message from Mason popped up. He said he saw me and was laughing because I'd knocked on the wrong house. Apparently his place was 2 houses down from where I'd gone. I felt embarrassed and checked the number on the mailbox to confirm it. Sure enough, I'd messed up. Blaming it on my GPS acting weird, I headed toward the right address. There was a beat-up green Pontiac in the driveway, just like Mason had described. The porch light was still on, along with a faint glow from the living room. As I walked up the driveway, the inside light flicked off, leaving me in an eerie stillness. I stopped just short of the front steps, scanning the area. If something bad happened, there weren't many escape options. Before my brain could spiral further, my phone buzzed with a new message from Mason. "You coming?" Followed by a laughing emoji. That made my skin crawl. It felt wrong, but I kept moving forward anyway. When I got closer, I noticed the front door was slightly ajar, though the storm door was shut tight. The house beyond it was pitch black. I froze, my instincts yelling at me to leave. Then, another message popped up. "It's unlocked," Mason wrote. That was it. My gut screamed that this was bad news. I didn't think. I just turned around and started walking back toward my car. My heart was racing, but I tried to play it cool. I had just reached my car when a voice stopped me in my tracks. It was a girl's voice, coming from the house. She sounded like she might be my age. I turned and saw her leaning out the door, holding a hard seltzer, casually asking, "You coming in?" Something about her was completely off. Mason had told me he lived alone, so who was she? Every alarm bell in my head was blaring. I muttered a quick, "No, thanks," slid into my car, and sped off without looking back. As I drove away, my hands were shaking. I couldn't get her face, or the creepy way she called out to me, out of my head. When I got home, I opened Tinder to block Mason, only to find out he'd already blocked me. No goodbye, no explanation, just vanished. That sealed it for me. Whatever was going on back there wasn't normal, and I wanted no part of it. A regular person doesn't act that shady, and the whole situation screamed danger. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about it. Who was the girl? Why was Mason acting like that? I told my friend Brianna, and she suggested we try to trace Mason's number. Out of curiosity, I agreed. The number led back to some guy named David, who was 29. It didn't match anything Mason had told me. That was all the confirmation I needed. I was dealing with a liar, and probably something worse. Looking back, the girl holding the drink was the final warning. Whatever was waiting for me inside that house, I'm just grateful I didn't stick around to find out. Some instincts you just don't ignore. A few years back, something absolutely unsettling happened to me. I was about 23 at the time, though I'm now 28. It all started when I was swiping through Tinder and ended up matching with this guy. Let's call him Liam. At first, he seemed great. We chatted a bit, and he came off as friendly and even a little funny. But by the next day, everything changed. His messages got weirdly detached, and he made a few sarcastic comments that made me rethink the vibe. When he asked for my Snapchat, I declined, and that's when he flipped. That's when he started ranting about how I was making a big mistake, and then, as if nothing had happened, invited me to meet him the next evening. His sudden shift caught me off guard, so I awkwardly laughed and asked, "Are you serious?" But he didn't laugh back. He gave me the time and told me to meet him at a bar downtown. I didn't respond, hoping he'd drop it. The next day, he messaged again, super cocky, saying, "See you tonight." I debated telling him off, but decided it wasn't worth it. I ignored him and carried on with my day. That night, just as I was unwinding, another message popped up. "Why didn't you show up?" My stomach sank a little, but I told myself he was just messing around. A couple more hours went by, and then came another message. "I'll find you." That one made me stop cold. Without hesitation, I blocked him. At the time, I was living in a small one-story house I shared with a roommate. It was nothing fancy, just 2 bedrooms and a small living area. My roommate worked nights, so I was home alone the evening after this happened. I remember it was close to midnight, and I was lying on my bed, aimlessly scrolling through my phone. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling noise outside my window. It wasn't super loud, but it was enough to make me freeze for a second. My bed was close to the window, which was covered with a thin curtain. I slowly peeked through a small gap, and my heart nearly stopped. There, crouched low by the bushes, was a man staring straight at the house. Who would expect that? My heart was pounding so loud, I could barely hear myself think. After a few seconds of total silence, I heard it, a soft knock on the window, deliberate and steady. My stomach twisted in fear. Grabbing my phone, I fumbled to unlock it, my hands trembling uncontrollably. I dialed 911 so fast I almost dropped the phone. While the line rang, the knocking continued, slow and unrelenting. I peeked back at the window, but he wasn't there anymore. As soon as the operator picked up, I ran out of my room, my feet barely touching the floor as I bolted down the hallway toward the living room. Just as I crossed the threshold, a deafening bang came from my bedroom. It sounded like he was hitting the glass, maybe trying to break it. My chest tightened as I breathlessly explained to the dispatcher that someone was outside my house, trying to get in. Standing in the living room, I felt a little safer, but the fear didn't leave me. I just wanted to be as far from the windows as possible. The dispatcher assured me the police were on their way, but seconds felt like hours. I crept to one of the front windows, keeping low, and barely tugged back the curtain to peek outside. He was still there, his silhouette faintly illuminated by a streetlight. He was at my bedroom window again, leaning close, as if he was looking for a way in. I didn't know what he was doing, but then he turned. For a split second, his eyes locked onto mine. My breath caught. I yanked the curtain closed, stepping backward so fast I almost tripped. Panicking, I darted into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. The silence was suffocating. Every little creak of the house made me think he was inside. I tried to focus on the dispatcher's voice in my ear, but my thoughts were racing too fast. Every second stretched unbearably long until finally, I heard the faint sound of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the noise grew louder. When I finally heard someone outside yelling, "Police!" I ran to the front door, unlocking it as fast as I could. 2 officers were standing there, and one of them told me they'd caught someone in my backyard. My stomach dropped when I realized it was him, the guy from Tinder. He'd been lurking outside, circling the house for who knows how long. I'll never forget the look on his face when they walked him past me, handcuffed. I have no idea what he planned to do, and honestly, I don't want to know. That night, I deleted Tinder for good. If you're swiping through dating apps, please be careful. It's not always just fun and games. After ending a nearly 6-year relationship, I felt like I was stuck in some kind of limbo. We were talking about getting a place together, maybe even tying the knot someday, but things unraveled fast. It took a long time to pick up the pieces and feel like myself again. When I did, my friends were relentless about getting me to start dating again. I wasn't into the idea at all. I didn't want a serious thing or even a fling, but they kept pushing, saying I needed to dip my toes back in the water just to get used to it. Reluctantly, I downloaded a dating app. After some hesitant swiping, I matched with a girl who was visiting her hometown for the summer. She lived a couple of hours away, which wasn't ideal, but she seemed eager and even offered to drive to meet me. I still wasn't feeling it, but my friends wouldn't let me off the hook. "It's one date, not a marriage proposal," they teased. So I agreed, and we made plans for a casual lunch at a local sports bar later that week. From the start, I was clear about where I stood. I told her up front that I wasn't looking for anything heavy or long-term. I explained I was fresh out of a long relationship and really just going along with my friend's badgering. She said she understood and still wanted to meet, so I figured, why not? When the day rolled around, she was already seated at the bar when I walked in. Right away, something felt a little off. She looked noticeably older than her profile photos, like maybe they were a decade old. The giveaway was the tattoos. She had several in person that weren't there in the app pictures. It caught me off guard, but I reminded myself I wasn't here to find my soulmate, just to get through a meal and maybe make a new friend. She was incredibly nervous, almost jittery. Her hands shook when she picked up her drink, which I thought was kind of endearing, in a way. I tried to put her at ease by asking simple questions: where she grew up, what kind of music she liked, and how she was finding her time back home. But all her answers were short, 1 or 2 words at best, and the conversation felt like it was constantly hitting a wall. I kept trying to keep things light and fun, but she didn't give me much to work with, and the whole thing dragged on like that for nearly an hour. I could tell how nervous she was, and I've been in those shoes before, so I didn't rush her. Then, completely out of the blue, she reached into her bag and handed me a book. "This is for you," she said. I was surprised but smiled and thanked her, asking what it was about. I thought maybe it was a recommendation. No harm in that. But instead of answering, she gave me this strange look, almost like I'd offended her. "Wait, are you serious?" she asked. "You're joking, right?" Her reaction threw me. I just stared at her, trying to figure out what she meant. That's when she added, "This is your favorite book. You told me this was your favorite." I blinked a few times, completely lost, before saying, No? I've never even heard of this book." Her face turned bright red as the realization hit. She had me confused with another guy she'd been chatting with online. I couldn't help but laugh. It was awkward, but funny, in a dating app mishap kind of way. She looked mortified, so I waved it off and told her it wasn't a big deal. I even joked about how easy it was to mix people up with all the swiping and chatting. That seemed to ease her embarrassment a little. We wrapped up lunch not long after that. The conversation didn't improve much. Her answers stayed short and awkward, and I started feeling like it was time to call it a day. I casually mentioned needing to head home soon to take care of some things. Pets, laundry, the usual. But instead of taking the hint, she became almost desperate, asking if we could hang out longer and suggesting we find something else to do. I didn't want to come off as rude, so after a moment of hesitation, I agreed. Sure, why not? I figured. What's the worst that could happen? We ended up strolling to a nearby park. It was a nice day, with kids running around playing basketball and people jogging or walking their dogs. It all seemed perfectly normal. We found an empty bench to sit on, and I tried one last time to spark a conversation, but she still wasn't saying much. Just those same frustrating 1 or 2 word replies. I started thinking maybe I should have stuck to my gut and ended things earlier. Then, without any warning, she leaned in and kissed me. It wasn't a hesitant, shy kiss either. It was full-on, intense, and way more than I'd expected. I just froze, completely caught off guard. Her sudden boldness was such a sharp contrast to how timid and quiet she'd been all day. It felt surreal, like I'd stepped into some overly dramatic scene from a rom-com, except it wasn't charming, it was uncomfortable. Now she was practically glued to my face, like she'd forgotten the concept of personal space. I was completely frozen, unsure what to do. My brain was spinning, and the whole kiss felt like it dragged on for hours. I wasn't into it at all, but I didn't know how to break away without making things worse. I kept hoping she'd pick up on how tense I was, how I wasn't reciprocating at all. But no, she just kept going. And then, as if the situation couldn't get more surreal, this grimy guy wandered by, clearly drunk or just creepy, and started shouting at us. He was throwing out gross comments, even suggesting we should make it a party with him. I couldn't believe it. I was sitting there, mortified, thinking, how did my day end up like this? It felt like I'd fallen into some absurd, trashy soap opera. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to tell the guy to get lost, repeating no until he finally stumbled away. The whole time, she just sat there giggling like it was the funniest thing she'd ever seen. I was completely dumbfounded. This shy girl, who had barely strung 2 sentences together at lunch, was now laughing at this sleazy dude's gross comments like it was all some big joke. When the guy finally disappeared, I stood up, trying to make my exit as polite but firm as possible. I told her I really needed to head home now. I thought it was obvious that the date was over, but she didn't even flinch. Instead, she got right up in my face again, her voice taking on this weirdly seductive tone. "Did you like that?" she asked. "Do you think I'm sexy? Do you want me?" Panic started bubbling up in my chest. I told her flatly, "I need to go," and began stepping away. But she didn't let it go. "Can I come with you?" she pressed, her tone shifting from flirty to almost desperate. I had to say no multiple times, each one firmer than the last, before she finally backed off. By the time I got home, I felt completely shaken. Sure, I hadn't been on a date in a long time, but nothing about this felt remotely normal. Later that evening, my phone buzzed, a text from her. She asked if I wanted to go out again. Trying to stay polite, I told her I appreciated her time but didn't feel any kind of spark. It wasn't true. I couldn't wait to never see her again. But I wanted to let her down easy. I even reminded her for the 3rd time that I wasn't looking for anything serious. But that was like opening a floodgate. Her texts came pouring in. She couldn't understand why I didn't want to see her again and kept insisting she thought I was really into her. I couldn't believe it. I had been as clear as possible without outright running away. I stopped replying after the first couple of messages, thinking she'd get the hint. She didn't. The text turned into nonstop calls. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Eventually, I had no choice but to block her number. Even then, I spent the next few days feeling on edge, like she might pop up out of nowhere. So yeah, to the girl from the app, please, let's never cross paths again, ever. When I hit 17, my parents' fights became a regular thing, like an unwanted show I couldn't avoid. They were both seeing other people on the side, and while they tried to keep it quiet, I wasn't dumb. I used to think I could somehow fix things, but the truth was, their split was just a matter of time. By the time I was 19, Mom had already moved on, chatting with some guy she met on a dating app. She'd even downloaded Signal to talk to him, though she acted like it was just another tool for work. One night, her phone was left on the couch, still open to a conversation with him. His name? I won't say it here, but I remember his face staring back at me from her screen. It didn't feel like much then, just another guy in a sea of faces. A couple of weeks later, Dad and I went out for dinner at a diner not far from home. His friends suggested we swing by a local tavern afterward. It was one of those casual lakefront spots where folks parked their trailers and chilled by the water. The place felt safe enough, or so I thought. That's where I met Alex. The moment he walked up to our table, my stomach dropped. He was the guy from my mom's phone. I didn't say anything to Dad. I wasn't sure yet. Then Alex turned to me, his voice too smooth, and said my full name like he'd known me for years. Not just my first name, but the whole thing, middle name included. I froze. How did he know that? It didn't stop there. Alex started acting way too familiar, like he thought he could just slide into our group. He handed me scratch-off tickets, brushing his fingers against mine too often to be an accident. When he reached for my leg, I stiffened so hard my chair creaked. He stopped, but not because he felt guilty. He'd noticed a few eyes on us. I waited until we got home before I searched his name online. What I found made my chest tighten. Alex wasn't some random dude. He was a registered sex offender from a town not far from here. Worse, he'd done prison time for targeting someone my age. Seeing his mugshot online confirmed it. He was the man in Mom's messages, the same one sitting just inches from me earlier that night. I pulled Dad aside, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained who Alex really was. My hands were shaking when I showed him the online profiles and the mugshots. Seeing the realization hit my dad's face was like reliving the moment I figured it out. I bolted to the bathroom and cried quietly, overwhelmed by how much this stranger already knew about us, about me. It didn't sit right at all. My dad looked rattled, but he wouldn't let Alex lure him outside to check out his truck. Alex kept pushing for it until he finally gave up and walked out to light a cigarette. As soon as the door closed behind him, the bar manager locked it, shooting my dad a look that said he wasn't taking any chances. Everyone in the bar, most of them regulars who'd known my dad for years, had picked up on Alex's creepy vibe, especially how he'd been touching me earlier. The manager didn't waste a second before dialing the cops. Alex must have realized the jig was up because he tried to take off before they arrived. But his getaway was a total disaster. He barely made it a block before crashing his car into a snowdrift. The police showed up not long after and hauled him off for driving under the influence. They took him to the county jail, just 15 minutes from where we lived. That night, I hardly slept. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl, and the thought of Alex knowing so much about us kept looping in my mind. As if that wasn't bad enough, Alex was out on bail just 3 days later. The police searched his car and found a whole kit of horrifying items: duct tape, rope, a crowbar, and a bag of pills. It was obvious he had plans for someone, maybe me. And to top it off, they discovered he'd violated parole. He was a Tier 3 offender, the worst kind, who was supposed to be under lifetime surveillance. He wasn't even supposed to leave his state or use social media. Yet somehow, he'd slipped through the cracks and ended up here. I filed charges for harassment and got a restraining order. But the scariest part came later. Phone records revealed that Alex had driven past our house over 20 times in the week leading up to that night. He'd been near my dad's workplace and even my school repeatedly over the past several months. This wasn't random. He'd been watching us, learning our routines, for who knows how long. I felt like my world had completely shattered. I couldn't stay in that town after everything that happened. I packed up and moved across the country, putting as much distance between myself and that place as I could. But my family is still there, living in the same house, in the same neighborhood where Alex once lurked. There's an active warrant for his arrest if he ever comes back, but that doesn't erase the fear. Since then, I've locked down every part of my life. No full name online, no location tags, no personal info that could lead someone to me. I'm hyper-aware of who I interact with, and I'm suspicious of anyone new. What I've learned is that it doesn't matter how small your town is, or how quiet your life seems. People like Alex can slip in anywhere, and their intentions are never what they seem. When I was younger, there was this guy I thought of as my best friend, but he ended up ruining everything for me. Let's call him Z. We met back in grade school and became inseparable almost right away. Even as we got older and moved through middle and high school, we stuck together. At the time, I thought it was great. We'd walk to class every morning and hang out afterward. My parents didn't even mind when he crashed at our house, which was a regular thing. It was purely platonic, never anything more. Sure, maybe to other people it seemed strange because it was rare to see a boy and girl be so close without dating, but to me, he was just Z, my buddy. When I started seeing someone romantically, I felt nervous about telling Z. Would he be okay with it? Would he joke about it? I finally worked up the courage to tell him. At first, he seemed calm, almost like it didn't bother him at all. But that same day, during lunch, he smashed his fist into a classroom window. I couldn't say for sure if it was because of what I'd told him, but the timing made me uneasy. After that, things changed. Z's behavior became unsettling. He clung to me constantly at school, always lurking outside my classrooms, and he waited for me during every break. Then it got worse. He started bombarding me with calls, emails, and messages every night. If I didn't reply immediately, the messages would double, sometimes triple, like he couldn't handle being ignored. Looking back, I realize I should have drawn a line, but at the time, I didn't want to hurt him. I kept responding to his texts, thinking it would help keep things calm, though it only made everything spiral further out of control. The breaking point came when I woke up one morning to find him standing in my yard. The sun wasn't even fully up yet. It was the kind of moment that makes your stomach drop. I couldn't imagine what he was doing there at that hour, and it left me shaken. Some of my other friends, mostly the girls, started urging me to confront him. They said I had to put a stop to whatever this was before it got worse. The next day, I found him waiting for me at the school gate like usual. Taking a deep breath, I approached him, forcing myself to stay steady. "Z," I started, keeping my tone calm. "You remember when I told you I have a boyfriend, right? Maybe we should take a little space. You know, just cool things off a bit." As soon as I said it, his face twisted into an expression I didn't recognize. His face twisted with anger. "Why?" he snapped, his voice louder than I'd ever heard. "I've always been there for you. No one knows you like I do. Not him, not anyone. I care about you more than anyone ever could. So why him? Why not me?" Before I could get a word out, he lunged forward, arms outstretched like he wanted to grab me. My instincts kicked in, and I stepped back quickly, my pulse pounding in my ears. But that wasn't the end of it. Z began appearing everywhere I went with my boyfriend. If we grabbed food or went shopping, he'd magically show up, standing in plain sight, watching us. He didn't even bother to act like it was a coincidence. It got worse when my boyfriend came over to the house. Z would show up uninvited, pressing the doorbell nonstop until someone answered, or until he finally gave up. I was just a teenager back then, and I had no clue how to deal with someone like him. He was unstoppable. One day, when my parents were out and it was just me and my boyfriend at home, things escalated. There was this loud banging on the front door, so loud it made the walls rattle. I looked through the peephole, and sure enough, it was Z, hammering his fists against the door as if he could break it down. My boyfriend and I stayed quiet, hoping he'd think we weren't there and leave. It was terrifying. But even when he wasn't physically around, Z found ways to make life miserable. At school, he started spreading lies about my boyfriend, claims about him cheating, skipping class, anything he could think of. It was like Z had decided to destroy everything good in my life. When his attempts to come between us didn't work, Z seemed to lose interest in school entirely. He stopped showing up to class, and the last I heard, he'd ditched any plans of applying for college. But his obsession didn't stop, it just went digital. He made fake social media profiles to send me strange, unsettling messages. Whenever I got a request from a new account, I immediately blocked it. It didn't matter if it looked harmless. If there was even a chance it was him, I wasn't taking risks. Right before I moved away for college, I overheard some classmates talking about Z. They said he'd been sent to a facility, a psychiatric institution maybe. I couldn't confirm it, and honestly, I didn't want to dig too deep. Part of me hoped it wasn't true, even after everything. He had been my closest friend once, and that version of him still lingered somewhere in my memory, like a ghost of a life that no longer existed. After high school, I moved in with my boyfriend. We rented a tiny place on the edge of town, and we're still there now, years later. Every so often I find myself thinking about Z. Is he still out there? Has he forgotten about me? Or is he watching from a distance, waiting? I've kept my online presence minimal, no personal details, no locations. If he was this intense as a teenager, I can't imagine what he'd be like as an adult. During my second year of college, when I was about 22, something happened that still haunts me. Back then, I wasn't into dating apps, but one night, out of boredom and a nudge from my roommates, I gave Tinder a shot. That's how I came across this guy, Liam. He had a way with words, charming, funny, and seemed to have his life in order with a decent job while studying nearby. It all sounded too good to be true. I wasn't someone who trusted easily. After dealing with messy relationships, opening up felt like walking on glass. But Liam had this way of making me feel at ease, at least at first. Still, there was something off about him. I told myself it was just my own insecurities, but as our chats went on, that odd feeling grew. The tipping point came when he started saying things like how perfect I'd be for him, or how his family would love me, after barely 2 weeks of texting. It felt too much. I started to pull back, hoping he'd take the hint. I'd leave his messages unanswered or give short replies, but the guilt of ignoring him weighed on me. When I finally told my roommates, they acted like I was crazy. "You're overthinking it," they said. "Don't let your past ruin this." Against my better judgment, I reached out to him again. His excitement was instant, and for a while, We slipped back into our old chat rhythm. Then he asked me to dinner. I didn't want to go. That same uneasy feeling came rushing back, but my friends wouldn't let it go. "You've got to face your fears," they said. So, I gave in. Liam was thrilled and even made a reservation at a nice sushi place close to campus. As I was getting ready that evening, my roommates wanted to see his profile. Reluctantly, I showed them his photos. Their excitement turned into something else. Confusion, maybe even concern. "Doesn't he remind you of Danny?" one of them said, holding my phone closer. My chest tightened. Danny was my ex, the one who'd left me with scars that hadn't fully healed. That single comment sent me spiraling into panic. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a bad coincidence. Something about Liam was wrong, deeply wrong. I couldn't shake the fear twisting in my gut. That night, I finally messaged Liam and told him I wasn't comfortable going out anymore. I expected anger or frustration, but instead, he just didn't reply. At first, I thought he'd taken it well. Then, a few days later, my phone started blowing up with calls from an unknown number. The voicemails they left weren't threatening exactly, but they had this creepy tone that made my skin crawl. Things like, "Why are you ignoring me, babe?" Or, "We'd be so good together. Just call me back." At first, I brushed it off, thinking it was spam or some weirdo who'd eventually give up. But when I got almost 15 calls in one day, I lost it. I picked up the phone, ready to scream. "Liam, what the hell is wrong with you? Leave me alone," I yelled. But the voice that answered wasn't his. "Whoa, slow down. This isn't Liam. It's Sean," the guy on the line said, like he was laughing at an inside joke. I froze. "Who the hell is Sean?" I asked, my voice trembling. He chuckled, his tone too cheerful, like he thought this was all funny. "Liam said I could have you," he replied, his voice casual like we were talking about a pair of shoes he'd borrowed. My stomach dropped. "What are you talking about?" I asked, but I was too freaked out to wait for an answer. I hung up, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. Seconds later, it rang again. I didn't pick up, but he left a voicemail that chilled me to the bone. "Liam told me all about you. Said you were into me. He gave me your pictures and told me where you go to school. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'll just find you on campus." His voice was light, almost sing-song, like he was leaving a friendly reminder. I blocked the number immediately, but it didn't stop. New numbers started calling me, all with the same horrifying messages. Every voicemail got more disgusting, more threatening. My stomach would churn every time my phone buzzed. I stopped checking them after the first few, but the damage was already done. By the time the calls finally stopped, I was a wreck. I couldn't walk across campus without constantly looking over my shoulder, my heart racing at every sound. My roommates were terrified too. One of them begged her guy friend to crash on our couch for a couple of weeks, just in case. I started going home to my parents' place on weekends, desperate to feel safe, even if only for a couple of days. It's been 4 years since it happened, but I still feel that chill sometimes, like someone's watching me. I don't know if Liam and Sean were playing some twisted game, or if they were seriously dangerous, but I hope someone's put a stop to whatever they were doing, because no one deserves to feel this way. That summer of 2025, I met a guy on TikTok. We went out for about half a year, but there were so many red flags I couldn't ignore. Breaking up wasn't smooth. I ended things with just a short text, not my proudest moment. He didn't take it well. That Friday evening, without any warning, he turned up at my door. He said he wanted to talk things out. I felt cornered but let him in, hoping to make the conversation quick. What started as an awkward chat quickly escalated into a shouting match. He kept swinging between blaming me for everything and pretending we'd patch things up. One major reason I ended things was his complete lack of respect for my personal space. He'd constantly push for things I wasn't ready for, which left me feeling grossed out. That night, he switched from yelling to trying to hold me, stroking my arm and murmuring these sweet-sounding, empty words. I couldn't take it anymore. By 10 p.m., I asked him to leave, but he dug his heels in. We argued until nearly 1 a.m., and I was beyond drained. He refused to leave and clung to my side on the couch like a toddler, sobbing and pleading with me to reconsider. When I tried to push him off, he started punching himself in the face, yelling, "Why am I so dumb?" It was horrifying. Finally, around 2 a.m., I managed to shove him out and lock the door. But instead of leaving, he stayed on the porch, crying, as if he'd been in some tragic movie. After a few minutes, I peeked out through the blinds and froze. He had pulled out a blade and was cutting into his thigh over and over, staining his jeans dark with blood. He limped back to the door, leaving smeared red marks on the porch, and begged me for help. He said if I gave him bandages, he'd go. My hands were shaking as I grabbed a first aid kit, opened the door just enough to toss it out, and slammed it shut again. Then I locked every possible entry point. My heart was racing. He sat outside, moaning and crying like some wounded animal. I should have called the police, but I didn't. He had a record, and I didn't want to add to his troubles. Now, looking back, I realize how lucky I was that night didn't turn out worse. It was late 2015, right after my 23rd birthday, when my first major breakup left me completely shattered. I needed a distraction, something to take my mind off things. That's when I downloaded Tinder, more out of boredom than with any real intentions. I came across a profile of a guy about my age. He said he was 6'3", originally from Egypt, and had just moved to San Diego, California, where I was living. He mentioned in his bio that he played soccer and seemed like an okay guy in his photos. Let's call him Adam. Adam and I decided to meet the next evening at a small coffee shop near my college. I didn't have my license yet, even at 23, so I had to ask my roommate to drop me off. We planned to meet around 6:30 p.m. When I arrived, I sent him a message on Tinder since he told me earlier that his phone didn't work in the US yet. He didn't reply right away. That felt odd, but I shrugged it off. About 10 minutes later, he finally responded, saying he was on his way. I sat on a bench across the street, awkwardly watching my phone battery drain. Looking back, I should have left when another 20 minutes passed with no sign of him. Eventually, almost an hour later, Adam showed up, stepping out of a lift. He looked like his photos, which made me feel a bit more at ease. He greeted me with a quick hug, but then, without warning, leaned in for a kiss. I froze, pulling back with an awkward laugh, and said, "Not yet." He laughed it off but went in for another try, more persistent this time. I pushed him away and said firmly, "No." That should have been my second warning. He didn't seem fazed and asked if I was ready to go inside. Unsure and a little uneasy, I nodded. Inside, the cafe hostess asked us to wait for a table. Adam, however, started arguing with her, saying, "There are empty tables everywhere. Why do we have to wait?" Without waiting for an answer, he walked past her and grabbed a seat. Embarrassed, I gave her a quick apologetic smile before following him. Earlier, I'd told him I was short on cash that week and couldn't afford to split the bill. He reassured me it wasn't a problem and that he'd pay. Once we were seated, the waiter handed us menus and asked if we wanted to try their hookah. Adam waved him off dismissively. The waiter offered us a menu of drinks, and Adam, despite neither of us being 21, ordered a Coke like it was the fanciest drink on earth. I stuck to water, mostly because I didn't feel like spending any money. We sat there, making the kind of small talk that evaporates the second it's said. I couldn't tell you what we even talked about, but I remember how he kept staring at his phone, like I wasn't even there. Then, out of nowhere, he looked at me and said, "You were supposed to be my girlfriend." Not like a question, more like some weird demand. By then, I was sure this date wasn't going anywhere good. The server came back to check on us, and before I could say anything, Adam stood up and said, "Let's leave. I'm over this place." I blinked at him and asked, "Aren't you going to pay?" He froze for a second, muttered, "Oh, right," and awkwardly pulled out his wallet. I could feel the staff's eyes on us, and my face burned with embarrassment. Once he finally paid, we stepped out of the cafe. I was ready to call it a night, but when I pulled my phone out to text my roommate for a ride, I realized it was dead. Fantastic. Adam noticed and asked if I wanted to take a walk in a park nearby. I didn't want to, but I didn't know how to refuse back then, so I went along. We strolled along a dim path, the air tense and quiet. Then he leaned in and said, "Can I kiss you now?" His tone was casual, but it made my skin crawl. Not wanting to cause a scene, I stammered, "Maybe later." But a few minutes later, he blurted, "I don't think I can wait." Before I could react, he grabbed my waist and kissed me, his lips hard and unrelenting. I shoved him back, shocked, but he acted like nothing was wrong. Then he asked, "Are you a virgin?" Panic shot through me and I lied, hoping it would make him lose interest. "Yeah," I said quickly. His eyes lit up in a way that made my stomach turn. "Me too," he said, grinning. "We could change that together." Every alarm in my body went off at once. He leaned in again, this time biting at my lips as he kissed me, his teeth scraping painfully. I tried to step back, but his grip was unyielding. I was 5'6", and weighed around 140 pounds at the time, but against his towering 6'4" frame, I felt like a child. The park was quiet, almost deserted, and the shadows felt suffocating. I yelled at him to stop, shoving at his chest with all my strength. "Stop touching me!" My voice cracked but held firm. Finally, after what felt like forever, he let go. Shaking, I blurted out that I needed to call someone for a ride, and asked if I could use his phone. He handed it to me reluctantly, and I quickly realized I couldn't call anyone because his phone was still tied to some international plan. A surge of nervous energy hit me. I suggested we head to a nearby cafe or store so I could try to connect to Wi-Fi, hoping I could download a messaging app to contact someone. Adam tagged along, still trying to chat, asking if I'd want to meet again sometime. Trying not to upset him, I muttered, "Maybe," but tonight just didn't go how I expected. I added that I really needed to get home. He gave me a long, searching look and said, "You're going to ghost me after this, aren't you?" I forced a smile and lied, assuring him that wasn't true. Eventually, we found a diner with an outdoor Wi-Fi signal. I managed to download a texting app and sent a quick message to my mom, asking her to pick me up where she'd dropped me off earlier. Adam insisted on walking me back to the park, and I didn't feel like I had any choice but to agree. As we strolled back, he suddenly pointed at a guy walking nearby and leaned over to whisper, "That guy freaks me out. I'm kind of scared of black people." I froze, staring at him, stunned. Did he forget that I'm black? Seeing my expression, he quickly added, "Oh, not you. You're different. It's just the way that guy's walking. It's sketchy, like he's about to rob someone." I couldn't even process what he was saying. I just mentally checked out, trying to stay calm and not escalate anything until my ride arrived. Before I could respond, he leaned in for another kiss. This one was even worse. Sloppy, rough, and completely unwelcome. I recoiled and pulled away as fast as I could, desperately trying to shift the conversation to anything else. Glancing around, I scanned the road for my mom's car. Somehow the topic shifted, and Adam decided it was a good time to pull out his wallet and show me his ID. That's when I saw it. He had told me he was 22, just like me, but his ID said he was 17. My stomach twisted, and I felt my skin crawl. I blurted, "Why did you lie about your age?" He didn't even flinch, brushing it off with, "I didn't lie. I had my age legally changed when I moved here." The casual way he said it made my skin crawl even more. Just then, I spotted my mom's car pulling up at the edge of the park. Relief washed over me like a wave. I jumped to my feet and quickly told him, "That's my ride," making up some excuse about having to leave. As I walked away, he called after me, asking if we could hang out again. I plastered on a fake smile and said, "Sure," just to avoid any confrontation. The second I got in the car and shut the door, I blocked his number and unmatched him on Tinder without a second thought. I'm 30 now, and thinking back to that night still makes me shudder. I've grown so much since then and learned never to let anyone treat me that way again. Plus, I'm happily engaged now, so I'll never have to deal with a situation like that ever again. I'm a 25-year-old woman who's been single for what feels like forever. I'm not the kind of person who goes out much, and after recently moving to a smaller city, it's been hard not knowing anyone here. I've tried chatting with a few coworkers, but nothing has clicked yet. Feeling the weight of loneliness, I finally gave in and signed up for Tinder and Bumble, figuring I might as well give it a shot. After a couple of days of mindless swiping, I matched with someone who seemed perfect. He was also 25, had a good job, and liked a lot of the same things I do. I ignored the nagging voice telling me to be more careful. We spent about a week texting before we exchanged numbers. Our conversations covered everything: work stress, our favorite hobbies, and even little bits about our families. He seemed like a genuinely sweet guy. He even encouraged me about my move, saying it was brave and that starting over somewhere new takes time. Then, there was this weird moment. Out of nowhere, he asked me about my underwear. I was caught off guard and told him that I wasn't comfortable talking about that. He quickly apologized and said it was a dumb joke. I let it slide, not wanting to overthink it. Another week passed and he suggested we meet up. He made a big deal about picking somewhere public so I'd feel safe, which seemed thoughtful. He planned dinner at a nice place, and if we were feeling good, we could grab drinks after. The only strange thing was his chosen meeting spot, a random scuba shop. It didn't make sense, but it was close to a busy area with a park and restaurants, so I didn't argue. The day was mild for winter, and the place seemed harmless enough. When I arrived, I saw him chatting with a couple of strangers outside the shop. He spotted me and gave a small wave. As I approached, I went in for a hug, just a friendly gesture, but he barely returned it. His hands awkwardly hovered before giving a half-hearted pat on my back. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "How's it going?" he asked, his tone so flat it felt rehearsed. I forced a smile, complimented him on looking better in person, and thanked him for setting up the date. But something about his vibe was throwing me off. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. His eyes widened as if I'd just accused him of something outrageous. He turned back to the people he'd been talking to and asked them, almost accusingly, "Did one of you set this up?" They all shook their heads, looking genuinely confused. Then he turned to me, his face a mix of disbelief and suspicion. "Who put you up to this?" he asked. I blinked at him, completely thrown off. I told him we'd been chatting on Tinder for about a week, and even showed him our text messages. His expression didn't soften. Instead, he pulled out his phone and swiped through it before showing me the screen. There wasn't a single dating app installed. He apologized, calling it a bizarre misunderstanding, but I felt like the ground had shifted under me. I quickly showed him the profile I'd been talking to, and his face twisted in confusion as he studied it. "That's not me," he said firmly, sounding just as baffled as I felt. Embarrassed, I muttered something about needing to leave and began walking back to my car. My cheeks burned, and I could barely process how I'd just walked into such a mess. Halfway to my car, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a text from the number I'd been messaging, and it simply read, "Ha ha ha." My heart sank. I immediately tried calling the number, but it didn't even ring. It was already disconnected. By the time I got home, the Tinder profile had disappeared entirely. I sat on my couch, staring at my phone, feeling a deep unease settle in my chest. What had I just gotten myself into? After some hesitation, I decided to do a reverse image search on the photos the profile had sent me. It didn't take long to find out that the guy in the pictures wasn't who he claimed to be. He was a few years older than the age listed on the fake account, and his real name was completely different. More unsettling, he actually worked at the scuba shop where I had met him. It wasn't some random choice of location. It had been planned. I couldn't let it go. I messaged the real guy, keeping my explanation short and to the point. I told him someone had been using his pictures to catfish people on Tinder and apologized for showing up like I did. To my surprise, he responded. He seemed genuinely sorry about the whole thing, even though he wasn't at fault, and he offered to take me out for a drink to make up for the awkward encounter. But after everything that happened, I couldn't imagine trusting anyone again. Not so soon. The whole thing felt like a warning I couldn't ignore. I was 25 when this strange chapter of my life unfolded. Just to set the scene, I'm a woman, and yeah, I'm gay, which ties into the events that followed. I'd just started testing out Tinder, not really expecting much. Maybe it'd lead somewhere, or maybe not. Either way, I was open. Things started off pretty normal. After about a week, I matched with a girl named Maya. Well, let's call her Maya for now. Her profile said she was 24, which was inside the range I set to filter out anyone younger than 22. Her pictures seemed to fit her age, so I didn't overthink it. Right after we matched, Maya sent me a message. At the time, it didn't strike me as odd. Maybe she just saw the match and wanted to say hi right away. It was actually kind of nice, since most of the people I'd matched with barely said a word. Those silent conversations made me feel like I was doing something wrong. Dating apps can be awkward like that. Anyway, Maya kicked things off with a light and fun message, and it felt easy to talk to her. Her replies came super fast, which I didn't mind at first. I figured maybe she was just really into chatting. It was a Sunday afternoon, around 3:30 p.m. when we matched. We exchanged a few messages, but I had some errands to run, so I let her know I'd be busy for a while. When I got home that evening and checked my phone, there were over a dozen texts from her, 16 to be exact. Some were simple updates about her day, others were asking what I was up to. She even told me goodnight twice and sent another text in the early morning wishing me sweet dreams. By 6:30 a.m., there was already a good morning waiting for me. At that point, I started feeling uneasy. It was too much, too fast. Still, I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe she was just eager or not used to talking to someone she liked. I didn't want to come off as rude either, so I pushed my doubts aside. Looking back now, I realize how many red flags I ignored. I've since learned to trust that gut feeling, the one that tells you when something's off. It's not about being mean, it's about protecting yourself. But back then, I was more worried about how I might come across. I thought about the fact that not everyone had been in a relationship before, and maybe Maya was just nervous. So I tried to keep the conversation light and polite. I told her about my evening and asked her how hers went. She replied instantly, as usual, which was starting to feel less cute and more like she was glued to her phone. If I didn't respond right away, she'd send more messages, piling them on until I replied. We chatted a bit more, and the topic shifted to birthdays. I mentioned how I'd just turned 25 and how exciting it felt to hit that milestone. That's when Maya casually admitted that she wasn't actually 24. She was 21. Wait, 21? What? Her profile had said 24, no question about it. When I brought it up, she just shrugged it off, saying it was a typo she hadn't been able to fix. That felt off, especially when she followed up with something worse. She insisted it had been in her bio all along, that she'd clearly written she was 21. That was a bold-faced lie. I'd read her profile carefully before swiping, and there was zero mention of her being younger. I pushed back, calling her out, and she doubled down, claiming I must have overlooked it and suggesting I check again. Sure enough, when I looked, her bio now said, actually 21, not 24, right at the top, as if it had been there all along. But I knew better. She had changed it right then, trying to cover her tracks. It wasn't her age that bothered me. Honestly, I could have gotten past that. What stuck with me was the way she lied, then tried so hard to rewrite the story. If I'd made a mistake like putting the wrong age, I'd have just scrapped the whole account and started fresh. The cover-up made it clear that she wasn't someone I could trust, so I stopped replying. A few hours later, I decided to end it for good by unmatching her. I thought that would be the end of it. But of course, it wasn't. That same night, I hopped on Tinder to swipe a little before bed, and there she was again. Same photos, same name, same supposed age of 24, but it was a brand new profile. What really got me, though, was her bio. It was written in all caps, practically shouting, "Please talk to me, I'm sorry. I really enjoyed our conversation." And then to top it off, she mentioned my name. Seeing that gave me chills. She had made this account specifically to get my attention. I was rattled. I closed the app and set my phone aside, trying to convince myself it wasn't that big a deal. But deep down, I knew it was more than just a weird coincidence. Part of me wanted to delete my account right then and there, but I hesitated. Maybe I was overreacting. I swiped left to make sure I wouldn't match with her again, but I hadn't reported the profile before doing so, and now it was too late. The idea of deleting Tinder didn't seem like such a loss. I wasn't having much luck with it anyway. But something kept me from pulling the trigger. A couple of days passed, and for a moment, I thought I was in the clear. But then, there she was again. Another profile, same desperate plea for me to respond, and again with my name in the bio. I couldn't believe it. I don't live in some sprawling metropolis where profiles get lost in the crowd. This was deliberate. She had to be making new accounts over and over, all aimed at tracking me down. That's when I decided enough was enough. I deleted my Tinder account without a second thought. Whatever chance I might have had to meet someone on the app wasn't worth the stress anymore. After that, things finally quieted down. I never saw or heard from her again, and I've spent plenty of time trying to piece together what was really going on. How many accounts had she made? Was she still out there, creating new ones? And what was the point of all this? What did she think she'd gain by lying and clinging so hard? The whole thing still leaves me uneasy, like she could pop up again someday. It's been years since I touched a dating app, and I plan to keep it that way. Meeting people in real life feels so much safer after going through something like that. I was 34 when this took place, but back then, I was just about 20. It was Valentine's Day, and like every year, I had no one to share it with. I had started dating when I was 15, but nothing serious ever came out of it. Honestly, I was the type who posted sad single girl stuff on Instagram, hoping someone would take pity on me. That year, I tossed out another one of those posts, and a guy I barely knew slid into my DMs. I don't even remember his name now, but I do remember he was handsome. He said he was free too, and asked if I wanted to hang out. I wasn't sure, but when he suggested dinner and a movie, I figured, why not? We picked a time, and he said he'd come to get me after my shift. I told my dad I was staying at a friend's house, and he gave me his usual, "Be careful, Leah." The guy said he'd show up around 8, and right on the dot, I got a text saying he was outside. I grabbed my bag and went down. When I got into his car, I was surprised. He was even better looking than I remembered. We talked a little, and then he asked where I wanted to go. I lived in a small town in Virginia, so I suggested somewhere not too far. There were a couple of good spots about a 40-minute drive away. He mentioned a place just outside of town. I'd heard of it, so it didn't seem weird at first. But soon I noticed we were going the wrong way. I asked, "Isn't it the other direction?" He smiled and said there was another spot he liked better. I didn't want to seem rude, so I nodded, even though something felt off. It got weirder when he turned onto a road with hardly any streetlights. The area looked unfinished. Houses with boarded-up windows, no cars anywhere, and silence all around. Even if the homes were new, there should have been lights or people. I felt a strange tightness in my stomach and asked, "What is this place? Why are we here?" He glanced at me with this odd grin, like I was overreacting. "Chill," he said. "I thought we could hang out somewhere quiet. Really talk." My chest tightened as my heartbeat thundered in my ears. At that moment, I honestly thought I might not get out of this alive. He pulled the car to the side of the road, leaned toward me, and tried to kiss me. I jerked back, my voice cracking as I said, "No, stop." But he didn't listen. His hand gripped my arm and he muttered, "Relax, babe. Don't make this a big deal." When I pushed him away, he grabbed me harder, his voice low and sharp. "Seriously? You're going to act like this?" I shoved him again, my hands trembling. I said, "No. Take me home." He paused, staring at me with this weird mix of shock and anger, like he couldn't believe someone had turned him down. "No one says no to me," he muttered, like he was talking to himself. "Do you even get how lucky you are that I'm here with you?" His words cut like ice, his tone cold and full of disbelief. My heart pounded in my chest, and for a second I froze, trying to process how quickly things had spiraled. I forced myself to speak, my voice shaky but firm. "Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there?" I said, praying I sounded braver than I felt. He blinked, like he hadn't expected that. I could see it in his face. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that I, just an average girl, was rejecting him. The air in the car was thick with tension, and I felt like every second stretched on forever. My mind raced as I considered my options. Do I make a run for it? Could I even get out fast enough? I didn't know where we were, but I knew I had to stay calm. Finally, after what felt like hours, he started the car again. His knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel, his jaw clenched tight. Without saying a word, he turned the car around. I forced myself to keep talking, filling the silence with whatever I could think of. "If you wanted something casual, you should have just said so. I wouldn't have come along if I'd known this was what you were after." My voice wavered, but I kept going, hoping it would keep him from snapping again. Eventually, he stopped at what I thought might be a bus station, but when I looked closer, I realized it was abandoned, fences around it, signs warning about construction. "Get out," he said flatly. My stomach dropped, but I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my bag and scrambled out, slamming the door behind me. He sped off without another word, leaving me there, alone in the dark. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking as I called my best friend. She picked up immediately, and the moment I explained what had happened, she ordered me a rideshare. "Stay on the line," she said, her voice steady, even though I could hear the panic underneath. "It's going to be okay." When the car finally pulled up, I practically collapsed into the back seat. That night shook me in ways I can't fully explain. I should have sworn off meeting people online, but I didn't. I was more careful after that, never meeting someone at night, always making sure someone knew where I was. As for him, I blocked his number and deleted his messages as soon as I got home. It was one of the scariest things I've ever been through, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. I used to work the night shift at this tiny, run-down motel on the edge of town. My hours ran from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m., so yeah, I had my fair share of weird encounters. At the time, I was 23, and being a young woman working alone at night just felt like asking for trouble. The most terrifying experience happened maybe 3 or 4 weeks after I started the job, and it still haunts me. That evening, I was swiping through Tinder before heading to work. I matched with this guy who had this edgy, punkish vibe that caught my eye immediately. He mentioned he was into stuff like tarot readings and Ouija boards, which totally piqued my interest. We messaged for a while, but I eventually told him I had to get ready for my shift. He seemed chill, so I didn't think twice about it. That night was my first time working the desk entirely alone, and I was already feeling a little uneasy. Around 1 a.m., a guy walked into the lobby asking for me by name. It took me a second, but then I realized it was the guy from Tinder. My stomach sank. He casually explained that he noticed I was nearby on the app and wanted to see if I really worked here. Then he mentioned he had booked a room at the motel, which made my heart race. Something about this just felt wrong. For the next 2 hours, he hung around the front desk, talking about random stuff. At first, I thought he was just awkward, but then his tone shifted. He started rambling about how his ex cheated on him, going into way too much detail about their fights. Then, out of nowhere, he made comments about wanting to get to know me better, which made my skin crawl. I felt trapped behind the desk, unsure of how to deal with this without escalating things. Finally, at around 3 a.m., he said he was heading back to his room. I waited a few minutes before stepping outside for some fresh air and a cigarette to calm my nerves. But just as I lit up, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps behind me. I turned around, and there he was. I decided to check his Tinder profile again, hoping to learn more about who this guy really was. It said he was an artist, visiting town for some big mural project. That explained why he wasn't from around here, but it also made me more on edge. As we stood outside, he kept creeping closer, talking nonstop about his wild past and all the places he'd lived. Then, out of nowhere, he asked if I was cool with him smoking weed. I didn't care what he did as long as he wasn't near me, so I quickly pointed to a dark spot behind the building where there weren't any security cameras. Instead of heading there, he leaned in close, sniffing my neck like some kind of animal, and grabbed me. His hand squeezed my hip, and my blood ran cold. My body reacted before my brain could catch up. I shoved him back as hard as I could and told him to keep his hands off me. My heart was pounding as I smashed my cigarette on the ground and rushed for my phone. But before I could even dial my boss, he grabbed my phone from my hand. My mind froze as he started messing with it, typing something. He casually sent a text from my number to his own phone, grinning as he showed me the screen. My stomach sank. Then came the first photo, a grotesque image of his heavily pierced and modified genitals. I could barely look, but I didn't have to because he didn't stop. My phone buzzed with more messages. Violent, explicit pictures, each one more disturbing than the last. My hands trembled as I read the captions, each one filled with horrifying threats. One text said, "You're gonna love this," followed by, "Can't wait to see you tonight." But it wasn't just texts. He sent a video, and even though my gut told me not to watch, I clicked it. I regret it to this day. The video was beyond anything I've ever seen, a twisted, violent scene that I wish I could erase from my memory. My breath quickened, and I ran to the back office. I locked the door, slumped against it, and started sobbing uncontrollably. For what felt like hours, I sat there, shaking and trying to figure out what to do. When my shift finally ended, I still couldn't think straight. Over the next few days, the texts kept coming. I knew I should block him, but every time I tried, my fear won. It felt like blocking him might escalate things somehow. After 4 days, I finally told my manager. To his credit, he didn't hesitate. He called the guy's room, told him to leave immediately, and banned him from ever booking a room with us again. He even flagged the man's name in our system so he couldn't reserve a room at any of the company's other locations. Even though my boss handled it well, the whole experience still sticks with me. I should have called the police, but I was paralyzed by fear. It's been years, but the thought of his face, those texts, and that video still creeps into my mind late at night. This incident happened to me a while back, and after hearing other similar stories, I figured I should share mine. Here it is. I'm in my early 50s now, and the closest I've ever come to a solid relationship was with my kid's father. I got pregnant at 17, and our families pushed us into a quick marriage. We were just teenagers, barely knew each other, so those first years were tough. But we made it work for the sake of our daughter. Then, when I was 32, we had an unexpected surprise, a second daughter who's about 15 years younger than her sister. Thankfully, despite the age gap, the two of them are really close, and that's something I'm thankful for. As for their dad, he turned out to have a different side to him. He acted thrilled when our younger daughter was born, but he was also deep into some midlife mess. He blew through our savings trying to impress his friend's wife. Yes, he was cheating with her. We divorced not long after that. Both my daughters stayed with me, so honestly, I was glad to see him go. The divorce became official about 3 years ago, but emotionally, I checked out long before. Once the dust settled, I started feeling the loneliness creep in. My older daughter, Cassie, had already moved out, and the house was far too quiet. Cassie suggested I think about dating again. I'm not great with tech, but she set me up on one of those dating apps she used herself. I got a few messages, mostly from much younger guys, which felt kind of awkward. It was strange, really, men close to Cassie's age showing interest in me. Then I came across this guy named Andrew. He was a couple of years older than me, had 3 kids roughly the same age as my younger daughter, and said his wife had died a few years earlier. We started chatting online, and after a few weeks, we moved on to phone calls. He seemed like a genuine family guy, which felt comforting to me. I opened up about my life, my girls, and the events that led me to this point. Andrew seemed deeply curious about my daughters, more so than most men I'd talked to before. It's not every day you meet someone who's open to dating a woman with teenagers at home, so it felt like a relief when he asked questions about their names, ages, and hobbies. After a month or so of talking, we decided to meet in person. We picked a cafe both of us were familiar with. When we finally met, we hugged. But then he immediately glanced around and asked me where my youngest daughter Lily was. That made me uneasy. I told him she was in school since she was 16 at the time. His question seemed strange, especially since he had kids around the same age who should have been at school too. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe he was just excited to meet her after hearing about her so often. We spent the rest of the day talking, and honestly, Andrew came across as funny, charming, and thoughtful. He reminded me of a stockier version of Robert Downey Jr., and honestly, for someone my age, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. We kept talking every day and met up for dinner a few nights later. Leah wasn't with me this time. She was staying at a friend's house after a late basketball game. Andrew brought her up again during dinner, mentioning how much he wanted to meet her. At the time, I didn't think much of it. If anything, I thought it was sweet that he seemed so interested in my family. I even floated the idea of doing something with all our kids next time, and he was really enthusiastic about it. 2 weeks later, my church was hosting one of its monthly potlucks. Leah and I had already planned to go, and I figured it was the perfect chance for Andrew to join us. It'd be a casual setting, plenty of families around, and his kids could come too. He agreed without hesitation, and we made plans to meet there. That evening, I saw him pull into the parking lot in his Jeep. But when he got out, only his youngest kid, a quiet little 9-year-old, was with him. I asked where his older two were, and he said they had other plans. I knelt to greet his youngest, already knowing their name from our talks. The child hid behind Andrew, clearly shy, which I brushed off as normal for kids meeting strangers. Before I could say much, Andrew steered the conversation back to Leah, asking if she was already inside. I told him she was helping set up, and we went in together. Once inside, I introduced Andrew to Leah. She'd heard about him from me and knew what he looked like. Leah is naturally bubbly and polite, so she greeted him with a bright smile and a cheerful, "Hi." Andrew didn't waste a second. He hugged her like they'd known each other forever. Leah, being friendly, hugged him back and even giggled a little, which seemed harmless at the time. I remember thinking how nice it was that they were hitting it off so easily. But as the night went on, I started noticing things that made my skin crawl. During dinner, Andrew's attention was locked on Leah. He kept asking her questions that felt oddly familiar. They mirrored the ones he'd asked me on our first date. Her favorite things to do, what she wanted to be when she grew up, stuff like that. At first, I chalked it up to him trying to connect with her. But then, he crossed a line. Right in front of me, Andrew asked Leah if she had a boyfriend. My heart sank. Leah and I are really close, so I already knew about her little crush at school. She and this boy had gone to a dance together a month ago. Still, I didn't expect Andrew to ask her something like that. Leah, caught off guard, blushed and said she sort of did. His response sent a chill through me. Well, he's one lucky guy to have someone as beautiful as you. Leah smiled and said thank you, but I could see she was a little flustered. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. As the conversation went on, Andrew kept prying into her personal life, asking things like what she liked most about her boyfriend, and if he treated her well. Meanwhile, he barely spoke to me, and whenever I tried engaging his son in conversation, Andrew would either interrupt or answer for him. It felt like he was deliberately keeping the focus away from me. It felt off. There was a heaviness in my chest I couldn't shake. Trying to calm myself, I stood up and gathered our plates, heading to the kitchen. I wasn't gone for more than a couple of minutes, but when I came back, Leah practically bolted out of her chair. She told me she wanted to help with the dishes. That wasn't like her. She usually stayed at the table until everything was done, but I didn't press her about it at the time. Andrew gave me a strange look as she left, but I ignored it, trying to focus on keeping the evening normal. Not long after, Andrew got up too, saying he needed to head out. His goodbye felt rushed, with a quick hug that left me wondering what had just happened. The night ended on such an odd note, leaving me with a bad taste in my mouth. On the drive home, Leah was quieter than I'd ever seen her. Normally, she'd be bubbling over with stories or jokes about the night, but this time, she didn't say a word. I asked her if she was okay, and she hesitated for a moment before saying everything was fine. but I could tell she wasn't being honest. I didn't want to let it go, though. Something about the whole situation felt wrong, and I wasn't going to drop it until I got some answers. After a bit of nudging, Leah finally caved. She looked down at her hands, then said softly that she didn't like Andrew and didn't want me to see him again. My stomach tightened as I asked her why. That's when she told me what had happened back at the church, and my blood ran cold. Andrew had asked her if she was a virgin. Then, he went further, asking if she'd ever experimented with boys or herself. Leah told me she didn't know how to respond and just stayed quiet, hoping he'd stop. But instead, he leaned in closer and told her if she ever needed someone to talk to about it, she could always come to him. I felt sick. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. Leah explained that she'd seen me coming back and used that as an excuse to escape the conversation. She mentioned a couple of other odd comments he'd made during the night, but honestly, I didn't need to hear any more. I was disgusted and furious. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Leah was telling the truth. She knew how much I wanted to move on and find someone, and she'd always been supportive. There was no way she'd make something like this up. When we got home, I hugged Leah tightly, apologizing over and over. I promised her she'd never have to see Andrew again, and I meant it. That night, I sent him a scathing message, calling him out for his disgusting behavior and telling him I was going to report him. Unsurprisingly, he didn't reply. The next day, I went straight to the police. But by then, Andrew had vanished. His dating profile was gone, the phone number he'd given me was disconnected, and everything he'd told me about his life started to seem suspicious. I even questioned whether the child he brought to the potluck was really his. The thought of how close I'd come to letting someone so dangerous into my family made me feel cold all over. I've kept my promise to Leah. I haven't seen or heard from Andrew since, and if I ever decide to date again, I'll make sure to dig deep into someone's past before bringing them anywhere near my girls. But truthfully, after what happened, I'm okay with just focusing on my daughters. They're all I need. A while ago, I decided I needed a change. I wasn't hunting for anything serious, just a break from the usual awkward meetups at the bar. So, like a lot of people, I downloaded a dating app. After a few swipes and messages, I started chatting with a bunch of people, and it gave me the push I needed to actually go out on some dates. Most of the conversations didn't lead to much, but there were a few exceptions. Unfortunately, none of those dates stood out, except one. That one stuck with me for all the wrong reasons. I met this guy, Mark. He came off as friendly and normal enough. After a few days of chatting, we agreed to meet for dinner. Mark suggested a restaurant halfway between our places. On the day of the date, though, he completely vanished. No texts, no calls, nothing. The next morning, he popped up with a lame excuse about being stuck at work and forgetting his phone at home. I didn't buy it, but when he asked for a second chance, I gave in. Looking back, I know that wasn't my smartest move. For the second try, Mark asked me to meet him at his place so he could drive us to the restaurant. He really stressed that I should come hungry, like 3 separate times, almost like it was a joke. Normally, I'm not into meeting a stranger at their house or getting into their car, but we'd been talking for over a week, and I figured it wasn't a big deal. When I got close to his place, though, he called and asked me to park in a lot down the street from his house. It felt a bit odd, but I assumed his driveway might be too small. The strange part? He somehow knew exactly which car was mine when I pulled in, even though I hadn't told him what I drove. That should have been my first warning sign. Still, I got into his car, and we headed off. I didn't know this area well, but I had a general sense of where the restaurant was. It shouldn't have taken more than 10 minutes to get there, yet we'd been driving for over 20, heading down some isolated back road. My gut started to churn, and I finally asked, "Where exactly are we going?" That's when he hit me with the first weird explanation. He claimed the restaurant had switched locations last minute, and it took him a lot of calls to figure it out. My stomach dropped when I realized we'd already passed the intersection he was talking about, at least 5 minutes ago. Then, something else caught my attention. It was even stranger than before. His car's GPS was on, but there wasn't any destination entered. He was just driving aimlessly. That was red flag number 2. I decided to double-check things myself and pulled out my phone. I typed the restaurant's name into my own GPS. Guess what? The place was marked as closed for renovations. That was red flag number 3. At that point, I knew I should have bailed, but for some dumb reason, I stayed. We kept talking to fill the silence, trying to get to know each other, but the vibe was all wrong. When he finally admitted he couldn't find the restaurant, he waved it off casually and said, "No worries, I've got another place in mind." Instead of turning back toward town, he drove us further into the woods. Eventually, we stopped at this random trailhead with no signs or markers. He announced that we'd have to walk from there because he had a surprise spot for stargazing. I'll admit, the place was kind of pretty, but the whole situation was way off. As we walked deeper into the woods, he kept cracking these awkward jokes about not being a serial killer. Then, he laughed and made me promise I wasn't going to steal his car keys and ditch him there. Super comforting, right? The whole evening felt like a bad dream. He'd tell long-winded, ridiculous stories, only to say, "Nah, I'm just messing with you," at the end. At first it was harmless stuff, like how he supposedly got so wasted in college he accidentally married someone in Vegas. But after a while, his stories started to feel off. I realized I didn't actually know anything about him that I could verify. He constantly blurred the line between jokes and reality. On the way back to his car, he suggested watching a movie at his place, but halfway there, he changed his mind. Instead, he stopped abruptly at a dark, empty park. He suggested we hang out there instead, which seemed weird, but I didn't argue. That's when things got even more unsettling. He started daring me to do bizarre things, like streaking through the park. Then, his questions turned way too personal. They weren't playful or flirty. They were invasive, like he was trying to dig for something specific. Out of nowhere, he looked over at me and asked if I was planning to kiss him before the night was over. He even made a big deal about needing chapstick first. I tried to laugh it off and fumbled around in my purse, pretending to look for chapstick, but I couldn't shake the weirdness of it all. While I was looking, I noticed him out of the corner of my eye, sitting there in the driver's seat. He was licking his lips and very obviously touching himself over his pants. It was impossible not to notice. When I said I didn't have any chapstick, I thought that would shut him down. Instead, he just smiled and said, "No problem. Why don't you come over here and show me what you got anyway?" He started patting his lap, making it painfully clear what he was suggesting. I told him flat out I wasn't okay with that, but he reached over anyway, grabbing at my waist like he was trying to pull me onto his lap. I shoved him off and made it crystal clear. I wasn't going to hook up with him, especially not on a first date. He acted like it was no big deal, laughing it off, but then he grabbed my hand, trying to drag it toward his lap, saying something gross like, "Okay, maybe just a little sneak peek?" At that moment, my patience completely snapped. This was the same guy who spent days preaching about how much he hated men who pressured women, how he couldn't stand the idea of anyone being forced into something. Now here he was, doing exactly that. It was like he'd been playing some kind of role the whole time, and now the mask was slipping. I told him pushing me wasn't going to change my mind and reminded him about all his talk earlier about being respectful. Instead of backing off, he grinned and said, "You're just nervous about how big it is, aren't you? Don't worry, there are other ways to make me happy if that's an issue." Again, he tried to pull my hand into his lap, but I yanked it back and told him to knock it off. That finally shut him up, but he sat there sulking like a spoiled kid who didn't get what he wanted. Meanwhile, I was racking my brain, trying to come up with a way to get out of the situation without making things worse. That's when he suddenly pulled out his phone and opened up his messages. He wasn't even subtle about it. I could see the screen. He'd been the last one to send a text in the chat he was looking at. After a few seconds of staring at his phone, he turned to me and said, My uncle just texted me. Something's going on at home and I need to get back right away." I didn't buy it for a second. By then, I was so over everything that I didn't even argue. What really ticked me off was how unnecessary the lie was. If he wanted to end the date, he could have just said so. Why go through this ridiculous performance? Why act like one person online and during our chats, only to flip into someone completely different the moment we were alone? To top it all off, when he finally dropped me off at my car, it was in the middle of an empty parking lot. It was way past midnight, and there wasn't a single streetlight nearby. He didn't even wait to make sure I got to my car safely, just drove off without a second glance. The whole night had been an absolute disaster, and I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling it left me with. Of course, there wasn't going to be a second date. But here's the kicker. A few days later, I happened to drive by the restaurant he'd said was closed. It was still there, right off the highway, exactly where it had always been. And here's the part that really messed with me. His house was just a couple of minutes down the road from that spot. So now I can't stop wondering, where the hell was he really planning to take me? A little over 6 years back, I hit a rough spot that made me feel completely cut off from everyone. Lonely doesn't even cover it. It was more like I was clawing for some sort of human connection. I'd been in a few steady relationships before, but things took a nosedive not long after I turned 29. The guy I was sure I'd marry decided out of the blue that he wasn't ready for that kind of commitment. We'd been together for nearly 6 years at that point. He claimed it was about him needing space, but deep down, I knew he'd moved on to someone else. I won't lie, it still stings sometimes, but I've learned to let it sit in the past. He's not the main character in this story anyway. After he left, things spiraled fast. Within weeks, I hit an emotional rock bottom. It wasn't just about wanting company. It felt like I needed someone, anyone, right then. That's when I gave in and signed up for one of those online dating sites. I can't remember which one. Whatever was big around 2016 or so. The site was a mess to use too. Their matching system kept throwing options at me that weren't even close to what I was looking for. You know how people say opposites attract? Not for me, not then. It was like every swipe or click just reminded me how off track my life had gotten. Then, I found his profile, Jason's. He had this look that ticked all my boxes. Tall, dark hair, and this laid-back vibe in every picture. His photos had him in band shirts, the kind of guy who seemed effortlessly cool. I remember thinking, finally, someone on my level. I clicked whatever button said I was interested and waited, not expecting much. But then, bam, he liked me back. My stomach did this flip, and I couldn't stop myself from messaging him almost instantly. My opener was cringy. I said something like, "Your hair is way cooler than mine. What's your secret?" I know, it was weak, but it felt honest. To my surprise, he replied right away with some goofy line about selling his soul for perfect hair. That cracked me up and made me feel like he was different, not just another guy passing through my inbox. Yeah, I was in a weird place emotionally, but Jason gave me this strange feeling, like maybe he was exactly what I'd been needing all along. We started texting back and forth nonstop. A couple of days later, we moved to phone calls. With every conversation, I felt like I was getting pulled deeper into something good, I hoped. Or at least, that's what I told myself. Jason had this voice that could make anyone stop and listen, smooth and a little raspy, like a singer you'd hear in a smoky bar. He mentioned he used to be in a band that had some local success, but never got beyond that. He even joked about how they thought they were the next big thing before reality hit. Recently, he'd been working at an animal shelter, where he spent his nights taking care of the animals that had to stay overnight. As he talked about how much he loved being around the pets, I felt myself falling harder for him. But as amazing as he seemed, a question kept bugging me. Why was he still single? A guy this funny, sweet, and talented should have been snapped up long ago. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and just asked him outright. He paused for a moment, then gave me this vague answer about how his life had gotten complicated. That wasn't enough for me, though, so I pushed a bit. After a long pause, he opened up a little more. Jason said he'd been married once, but it didn't work out, and now he wasn't. That answer made sense, I guess. I could see how going through a breakup like that might make someone hesitant to jump back into dating. It was something I could relate to on some level, so I let it slide. We ended up talking a lot about past relationships after that. Well, Mostly I talked. Jason stayed pretty quiet when it came to his ex, giving short answers and changing the subject whenever things got too deep. At the time, I thought maybe it was just too fresh, like he hadn't fully moved on yet. I didn't press him, figuring he'd share when he was ready. Instead, I vented about my ex and how things had fallen apart, and Jason was great at listening. He didn't try to fix things or offer generic advice. He just let me talk and gave me new ways to look at stuff, which felt like a huge relief. A couple of weeks later, we finally decided to meet in person. We picked a Saturday morning at this cute little cafe downtown that I'd been to once or twice. I got there a few minutes early, but Jason was already sitting in the back, sipping coffee like he belonged there. Seeing him in person was wild. He looked just like his photos. Same messy hair, same easy smile. I'd been half afraid I'd show up to find someone who looked nothing like his pictures. But nope, it was really him. We spent hours talking about everything. Music, random childhood stories, even the weird customers he'd met at the shelter. Before I knew it, the morning had slipped into early afternoon. I realized I should probably head home, but couldn't resist suggesting we meet up for dinner soon. I wasn't ready for the day to end. That's when he told me he'd really enjoyed himself too, but his whole vibe shifted. Jason stopped meeting my eyes and started staring down at his hands like something heavy was weighing on him. I asked if he was okay, and after a beat, he said there was something he needed to ask. I figured it was no big deal, so I told him to go ahead. He hesitated for a second, then sheepishly admitted he needed a ride. It caught me off guard. I hadn't even thought about how he'd gotten there. I didn't see him pull up when I arrived. He must have felt awkward asking, and honestly, that just made him seem more human to me. I already liked him a lot, so giving him a ride wasn't a problem. I laughed and said it was no big deal, but I couldn't help teasing him, asking why he didn't tell me he didn't have a car. He just shrugged and smiled, saying he didn't want me to think less of him. I brushed it off and told him to relax as we walked out to my car. Once we were driving, he started to open up more, filling in some of the blanks about his life. I could tell his breakup had been rough, so I asked him if that was why he seemed so guarded. That's when he said something that stopped me cold. Well, we didn't technically get divorced. I gripped the wheel a little tighter. His words sank in slowly, hitting me like a sucker punch. He was still married. Sure, maybe they were separated, but still, if they hadn't finalized anything, that meant there was a chance they could patch things up. And where would that leave me? My chest tightened, and I just nodded like I was listening, though my mind was spinning. Jason kept talking about how bad things had gotten between them, like he was trying to justify it. But I could barely focus on what he was saying. I was too busy wrestling with the idea of what I'd just learned. He told me to take a right, then another left, and before I knew it, we pulled into a parking lot. I slowed down, confused, scanning the area. That's when I realized where we were, a police station. My stomach knotted up, and I turned to him asking, "Why are we here?" Jason didn't answer right away. He just stared out the window at the building like it held some kind of finality. The silence stretched, thick and tense, and my gut was screaming at me that something wasn't right. Then, finally, he looked back at me. His voice was calm, almost detached, as he said he'd really enjoyed our time together, that I was a wonderful person, and he wished we could have had more time. That's when he dropped the bomb. Jason told me he was about to walk into the station to confess to something awful. Something so serious it would probably mean he'd never be free again. He said if things had gone differently, he would have loved to see where things with us could have gone. I sat there completely stunned as he unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. I couldn't move. I sat there in my car, completely stunned, my mind racing. I managed to stammer out, "What are you talking about? What did you do?" Jason didn't even flinch. He just looked at me with this distant expression and said it was an accident, that he'd never wanted to hurt anyone. Before I could ask anything else, he opened the door and stepped out, shutting it behind him without another word. I watched in disbelief as he calmly walked into the station like he was going to mail a letter or something. Through the windshield, I saw him approach the front desk. He stood there for a moment, speaking to the clerk with the same steady demeanor he'd had all morning. Then, after a minute or two, a police officer appeared, placed him in handcuffs, and led him away down a hallway. It was surreal. I couldn't move. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles had gone white. Not long after, another officer came out and approached my car. He motioned for me to roll down the window, and I did, though my hands were shaking. He asked if I knew Jason, how long we'd been in contact, and whether I had any idea why he'd come to the station. I told him everything, that we'd met online a few weeks ago and that this was our first time meeting in person. The officer nodded but kept asking more questions, his tone careful but firm, like he was trying to figure out if I was part of this mess too. Then he said something that made the air leave my lungs. Jason had just confessed to killing his wife. Not his ex-wife, his wife. I sat there, stunned into silence, my thoughts spinning out of control. I had thought he was divorced, or at least separated. But no, she wasn't his ex because she wasn't alive. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The officer asked a few more things, gave me his card, and told me I was free to go, but to stay available in case they needed more information. I nodded numbly and started the car, my hands trembling on the wheel as I pulled out of the parking lot. On the drive home, it all started to sink in. Jason hadn't said ex-wife once during any of our conversations. I'd ignored it, brushing it off as him not wanting to talk about his past, but now I knew the truth. She wasn't his ex because she never had the chance to be. My mind kept going in circles, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had our date been genuine, or was it just some bizarre way for him to stall before turning himself in? Was I just a convenient excuse to get coffee and a ride to the police station? I didn't know what was worse. The idea that he might have been interested in me, or that I was just a means to an end. What chilled me most wasn't that he'd killed someone, though that thought was horrifying enough. It was how normal he'd seemed. Jason had been charming, funny, and kind, like someone you could genuinely see yourself falling for. I never saw a single red flag, no tension, no weirdness. Just a guy who seemed completely put together. And the whole time, he was carrying around this dark, awful truth. When I got home, I deleted my online dating profile immediately. I couldn't imagine ever putting myself out there again, not after this. The whole experience left me shaken to my core, not just because of what Jason had done, but because of how close I'd come to not seeing it at all. You never really know who someone is, or what they're capable of. Years before dating apps and constant notifications became the norm, there was this simpler way of meeting people online. Back then, I spent hours in chat rooms run through IRC, short for Internet Relay Chat. It wasn't like now where everything's polished and curated. You didn't have profile pictures or detailed bios. Sometimes you didn't even bother choosing a username and just joined as guest3456 or something equally random. It was completely anonymous and had this weird, exciting vibe to it. You could jump into a room full of strangers and just talk. I kind of miss how mysterious it all felt compared to today's internet, where everything's so open. Despite how anonymous those chat rooms were, people still formed connections. Sometimes those turned into friendships or even relationships. You could send private messages to talk one-on-one, and before long, you'd feel like you really knew the other person. Of course, looking back, I'm sure some of the girls I spoke to were probably older men, but at the time, I didn't think too much about it. It was part of the fun. I chalk it up to being young and not knowing better. But there was one girl, someone I'll call Erin, who wasn't like the others. She was special, or at least I thought so at the time. Her screen name was this strange mix of a book title and random letters, but Erin is close enough. She said she was a year older than me. I had just turned 21, and she was 22 when we started talking. I don't remember exactly what led us to start private messaging, but it didn't take long for things to feel serious. Back then, long-distance relationships were tough. Calling someone cost a lot, and text messages weren't cheap either, so most of our conversations happened online. We even exchanged emails now and then, though that was considered kind of formal for us. And no, Erin wasn't a catfish. I'm sure of that. We exchanged photos. Back when doing that meant using a digital camera or a scanner if you were fancy. To prove it wasn't fake, We'd write our usernames or the current date on paper and hold it up in the picture. That's how people proved they were real back then. Erin sent me one of those pictures, and she was beautiful. She had long black hair, dark eyes that felt intense, and wore a lot of black. She was into piercings too. I was hooked immediately. I even told her once that she was exactly the kind of girl I'd always dreamed of meeting, and she thought it was hilarious. We called ourselves dating, even if it was just over the internet. Every night, Erin and I would talk for hours, sharing pictures and silly jokes. It never got inappropriate, but I was happier than I'd ever been. For about 3 months, everything felt perfect, like I'd finally found someone who got me. But then, out of nowhere, she disappeared. One night, she just didn't show up in the chat room. I figured she might be busy or her internet was down, but days passed, and she still didn't log in. I sent her emails, but there was no response. At first, I worried something bad might have happened to her. Then, those worries turned into self-doubt. Had I done something to drive her away? Maybe she'd gotten bored, or maybe I wasn't enough for her. I felt crushed, like I'd lost something really special. I'd stay up late every night, refreshing my inbox, hoping to see her name pop up with some simple excuse. "Hey, sorry, been busy." Or, "My internet's been acting up." Anything to explain why she vanished. But nothing came. It felt like shouting into an empty void. After a while, I started thinking I'd never hear from her again. Then, out of the blue, an email arrived. My heart raced when I saw her name. The message was short and strange. "Hey, log into IRC." I didn't waste a second and jumped on. Sure enough, there she was, waiting. She sent me a private message as soon as I logged in. "Hey." Relief washed over me. I asked if she was okay, what had happened, why she hadn't replied. But she ignored all my questions. Instead, she asked, "What's your address? I want to send you something." Looking back, I know how stupid this was, but at the time, I was so eager to get close to her that I didn't even hesitate. I sent her my address without a second thought. Nowadays, everyone knows not to trust strangers online, but back then, it wasn't something people really talked about. I thought it meant we were getting more serious, that this was her way of showing she cared. I couldn't have been more wrong. What happened next will stick with me forever. The reply came quickly, but it wasn't from Erin. The message read, plain and cold. "This is Erin's husband. Stop talking to my wife, or you'll be next." That was it. No explanations, no context. Just a threat. My stomach dropped. I had no idea what next meant, but it didn't sound good. I fired back, saying Erin never mentioned being married. I tried to stay calm and act like it wasn't a big deal. I told him that if he really was her husband, I'd stop talking to her immediately. After a long pause, the account logged out without another word. I sat there staring at my screen, feeling a mix of anger, hurt, and confusion. That was the last time I ever saw Erin, or her account, online. She never came back to the chat room, and all my emails to her went unanswered. Just like that, whatever connection we'd built was gone. But as much as I wished that had been the end of it, the story took an even darker turn. About 2 weeks later, a package arrived at my house. It was a plain box, no return address, nothing to give away who sent it, except her name scrawled across the front. Erin. No city, no extra details, just her name. My stomach dropped the moment I saw it. Something about the whole thing felt wrong, but I couldn't stop myself from opening it. As I dug through the packing material, my heart was racing. At the bottom, I found a kitchen knife. Its blade was smeared with a dried, brownish-red substance that looked a lot like blood. I panicked and called the police immediately. I told them I'd just received what looked like a bloody knife in the mail, and they sent an officer to my house. Trying to explain the whole situation to him was one of the most uncomfortable experiences of my life. I had to tell him about meeting Erin online, how we'd been sort of dating, and about her supposed husband's threat after I stupidly gave them my address. Now, out of nowhere, this creepy package shows up with a knife covered in what might be blood. The officer asked a ton of questions, and I could tell he thought I was making half of it up. Back in 2006, online relationships weren't as normal as they are now, so the whole thing sounded bizarre. They made me go down to the station for more questioning, and I ended up sitting there for hours explaining every detail. They finally seemed to believe me and took the knife as evidence, saying they'd investigate. What they planned to look into, I couldn't say. I didn't have much to give them, just her first name, a username, one picture, and a vague story about her husband. No phone number, no last name, nothing that could really help. To this day, I never found out if the blood on the knife was real or what they discovered, if anything. But the message was loud and clear. That knife wasn't sent randomly. It was meant to scare me, and it worked. I finally understood what he meant when he said, "You'll be next." Now, nearly 2 decades later, I still think about it sometimes. It's weird to feel nostalgic for those old chat rooms after everything that happened, but I do. The internet was so different back then, for better or worse. If there's one lesson to take away from my experience, it's this. Never, ever give your address to someone you meet online. Trust me, you don't want to end up with a bloody knife on your doorstep. I started messing around with dating apps earlier this year. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. I figured it'd be a way to meet new people. Turns out my first experience was so bad that I've sworn off meeting anyone from these apps ever again. I'm 24, just a pretty average guy. Not the best looking, definitely not in shape. I've got a bit of a nerdy side too. The only real plus is that I have a steady job. I'm not rich, but I do okay. Enough to cover rent and still enjoy small luxuries. I've only had one long-term relationship, and being single for so long makes me feel like I've missed the boat. My friends and family keep pushing me to get out more and live my life. I hate admitting this, but yeah, I'm still a virgin. My friends love making jokes about it. They don't mean any harm, but it still stings every time. Anyway, I matched with a girl named Laura. We messaged for a couple of weeks before exchanging numbers. We talked on the phone a few times and even traded Snapchats. I eventually asked if she'd want to meet in person. She seemed hesitant at first, but agreed after a bit of back and forth. She sent me her address, and I showed up at her place around 8 p.m. I was a wreck. It was my first time meeting someone I'd only spoken to online, and I was overthinking everything. We went out for dinner, and I paid for the meal. The start of the date was rough. We couldn't seem to get a good flow of conversation. But after a couple of drinks, we relaxed, and things started to feel more natural. As the night wound down, I asked if she wanted to do something else, but she said she had work early the next morning. She did say she'd love to hang out again, though, and even suggested we could meet at my place. She said she'd bring over ingredients to cook and maybe watch some movies. That sounded perfect to me, so I dropped her off and spent the next few days looking forward to seeing her again. Laura arrived at my place around 7 p.m. She drove herself this time since she said she might have to leave early the next day. We started chatting and prepped dinner together. It felt really easy and fun. Before long, we opened some drinks. I stuck to beer, but Laura was all about the vodka, drinking way more than I expected her to. At some point, Laura suggested I try the vodka she'd brought, saying she didn't want to drink alone. I wasn't really up for it, but I took a couple of shots to be polite. Almost right away, I felt off. It wasn't the usual buzz from drinking. My head got heavy, and the room started spinning faster than it should have. I've never been a lightweight, so this hit me out of nowhere. Every time I tried to speak, my words felt jumbled, and my vision blurred. The last clear memory I have is Laura laughing. It wasn't a friendly kind of laugh either. It sounded wrong. Mocking, maybe? The next thing I knew, I woke up sprawled out on my couch, my head pounding so hard I could barely think. My body felt sluggish, like I'd been hit by a truck. I tried to sit up, but everything felt off. When I finally managed to get up, my stomach dropped. The living room was a mess. Drawers yanked out, cushions on the floor, and the front door was wide open. Panic hit me like a wave. I called out for Laura, but the apartment was empty. It didn't take long to realize why. My TV? Gone. My laptop? Missing. Even the handgun I kept locked away for safety wasn't there anymore. I ran to my bedroom, and sure enough, the cash I had stashed in a drawer was gone too. She even swiped some of my better clothes. By the time I added it all up, I realized I'd lost close to $4,000 in one night. I felt so stupid, like the world's biggest sucker. My first thought was to message her on Tinder, but she'd already blocked me. I tried calling and texting, but every attempt got the same result. Nothing. It was like she disappeared into thin air. That's when it really sank in that I'd been played. I called the police, not expecting much, but still hoping they could help. They asked if I knew her real name or had any other info. Of course, I didn't. Even the address she'd given me for our first date turned out to be fake. When the cops checked it out, the guy living there looked confused and said he'd never heard of her. They couldn't do anything without more leads or evidence, so I was basically stuck. Now, every time I think about it, my chest tightens. I can't stop replaying everything in my head, wondering what I could have done differently. One thing's for sure, I'll never, ever use a dating app again. The first time I crossed paths with this guy, the night took a wild turn. What started as a casual dinner turned into me surrounded by armed officers, barking K9 units, and a bunch of rifles aimed my way. It felt unreal, like being dragged into a crime drama. But no, this wasn't TV. I was the unlucky lead in this bizarre nightmare. Let me take you back to how this all began. It was probably around 2014, maybe earlier. We'd met online, just exchanging simple messages. His name was Ryan. Our conversations were okay, not exactly sparks flying, but not awkward either. He seemed nice enough, mentioning he knew someone in my extended circle. A friend of my cousin's, I think. You know how Facebook randomly connects you with half the people you vaguely know? Yeah, one of those. Ryan wasn't super charming, but he wasn't a total bore either. He talked about his family, work, and friends, which made him seem pretty normal. But still, it wasn't the kind of thing where you can't wait for the next message. So, I didn't think much of it when he finally asked me out about 6 weeks later. The invite wasn't even creative, just a quick, "Wanna meet up?" I laughed at how plain it was. Still, I figured, why not? We took another week to settle on a date and place. We decided on dinner at a small Italian spot downtown. The plan was simple: eat, maybe take a short walk afterward, and see how it went. Nothing fancy or over the top. At first, dinner was fine. We shared some wine, ordered a couple of appetizers, and for a while, I thought things were going all right. Ryan wasn't sweeping me off my feet, but he was polite, easy to talk to. Then, midway through dessert, he got up to use the bathroom. I didn't think much of it until this random guy took his seat. He wasn't dressed like a waiter, just plain clothes, a button-down shirt and jeans. For a second, I thought he might have gotten the wrong table. But then he reached into his jacket and flipped open one of those leather badge holders you see in cop shows. My heart stopped. What's happening? I thought. The badge looked so official. It had a New York Police Department logo on it, but the guy didn't look like a cop. He had the vibe of someone who might work in an office, normal, approachable, but somehow even more unsettling because of that. I knew from my uncle, who used to work in law enforcement, that detectives didn't always wear uniforms. Still, this felt off, way off. Ryan was still in the bathroom, completely clueless about what was going on. The guy with the badge leaned in closer, his voice low but firm. "Listen carefully. You're not going anywhere. The man you're with is about to be arrested. Stay calm. Don't give him any reason to suspect anything." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I just nodded, afraid my voice might betray me if I tried to respond. He straightened up, looked me over one last time, then walked off without another word. I watched him step out of the restaurant, heading down the sidewalk outside, and vanish around the corner like he was never there. I sat there, frozen in my chair, my mind spinning. Was this real? Was Ryan actually hiding something this big? Or was this some kind of sick joke he was playing to get a reaction out of me? My stomach twisted as I tried to figure it out. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to keep breathing. After all, I hadn't done anything wrong. At least, I was pretty sure I hadn't. A few minutes later, Ryan strolled back to the table like nothing was out of the ordinary. He picked up his fork and started eating his dessert like we were just on a normal date. He even smiled at me, like he was genuinely having a good time. I couldn't stop staring at him, trying to figure out if he was just a regular guy or if he had some dark secret he was hiding. Ryan must have noticed my staring because he paused and gave me a weird look like, "What's your deal?" I forced a smile, picked up my wine glass and took a long sip, hoping he wouldn't notice how shaky my hands were. When the waitress brought the check, I jumped at the chance to focus on something else. I insisted we split it, not giving him a choice even though he offered to cover it. I slapped some cash on the table while he paid his part with his card. When we left the restaurant, my nerves were completely shot. The original plan was to walk back to my apartment, but all I could think about was what the cop had told me. As soon as we stepped outside, the cold air hit me like a wake-up call, making me feel like I was walking straight into some kind of setup. My thoughts were racing. Should I warn him? Or would that make me part of whatever mess he was in? I told myself it had to be a mistake. Maybe it was some kind of prank, a setup for one of those viral videos where they stage something crazy to get reactions from unsuspecting people. That thought gave me a shred of hope. It had to be a joke, right? There was no way this was real. But as we walked out onto the quiet street, my stomach stayed in knots. I scanned the area, looking for cameras or anyone suspicious, but all I saw were a couple of people smoking nearby. Ryan held the door open for me, totally unaware of the chaos waiting to unfold. We turned left, the same way the undercover guy had gone earlier. The cold air felt heavier somehow, and I focused on keeping my breathing steady. Whatever was coming, I couldn't shake the feeling that this night wasn't going to end the way I thought it would. The first 10 minutes of walking back to my place felt totally normal. We were chatting about random stuff, work, the food, even the weather. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But then, everything flipped. Out of nowhere, a pair of bright headlights lit up the street behind us, and a black SUV screeched to a halt so close that I could feel the heat off the engine. The tires let out an awful screech, and before I could figure out what was happening, two men in plain clothes jumped out, guns drawn. "Hands where we can see them!" one of them barked. My whole body locked up, my brain refusing to catch up with reality. Moments later, the street exploded into chaos. Police cars sped in from every direction, their sirens cutting through the air. Within seconds, we were surrounded, with flashing lights bouncing off every surface around us. Officers were yelling over one another, shoving us toward a tree on someone's front lawn. I felt rough bark against my back as more cops leapt out of their vehicles. Dogs were barking and lunging at their handlers' leashes, snarling like they were ready to rip us apart. Guns were everywhere, at least a dozen trained on us from every angle. "On your knees! Hands behind your heads!" they shouted, their voices sharp and unrelenting. Ryan and I dropped instantly, hitting the ground so fast I scraped my knee. Then, they yelled for us to go completely flat on the freezing pavement. I pressed my face into the cold, gritty asphalt, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might burst. Every inch of me was shaking, but I couldn't tell if it was the cold or pure terror. They swarmed us, barking orders and patting us down like we were criminals. My mind was racing with one horrifying thought. This is it. I'm not making it out of this alive. After what felt like forever, one of them demanded IDs. Ryan was the first one processed, and I stayed face down, muscles locked tight as fear gripped me. Then, out of nowhere, everything changed. Turns out, they had made a mistake. Ryan wasn't who they thought he was. He wasn't the armed suspect they'd been chasing for the past 2 days. The resemblance, they explained, was uncanny. Even hearing that, I struggled to wrap my head around it. The cops had been so sure, and for a second, I'd even doubted Ryan myself. When they realized their mistake, the apologies started pouring in. "Sorry, doesn't exactly make up for having a dozen guns aimed at you, though." My body felt like it might give out from the adrenaline dump. A paramedic eventually checked me out. It wasn't a heart attack, just a panic attack, but honestly, it felt just as horrible. Ryan didn't have much to say after it was over. He looked pale, like he hadn't quite come back to reality yet. And who could blame him? Sure, he could have filed a lawsuit, but what good would it have done? The cops weren't being reckless. They were just chasing the wrong lead with a really unfortunate likeness. So that's how my first date with Ryan turned into an actual nightmare. People talk about bad dates all the time, but almost getting shot by a swarm of cops because your date looks like a wanted fugitive? That's something I wouldn't wish on anyone. I hadn't thought about this for years until a recent conversation stirred it up again. I'm 42 now, so this must have happened when I was around 19 or 21. Back then, I had a short-lived fling with a guy I met while working at a strip mall. He used to swing by the store constantly, chatting me up whenever I was on shift. I was painfully shy at the time, completely inexperienced when it came to relationships. Now, looking back, I can see how he zeroed in on that, on how unsure of myself I was. It's like people can sense when you're an easy target, right? He was a bit older, probably in his early 30s, but I didn't think much of it then. Our first date was just grabbing something from the food court during one of my breaks. Everything seemed fine until he started pushing me to come over after work. That should have been a red flag, but I didn't catch it. I was young, and in my mind, it was just innocent. After a few weeks of phone calls and more food court meetups, I finally said yes to hanging out at his place. His apartment was only about a 20-minute drive from where I lived, so I figured it wasn't a big deal. As I drove there, though, this weird feeling started to build in my stomach. I brushed it off as first date jitters, convincing myself I was being silly. Dating was new to me, so every little thing felt amplified. When I got to his apartment, we chilled on the couch for a while, watching some random show. A few minutes in, he pulled out a joint and lit it. Now, I wasn't a complete stranger to smoking back then, but I didn't do it often. These days, I probably smoke more than I ever did back then. Adult stress and all that. Anyway, he passed the joint to me, and I only took a couple of hits. Almost immediately, I felt off. It was way too intense for just a few puffs. Something wasn't right. Then I noticed something strange. When I passed the joint back, he pretended to take a hit but never actually did. He'd hand it back to me saying, "You gotta relight it," because for some reason, I couldn't keep it burning. It was frustrating me, but I didn't think much of it. Eventually, I just put it down, trying to focus on calming my spinning head. That's when he suggested I finish it and lie down for a bit. I could feel panic starting to creep in. All I wanted was to get out of there, but when I tried to stand up, my legs barely worked. He noticed immediately. Instead of helping, he guided me back down onto the couch, his hands firmly holding me in place. It wasn't subtle. He was making sure I couldn't leave. That's when the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. This wasn't just nerves or a bad high. This was something far worse, and it was about to escalate. Before I knew it, he was on top of me, his hands roughly grabbing at my clothes. One hand went around my neck, and he started pressing his mouth to my skin in a way that made my stomach churn. I panicked, throwing myself off the couch in a wild attempt to escape, and he came down with me, hitting the floor hard. We struggled there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding in my chest like it would burst. Somehow, I managed to kick him off and stagger to my feet, racing for the door. He was right on my heels. Just as I stumbled outside, gasping for air, I spotted a police car stopped at a light down the street. It felt like some kind of miracle. The second he noticed the cops, he froze, then bolted back inside like a coward. I waved frantically, but the officers didn't see me and drove off, their taillights disappearing around the corner. It was like the universe playing a cruel joke. Cops were always in that area, but this time, when I needed them most, they were useless. Still, the sight of them must have been enough to scare him off, and for that, I'm thankful. Shaking so badly I could barely stand, I fumbled with my keys until I finally got into my car. My hands felt disconnected, like they weren't mine, and it took everything I had to get the car started. Driving home was a nightmare. My vision was blurred, splitting into two as I tried to focus on the road. I couldn't have been going more than 5 miles an hour. The streets felt surreal, like I was driving through some twisted dream. Somehow, I made it back to my driveway, though I had no idea how. I stayed in the car for ages, unable to move. trying to decide if I should call for help. Deep down, I knew that joint was laced with something far stronger than weed. My body was wrecked, my heart racing like I'd run a marathon, and my head felt ready to explode. In a panic, I called my best friend, hoping for some comfort. Her response? Just sleep it off. It's probably just laced with PCP or something. Her casual tone hit me like a slap in the face. I couldn't believe how nonchalant she was. That phone call was the beginning of the end of our friendship for many reasons, but this one cut deep. Eventually, I dragged myself into the house and crashed in my bed, too exhausted to think anymore. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. It wasn't a normal hangover. I felt drained, my muscles aching like I'd been running for miles. The whole day passed in a fog as I replayed everything in my head. I was just a clueless teen who walked into a predator's trap. The realization shook me to my core, making me question everyone around me. Dating? That was out of the question for years. Trusting anyone new felt impossible. I became obsessive about where my weed came from and who rolled it. If I wasn't there to see the whole process, I wasn't smoking it. Period. It was a hard rule I still stick to today. And then there was him, the guy who had almost ruined everything. I saw him a few more times after that night. He'd show up at the store where I worked, standing there with this smug grin like he owned the place. It was enough to send me into full panic mode every time. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and quit the job, cutting all ties to that part of my life. I regret not calling the police, though. I keep wondering if he did this to other girls, if there was something I could have done to stop him. But back then, I was too scared and unsure to take that step. To this day, I don't know what was in that joint. Whatever it was, it taught me a lesson I'll never forget. If a joint keeps going out, take it as a sign. There's probably something in there you don't want. And honestly, don't smoke with people you barely know. Stick with the friends you trust completely, the ones who have your back. If you're rolling yourself, don't feel weird about checking the weed first. It might seem over the top, but it's better than going through what I did. The truth is, not everyone who seems friendly has good intentions. Some people are masters at pretending to be kind or charming, but deep down, they're just waiting to take advantage of someone who doesn't see the danger in time. It's a harsh reality I had to learn the hardest way possible. Stay safe, and don't let your guard down, even when things seem innocent. Mistakes happen, but the blame will never be on you for someone else's actions. A while ago, I matched with someone on Bumble. His name was Derek. He had messy dark hair, a faint beard, and seemed all right from his pictures. His profile didn't reveal much, but he sent me a hi soon after we connected. I replied, and our chat started off slow. It was the usual stuff. How's your day? What do you like to do? Gradually, we hit a better flow. From what he posted, he seemed into hiking and camping. He came off as relaxed, and we kept messaging back and forth for a few days before he asked if I wanted to grab dinner. I asked where, and he mentioned a small Mexican restaurant downtown. I said yes, and we set it up for 7 p.m. the next day. On the morning of the date, we checked in to make sure everything was still on. He confirmed, and everything seemed fine. Around 6:40, I left home early since the restaurant was just a short drive. I'd never been there before, but it looked inviting and was busy enough when I parked. At 6:55, I checked my phone to see if Derek had messaged, but nothing new popped up since he said, "See you there." I hung out in my car until 7 sharp, then went inside to find him. The host showed me to a table when I said I was meeting someone. I texted Derek that I was waiting. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and still nothing. I tried not to get annoyed, thinking maybe he was stuck in traffic. At 7:20, I messaged him again, asking if everything was okay. By 7:30, I had enough. I paid for the drink I ordered and headed out, a mix of disappointment and irritation swirling in my head. While driving home, something strange caught my eye. A black SUV had been behind me since I left the parking lot. At first, I didn't think much of it. But after making a few turns, I realized it was still tailing me. When I turned onto my quiet street, the SUV followed. That's when I felt uneasy. My neighborhood doesn't get random cars driving through late at night. My heart raced as I pulled into my driveway. My house is second on the left and the SUV kept rolling, but it slowed down as it passed. I got out of my car, watching its taillights fade into the dark. The windows were too tinted to see the driver. Back inside, I checked Bumble. Still no response from Derek. I fired off another message. "What happened? You stood me up?" Frustrated, I tried to shake it off, telling myself I barely knew him anyway. After he bailed on our date, I decided to let it go. I made some pasta, sat on the couch, and tried to unwind. At the time, I lived alone, which normally I liked, but that night, I felt a bit unsettled. While eating, I glanced out my front window and nearly dropped my fork. That same car, the one that had followed me, was driving down my street again. It had been about 40 minutes since I got home. The car slowed as it approached my house, and then came to a stop by the curb. My stomach flipped. I stayed frozen, peeking from behind the curtain, hoping the driver couldn't see me. It was definitely the same car, and it wasn't just passing through. The engine stayed running for what felt like forever before it finally cut off. My hands started to tremble. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, keeping my voice low as I told the operator that someone had followed me home and was now parked outside. While waiting for the police, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the car. No one got out. It just sat there, eerily still. The street was quiet except for the soft hum of the car's engine under the streetlight. 10 long minutes passed before a police cruiser turned the corner onto my street. Relief washed over me as the squad car slowly approached the other vehicle, its headlights bouncing off the car's glossy black paint. The officer switched on the flashing lights and stepped out to talk to the driver. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they spoke for several minutes. Finally, the car pulled away, disappearing into the night. The officer came to my door and asked if I knew the man. I explained how I'd been ghosted by someone I met on Bumble, and how the car had followed me after our supposed date. When I showed him Derek's Bumble profile, the officer hesitated, then nodded. It matched the driver's description. My blood ran cold. Derek had followed me all the way home after standing me up. I told the officer everything, hoping it would be enough to take action. Unfortunately, he said they couldn't do much unless Derek came back. He'd been warned to stay away, but beyond that, there wasn't much they could enforce. The officer told me to call if I felt unsafe or if Derek returned, then left. For hours, I stayed by the window, watching for any sign of that car. I couldn't believe someone I barely knew would go to such lengths. The next morning, I blocked Derek on Bumble and deleted his messages. I've never heard from him again, but the memory still haunts me. The thought of him sitting outside my house, watching, makes my skin crawl even now. I matched with a girl on a dating app. Let's call her Lily. She seemed super easygoing, and I was immediately drawn to her. Back then, I had just turned 20, and while I'm bi, I didn't have any experience with either guys or girls. My profile was set to find matches between 20 and 27, and Lily was 22. We started talking almost daily, and over a few weeks, I ended up sharing a lot about myself. She came across as someone I could trust. I told her I hadn't really done much with anyone before, and she said she found that really appealing. That comment left me feeling a bit uneasy, but I thought maybe it was just because I wasn't used to this kind of conversation. After that, her questions got more personal. She asked if I'd ever kissed anyone and what I thought about certain things romantically. She kept bringing up how she wanted to meet soon and couldn't wait to be my first. I didn't know how to respond and just assumed this was how things went in the dating world. I'd talked to a couple of guys on the app before, and some would send inappropriate pictures almost right away, so I figured maybe this was normal. Still, something about Lily's focus on my lack of experience made me feel awkward. She kept saying how much it excited her and how it made me special in her eyes. Finally, I told her that the way she was talking was making me uncomfortable. To my surprise, she apologized right away and went quiet for a few days. I messaged her once or twice, but she didn't reply, so I figured she'd lost interest and moved on. Then, out of nowhere, she sent me a link. I didn't think much about it and clicked it without really looking. Turns out that was a huge mistake. It opened a page selling adult toys, and the first thing I saw was this huge strap-on. My stomach flipped, and I slammed the tab shut immediately. But Lily started bombarding me with messages. She told me she'd already bought it for us and couldn't wait to use it on me when we met. She got way too graphic, explaining the positions she'd put me in and how she'd keep going until I was crying out. She even added that someone like me needed something that big. Reading it made my skin crawl. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just someone being overly bold. Lily was completely unhinged. I told her straight up that she was making me uncomfortable, hoping she'd back off. Instead, she leaned in harder, saying she loved how spunky I was and couldn't wait to break me into being her personal toy. That was my breaking point. I deleted my entire account and vowed never to use the app again. I didn't even tell my friends what happened. It felt too strange to talk about, especially because I didn't think another girl could act that way. Society doesn't really talk about women being predatory, but Lily was undeniably dangerous. I'm sure she was who she claimed to be, though. Bumble has that selfie verification system where you have to match a pose, so it couldn't have been some guy using fake pictures. Even now, a couple of years later, I think about it sometimes. What if she had met someone else? A girl like me who didn't see the red flags? The thought makes my blood run cold. I just hope she didn't get the chance to carry out whatever sick plans she had. The way she described it, it didn't feel like she just wanted to be with me. It sounded like she wanted to hurt me. That kind of darkness, that twisted energy, it stays with you. Maybe it doesn't seem like the scariest story, but for me, it felt like staring down something truly dangerous. I'm just grateful I got away before she could do anything in real life. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if I hadn't. Buckle up. This one's intense. My name is Lily, at least for this story. About a decade ago, I was dating this guy. We'll call him Matt. We were both in our mid-20s, and the whole relationship fizzled out after roughly 8 months. Friends tried to warn me that Matt could be possessive and manipulative, but he was all charm when it came to me. I brushed off their warnings like an idiot. Sure, he had his odd behaviors. Every time we were out, whether it was a bar, a club, or just grabbing food, he'd stiffen up if anyone so much as glanced my way. He'd clutch my hand tighter or pull me close, like he was trying to stake some kind of claim. At the time, I told myself it wasn't a big deal since I wasn't keen on strangers hitting on me anyway. Things escalated quickly. Matt started monopolizing my time, guilt-tripping me whenever I wanted even an evening to myself. He made it seem like I was the bad guy for needing a break. I've always been someone who values alone time to recharge, and by the 7th month, his inability to respect that was suffocating. That's when things took a turn I still can't shake from my head. I had this childhood best friend, let's call him Sean. We'd known each other since middle school, and we were closer than siblings. Our families were tight-knit, and since Sean was an only child, he used to say I was the sister he never had. Sean came out as gay during high school, and I was the first person he confided in. I stood by him when he told his parents, and over the years, we stayed as close as ever, even when he went to college across the country. Later, Sean got married to his boyfriend, and I had the honor of being his best woman at the wedding. We kept our bond strong over the years. I even made him my daughter's godfather when she was born. Anyway, not long after that, one of our mutual friends passed away unexpectedly. The loss hit me hard, and I told Matt I needed time to myself to process. I didn't want texts, calls, or visits, just space. Sean, being the incredible friend he always was, dropped everything to come see me. He flew in last minute and stayed at my place since his flight landed late, and the funeral was set for early the next day. We'd always had a close platonic friendship. Sharing a bed wasn't weird for us. It was just how things had always been. Even our parents used to joke that nothing would ever happen between us. That night, we crashed in my bed like we had countless times before. I didn't think much of it. My bedroom is at the far end of the house, in a quiet corner where it's almost pitch black at night. It's also the furthest from the front door, so I felt secure telling Matt he wasn't welcome. Sean had a flight home just hours after the funeral, and I figured avoiding unnecessary drama was for the best. Exhausted, I fell asleep pretty fast. Sometime deep in the night, I woke up to something brushing lightly across my face. At first, it felt like a breeze, or maybe a stray lock of hair, but the sensation yanked me from sleep. Before I could figure out what was going on, a harsh light stabbed into my eyes, blinding me. That's when I heard his voice. Matt's voice. "You know," he said, his tone chilling, "I could kill you both right now, and no one would ever know I was here." My stomach lurched, and fear washed over me. He stood over the bed, a gun clenched in his hand, his face twisted in fury. "So this is what you've been hiding from me, huh? You stupid whore." His words felt like a slap, but fear locked my throat. Then his eyes darted to Sean, narrowing. "And you? What kind of man sneaks into someone else's bed, huh?" I forced myself to stay calm, even as my heart pounded in my chest. "Matt," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is Sean, the friend I've told you about 100 times." But Matt wasn't hearing me. His eyes flicked to Sean, sizing him up. Sean, all 5'3" of him, barely 120 pounds on a good day, stayed completely still. Despite Matt towering at over 6 feet, pure muscle and rage, Sean didn't waver. "Man," Sean said, his voice calm but firm, "you're way off. I'm gay, I'm married." Matt let out a harsh, mocking laugh. He shook his head like Sean's words were some sort of twisted joke. Thinking fast, I blurted, "Check his phone, Matt. Look at his pictures, his texts. You'll see he's telling the truth." For a moment, Matt paused, as if considering it. Then he stormed over to the nightstand, grabbing Sean's phone in a flash. His thumbs swiped furiously across the screen, his jaw clenching tighter and tighter with every moment. And then, with a sudden burst of rage, he hurled the phone across the room. It hit the wall with a loud crack, shattering into pieces. "Well, guess what?" he snarled, his voice full of venom. "The only reason you're both still breathing is because he's not lying." My blood boiled, but I forced myself to stay composed. "Get out of my house," I said, my voice trembling but sharp. I stood at the bedroom door, the light from the hallway behind me casting long shadows into the room. Matt walked over, a smirk plastered across his face, like this was all just some twisted game. As he passed me, he leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear. His lips brushed my neck, and his hand gripped the back of my head, making me freeze with disgust and terror. Then he whispered, "It's useful, you know, having an uncle who's a locksmith." He stepped back and aimed the gun at me like a child playing cops and robbers. "Bang," he said with a cruel smile, before laughing as he walked away, his laughter echoing down the hall. The next day, I went straight to the courthouse to file for a restraining order. Matt didn't care. He broke it so many times I lost count. It wasn't until the police finally arrested him that I could breathe again. Years later, I heard Matt had moved on to someone else and left me alone. His story didn't end well. From what I've been told, he's rotting in a maximum security prison now. Attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, and even an attack on a cop that left the officer hospitalized. They found a stash of illegal guns and drugs too. Sometimes I lie awake at night, wondering how close I came to being one of his victims. If I'd only listened to my friends, I could have avoided all of it. But at least now, he's locked up for good. A while back, when dating apps were still part of my routine, I came across a guy who stood out to me. Let's call him Tyler. His photos were decent. He seemed around my age, and his bio hinted at a passion for small businesses and constant hustling. Something about that drive caught my interest, so I swiped right. It surprised me when we matched quickly, and we started chatting. Our conversations flowed easily. I told him about my night classes and my goal to become a nurse, while he shared vague snippets about his own life. Whenever I asked more about his work, he would skillfully steer the conversation elsewhere. At the time, I thought he might just be avoiding sounding arrogant or worried I'd assume he was loaded. Looking back now, the way he dodged those questions should have set off alarms. but I brushed it off. After a week of texting, we decided to meet in person. Tyler picked this steakhouse he apparently loved, swearing up and down about how amazing their ribs were. The idea of starting with something a little upscale got me pumped. On the night of the date, I went all out getting ready, picking an outfit I thought looked great. First impressions stick, after all. When I got to the restaurant and waited in the lobby, the first bad feeling crept in. It didn't take long to figure out why. When Tyler arrived, he was nothing like the guy in the photos. He'd gained a lot of weight. His hair was oily and unkempt, and his scruffy beard looked like it hadn't seen a trimmer in weeks. Even his clothes were an odd mix of oversized and stained, like he hadn't bothered to think about the date at all. Trying not to judge him right away, I thought maybe he was having a rough patch. We got a table, and the waiter came by to take our orders. Tyler started things off by demanding 2 bread baskets, insisting we'd need them. When they arrived, he ripped through the bread like he hadn't seen food in days, tearing pieces apart with his bare hands. The sight of it made me feel uneasy, but I didn't say anything. By the time our actual meals showed up, my appetite had almost vanished. Sticking to his claim, Tyler ordered the ribs while I went for something simple: chicken pasta. While we waited for the food, I tried breaking the awkwardness with small talk, hoping to learn more about Tyler. I brought up his work again, genuinely curious about what he did. He just chuckled, shrugged it off, and told me I shouldn't worry about it. Another warning sign, but I ignored it. Then, out of nowhere, the conversation flipped. Tyler asked me about nursing school, specifically how much it cost. The question felt strange, but I answered, mentioning the hefty price tag on my classes. That's when things started getting truly odd. Tyler leaned in and told me I should quit school and dump all my money into Bitcoin. Now, I know everyone talks about crypto these days, but this was way back in 2015, and Bitcoin was already in the middle of a massive price jump. He acted like it was the secret to instant wealth, saying I'd regret not doing it. At the time, it was trading at around $10,000 per coin. Tyler said he'd emptied his entire savings into it the week before, and was confident he'd be rich in no time. Listening to him ramble, something clicked. He wasn't just quirky or offbeat, he was desperate. Tyler had gambled everything he had on Bitcoin and probably saw dating apps as a way to pitch his ideas, or worse, find someone to foot the bill for him. The moment of truth came when the check arrived. He suddenly remembered he'd left his wallet at home and casually asked if I could cover it, promising to pay me back next time. Yeah, right. As if there was going to be a next time. But that wasn't the worst part. When the waiter came back with the check, Tyler asked for 2 takeout boxes and another basket of bread. Without hesitation, he packed his leftovers into one box and stuffed my uneaten pasta into the other. To top it off, he crammed every single roll from the bread basket into the second box, like he was stocking up for a week. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a flicker of pity for him. But that pity disappeared when I remembered how he'd ordered the priciest item on the menu, a $35 ribeye, while I had tried to keep things modest with a $15 pasta dish. In the end, I paid the bill, but I walked out knowing this was the first and last time I'd ever see him. The whole night left me feeling both annoyed and baffled. Lesson learned? Always dig a little deeper before meeting someone from an app. And if they bring up Bitcoin or other get-rich-quick schemes on the first date, that's your cue to run. Sure, Bitcoin might be thriving now, but back then, Tyler's timing was beyond awful. I doubt his big gamble ever paid off. Safe to say, there was never a second date. This happened during my second year in college, back when my girlfriend had just landed a new gig. We were still figuring each other out, but I was over at her place so often that it felt like home. One evening, she brought up her ex. He had a habit of calling non-stop, showing up out of the blue and loitering near her door just to get her attention. "You want me to deal with this guy?" I offered, half joking but also meaning it. She waved it off, saying, "He's harmless." I didn't get it. "If you don't want me stepping in, why not call the cops? What he's doing isn't okay." She just sighed. "I think it's partly my fault he's acting this way." No matter how I phrased it, she wouldn't budge on reporting him. Honestly, I thought he was more of a nuisance than a real threat. That summer, she went home to visit her family in Salt Lake City. She said I could crash at her place while she was gone, and I was all for it. A week of peace, her giant TV, and endless gaming sounded perfect. The day after she left happened to be her birthday. I felt a little guilty we couldn't spend it together, but we were still pretty new as a couple. At midnight, I paused my game to shoot her a birthday text. The room was unbearably warm, so I cranked up the AC and went back to playing. The only light came from the TV's glow, and I was completely lost in the game when I heard the doorbell. I checked the time, 11:30 p.m. Who shows up that late? It wasn't my place, so I figured it wasn't my problem. But the ringing didn't stop. Whoever it was clearly wasn't giving up. Then the knocking started, loud and insistent, like they were trying to wake the whole building. "Sarah, I know you're in there. Open up, it's me." The voice was muffled, but I recognized it. Her ex. Maybe he wanted to wish her a happy birthday, but she wasn't even home. I froze, not daring to make a sound. No way did I want him knowing I was there. I muted my game and sat perfectly still, staring at the door like it might come off its hinges. Eventually, the banging stopped, and I heard his footsteps retreating down the hall. My pulse slowed, relief washing over me. I grabbed my phone to text Sarah about what had just happened. Before I could hit send, a faint, high-pitched creak came from the window behind me. My stomach dropped. Was he climbing up? I killed the TV and sank to the floor, wedging myself between the bed and the wall. My pulse hammered as a shadow passed across the curtains covering the sliding balcony door. Then came the pounding, sharp, urgent blows against the glass. The figure outside shifted, pacing back and forth, searching for some crack to peer through. "I know you're there. Open the damn door." His voice was harsh, demanding. My mind raced, trying to figure out how he knew someone was inside. Then it hit me. The AC. The unit outside was humming like a beacon, giving away my presence. I held my breath and stayed as still as I could, hoping he'd lose interest. But the pounding didn't let up. It only got louder, his tone angrier, more desperate. Every second stretched into a lifetime as I prayed he'd just leave. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. Then I heard it again, the faint creak from earlier. My stomach sank. He was climbing down. I stayed rooted to the spot, ears straining for any sound. Silence followed. Slowly, I crept toward the door, crouching low and peeking through the peephole. My blood ran cold. He hadn't gone anywhere. He was right there, his face inches from the door, ear pressed against it, listening. I froze, barely breathing, afraid even the smallest sound would give me away. Then he moved. He shifted lower, crouching out of sight. I couldn't tell what he was doing until I heard it, the metallic snap of the mail slot. My chest tightened as dread washed over me. The slot was covered by a hood, thank God, blocking his view of the inside. I carefully pressed my leg against the wall, keeping it well out of sight. A hand appeared through the slot, fingers twitching and groping like they had a mind of their own. He wasn't just reaching in blindly. He was searching deliberately, like he had a plan. His hand held a strange tool, thin, metallic, and shaped like an L. I stared at it, the faint light catching its edges, and suddenly understood. It was a set square. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision. He had come prepared. The tool wobbled in his grip, the sharp edge scraping against the lock with a grating sound that made my skin crawl. My breath hitched, shallow and ragged. I could hear him muttering under his breath, his words too low to catch, but the frustration in his tone was unmistakable. "Almost got it," he growled, his voice tight. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to do something, anything, but I felt paralyzed. My mind raced in circles. Should I call the police? Could they even get here fast enough? What if he hears me calling? This isn't my place. How would that look? Would Sarah freak out if I brought the cops into this? The questions spiraled endlessly, making it impossible to focus. What if he gets in? Do I fight? Could I even win? What if he goes berserk? The panic was suffocating, making it hard to think clearly. My eyes darted around the room looking for something, anything I could use as a weapon. My chest felt tight, like I was running out of time. The tool edged closer to the lock. My window to act was shrinking. Without thinking, I moved. Instinct took over. I lashed out with my foot, slamming it into his arm as hard as I could. The force sent his arm jerking back through the mail slot, and the tool clattered loudly onto the hallway floor. In the same frantic motion, I reached up and shoved the chain lock into place, my fingers fumbling but managing to secure it. For a moment there was silence. Then came the bang. Aim. The door shook violently under the force of a kick, the wood groaning as the impact reverberated through the frame. My stomach dropped. This door wasn't built to withstand much. It was old, the kind of thing a strong enough shove could easily splinter. Another kick landed, harder this time, sending the whole frame shuddering. Down the hall, I heard the creak of doors opening and low murmurs. The neighbors had noticed the commotion. Through the peephole, I saw him pause, glancing around as though realizing he was being watched. His eyes darted to the open doors, then down the hall. Without a word, he turned and bolted, his heavy footsteps echoing as he disappeared around the corner. Relief hit me like a wave, but my body couldn't relax. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock the door fully. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat there, every little creak or groan from the building making me jump. My mind wouldn't stop running through all the ways things could have gone worse. When Sarah came back, I told her everything. I begged her to move, to get as far away from this place as possible. I couldn't stand the thought of her being alone here if he came back. To my relief, she agreed without hesitation. We packed up her things and left the city behind, settling somewhere quiet, somewhere new. She changed her number, cutting off any way for him to find her. Even now, though, I can't shake the unease. I walk through crowded streets and find myself scanning faces, half expecting to see his among them. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I replay the scene in my mind, the sound of his footsteps still echoing like a distant warning. First time posting anything here, though I've been lurking for ages. This place is full of some pretty wild stories, and something I remembered recently feels like it might fit. It's not the scariest tale on here, but even now, it gives me the creeps. So, a couple of years ago, my friend Matt got a match on Tinder, but instead of liking him, the girl pointed out someone else in his group photo. That someone else was our buddy Liam. Naturally, Matt found it hilarious and decided to play matchmaker for the two of them. Honestly, the whole thing seemed like it'd make for a funny story. As things usually go on Tinder, Liam and the girl ended up meeting for a drink. They hit it off right away and headed back to his apartment that same night. I'll admit, I warned Liam beforehand. Something about her vibe seemed off. Nothing big, just little things she said in their chats. He brushed it off like I was overthinking. Anyway, the night went on, and things got physical. That's when it started to get weird. Out of nowhere, she got really forceful. She told Liam to grab her chest, but not gently. She wanted him to do it roughly. Like, so rough it would hurt. He didn't know what to do and just tried to roll with it. But it wasn't enough for her. She kept pushing him to do it harder, even getting angry when he wasn't aggressive enough. At that point, Liam was completely freaked out. He tried to keep things going for a bit, but eventually, he just stopped. She wasn't happy about it, but she didn't lose her temper either. She just left in a huff, slamming the door behind her. Liam told us later that he had no plans to ever see her again. She didn't go full-on stalker mode or anything, but she kept texting Liam for a while, like she didn't get the hint. Eventually, he blocked her, and things went quiet for about a month. We all thought the whole thing was over, just another weird Tinder story to laugh about. But then it got even weirder, and this time, it pulled me into the mess. One night, I was chilling in my room when I got a match on Tinder. Right away, her face seemed familiar, but I couldn't figure out why at first. I'd only seen a couple of pictures of her back when Liam dealt with her. Something about her eyes and her expression gave me this heavy, sinking feeling. And then her messages started coming in. She was over-the-top flirty. No, more than that, she was downright explicit. We hadn't even exchanged a single line of normal conversation, and already she was talking about meeting up and getting physical. It felt off, like way off, and my gut was telling me to shut this down. Then, she hit me with a message that made my blood run cold. She asked if I lived at my actual address. Not just the city, but the full, exact address of my apartment. My hands started shaking. I couldn't figure out how she knew where I lived. My mind raced, wondering if this was just a freak coincidence or something worse. I stared at my phone for what felt like forever before it clicked. This was the same girl, the one Liam had blocked. I took screenshots of the conversation and sent them to Liam, asking, "This is her, right?" He looked them over and confirmed it was definitely the same girl. That's when we both started to panic. We didn't know how far she was willing to go or what her intentions were. It felt like a ticking time bomb, so I blocked her without saying anything else. We talked about calling someone, police, maybe. But since nothing outright threatening had happened, we decided to wait and see if she'd just give up. Thankfully, it didn't escalate. She disappeared after I blocked her, and we never heard from her again. Still, I can't stop wondering what her endgame was. Was she trying to scare us? Or did she have some kind of twisted revenge plan for Liam? The whole thing keeps me up at night sometimes. It wasn't just a weird experience. It could have turned into something seriously dangerous. And honestly, I'm just glad we never found out how far she might have gone. A few years ago, I spent hours diving into small, lesser-known online communities. These were tiny sites compared to the big platforms, but had tight-knit groups. One site stood out to me, dedicated to this multiplayer game with a decent, but not massive fan base. I mostly lurked, reading posts, but eventually decided to jump into the conversations. That's how I met a girl named Sarah, who would become my online girlfriend. I was 20 at the time and clueless about online relationships, but Sarah and I hit it off immediately. We were the same age, and it felt like we shared every little thing about ourselves, from hobbies to deeper struggles. Our chats moved from public threads to private messages, and soon it felt like we were genuinely close. It was thrilling for me because my dating history was almost non-existent, just a brief middle school fling that barely counts. Eventually, we decided to take things more seriously. What started as casual chats in the forums shifted to long email exchanges. Emails felt safer, more intimate, a place where we could talk about things we wouldn't dare post online. Over time, I suggested using Facebook to connect faster. She hesitated, saying she didn't use Facebook because of them. I laughed it off at first, thinking it was a joke. But Sarah wasn't kidding. She explained her belief that Facebook was part of some larger system tracking everyone. I thought it was a weird quirk, but I let it go. I didn't want to ruin what we had over something so odd. We stuck to emailing, sometimes typing away late into the night. A few weeks later, Sarah asked for a picture. She said she felt like she was falling for me but wanted to see me. I was nervous but flattered. I dug up my dad's old camera, snapped a selfie, and sent it over. It wasn't my best photo, but I hoped it would be okay. Sarah replied almost instantly, saying she was completely in love with me. She kept piling on the sweet words, telling me how amazing I was, and how lucky she felt to have met me. It was like something out of a dream. I'd never had someone shower me with that much praise before, and honestly, it felt pretty good. For a while, I was walking on air, soaking up every bit of it. But here's where things start to get off. Thinking back, there were little hints, signs I should have noticed but didn't. Up until then, everything seemed perfectly fine. Maybe a little intense, but not alarming. Still, I probably wasn't as careful as I should have been. Sarah knew my first name, and one time I accidentally mentioned the initial of my last name. I'd also let it slip which town I lived in. That didn't seem like much at the time. Besides that and the picture I'd sent her, I thought she didn't know anything that could really connect me to the real world. Turns out, I was way off. A few weeks later, she just stopped talking to me. No emails, No messages. At first I was worried, wondering if something had happened to her. But the truth is, by that point, the excitement of it all had started to fade. Most of our conversations had been her endlessly complimenting me, and after a while, it felt kind of hollow. I assumed she'd just lost interest or maybe found someone else, so I shrugged it off and moved on. Then came a Saturday I'll never forget. It was mid-afternoon, and I was hanging out at home, lounging in the living room with my laptop. I was deep into a Sims session, completely in the zone, when there was a knock at the door. At first, I figured it was just a delivery or maybe a neighbor, so I didn't think much about it. I got up, stretched, and went to answer it without a second thought. Standing on my porch was this guy I didn't recognize. He looked normal enough, but his smile was wrong. It was too wide, too eager, like he was waiting for something. Before I could even ask, he said my name. Not just my first name, my full name. And then he let out this noise I'll never forget. It was this high-pitched squeal, almost like a kid meeting their hero. The sound sent a shiver down my spine, but I couldn't figure out why. I stood there, completely frozen, staring at him like he was from another planet. Finally, I managed to stammer, do I know you? That's when he hit me with something that made my stomach drop. Something I still can't fully wrap my head around. "I'm Sam," he said, breaking into a grin that made my skin crawl. "But you know me as Sarah online." My brain froze. Standing on my porch wasn't the Sarah I had been messaging for months. It was a man, easily in his late 40s, with thinning hair and a build that screamed, office worker who hasn't exercised in years. I felt sick. Sarah had always described herself as my age, 21, someone who shared my interests and struggles. She never sent a photo, which seemed normal at the time. Now, I knew why. I stumbled over my words. "Wait, you're Sarah? The one I've been emailing?" He nodded with an awkward smile and shrugged, like he wasn't a complete stranger who had just turned my world upside down. "Yeah, it's me. I guess I'm not what you were expecting, huh?" He laughed a little, like this was no big deal. It got worse fast. As I tried to figure out what to say or even how to feel, my mom appeared behind me, asking who was at the door. My mind raced. How was I supposed to explain this? That the person pretending to be my online girlfriend wasn't a young woman but an older man who had somehow found my house. I mumbled something about it being a mistake, but Sam interrupted me, looking directly at my mom with this intense, almost desperate expression. "I love your son," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "I drove all night to meet him." The look on my mom's face was pure shock, quickly shifting to anger. She turned to me, waiting for an explanation, but I had nothing. I couldn't even process what was happening. Sam, meanwhile, kept rambling about how much he cared for me, how he'd imagined this moment for so long, and how he thought we were meant to be. His words felt like knives, cutting through whatever shred of safety I still had left. My mom snapped out of it first. "Leave," she said sharply, her voice cold and steady. Sam hesitated, trying to argue that he had driven too far to just go back. That's when she lost it. She grabbed her phone and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave right then. Sam backed off, but not before giving me this haunting look, like he was genuinely hurt. "I thought you'd be happy," he said quietly before turning to go. He got into his car and drove away, but the police came shortly after. Unfortunately, since Sam hadn't made any threats or broken any obvious laws, there wasn't much they could do. They told him not to come back, and that was it. That was the last I ever heard from Sarah, or Sam. I blocked his email and deleted everything I could, but the experience stuck with me. It left a crack in how I saw the world, especially online relationships. Years later, I'm still wary. I don't trust anyone I meet online, and whenever someone sends me a message, I can't help but imagine a middle-aged guy on the other end, waiting to ruin my sense of normalcy all over again. This happened around January 2024. Let me paint the picture a bit. My name's Ellie, and I'm 25. I grew up in a quiet little town in Montana but moved to Denver for college. Life at the time felt like a dead end. Every connection I had seemed hollow. After months of going back and forth in my head, I decided to have my first close encounter with someone I trusted. Not long after, I started casually dating another person, and for a while, it felt right. But 3 months in, they vanished without a word, leaving me broken because deep down, I still had feelings for my ex. That's when I hit a low point and did something reckless. It ended with me in the hospital and later in a mental health facility. Before that, I'd been spiraling for what felt like forever. Too many nights out drinking, ignoring every warning sign around me, and making choices I knew were bad. After I got out, I needed a distraction, something to pull me away from the mess I'd made. I downloaded a couple of dating apps, hoping to move on. Meeting new people felt like the only way to escape my past. I wasn't good at dating to begin with, so I figured, why not? Most of the time, I'd invite them to my apartment. It felt safer than meeting in public. One day, I matched with a guy named Mason. He wasn't exactly attractive, on the heavier side, scruffy, kind of plain. But I wasn't looking for Prince Charming. We started chatting, making dumb jokes, and realized we both loved smoking weed. I thought, well, at least we'll have that in common. Mason shared basic stuff about himself, where he lived, what he did before losing his job. He'd just gotten laid off, but I wasn't worried about his work situation since I didn't see this going anywhere serious. I was upfront about my struggles, including my hospital stay. I needed him to know I wasn't here for games. I explained I wanted something casual but still meaningful. Good talks, real affection, nothing shallow. No random hookups. Mason said he understood, that he was into cuddles and companionship, which sounded perfect. A few days later, we decided to hang out at my place. He said he'd bring some joints and we'd chill with mojitos and a movie. Mason showed up late, and honestly, the moment I saw him, I felt disappointed. He looked even worse than his photos. Greasy hair, an old hoodie with stains, and this air of someone who just stopped caring a long time ago. But I didn't have the energy to send him away. Loneliness does that to you. I asked him to whip up drinks while I scrolled through streaming options. We settled on a random movie, and I realized pretty fast that he was awkwardly quiet, almost like he had nothing going on upstairs. I hoped the drinks and a good high would make things less weird. Then the edges of everything began to blur. Most of what happened next isn't clear. I've had to piece it together from what Mason said later. He told me we drank, smoked, and watched the movie for a bit before going to my room. I remember flashes of being on my bed, naked, while he stood there fully dressed, staring at me. His face was hard to read, and before I could process anything, he stormed out, slamming my door behind him. My phone was dead, so I didn't hear any alarms in the morning. I was supposed to meet my group for a project, but I didn't show up, which got everyone worried. They tried calling me over and over, but when I didn't answer, they reached out to my older brother. My brother tried contacting me too, but his calls went straight to voicemail. Feeling uneasy, my friends decided to swing by my place to check in. They buzzed my apartment repeatedly, but I didn't respond. That's when they called the fire department. Firefighters forced open the building's front door, but my apartment was locked tight. They pounded on the door, shouting my name. At some point, I opened it. I was wrapped in a blanket, my hair a tangled mess, and I was clearly naked underneath. I felt lost and had no idea what was happening. My confusion seemed to calm the firefighters, who assumed I was just coming off a rough night. They left, and my friends stepped inside to help me. As they tried cleaning up my space and getting me dressed, they noticed something strange. My skin, arms, stomach, and legs was covered in streaks of that yellow hospital antiseptic. The smell hit them right away. When they asked me about it, I mumbled something vague about burning myself and treating it, but there weren't any burns anywhere on my body. What really shook them up was the antiseptic itself. I didn't own anything like that. My friends decided it wasn't safe for me to be alone, so they grabbed my dog and took me to one of their apartments. I barely remember the first few hours there. I felt like I was stuck underwater, my words slow and slurred, like my brain was firing blanks. When my brother came to pick me up the next day, he said I looked completely out of it, like I wasn't even present. He brought me back to his place, worried I might hurt myself again, thinking I'd overdosed or mixed meds with alcohol. But things only got worse. That night I started crying about sharp pain and some bleeding down there. My brother panicked and rushed me to the ER. I couldn't stop shaking and whispered something about maybe needing to file a report since I'd been unconscious. The thought of someone doing something to me while I was out, cold, unprotected, made me feel like my skin was crawling. At the hospital, they ran a battery of tests and immediately referred me to a specialist. The doctor mentioned I should contact the police. By morning, the fog in my head began to lift a little. My brother noticed right away that I was finally connecting to what was happening around me. Still, the medical staff ordered more tests. Blood work, swabs, treatments to prevent STDs, an endless list. For the next week, I was in and out of appointments, barely keeping it together. Finally, I filed a police report. My friends and brother gave statements too, describing what they'd seen and how I'd been acting. As I told more people about the events, a chilling word started popping up in conversations. Trafficking. Organ trafficking, to be exact. Some folks suggested the guy might have gotten cold feet and abandoned whatever he had planned. Even with the police report and all the bizarre evidence, my antiseptic smeared skin, shredded clothes, the blood streaks near my apartment door, the cops said there wasn't enough to go on. It's been months now, and I still don't know what happened in those missing 3 days. I don't know what Mason wanted or what he might have done. But I'm sure of one thing. I've never had a blackout like that before. I've mixed drinks with meds in the past and never lost entire days. I'm almost positive he drugged me. Talking about it now doesn't change what happened, but at least I'm not keeping it bottled up anymore. Thank you for listening. I made a terrible call this time. Like, worse than any mistake I've made before. I agreed to meet this guy from a dating app, which isn't too bad by itself. The real issue? I let him pick me up at my place. I hate driving. It freaks me out, so I thought this would be easier. We'd been messaging for a couple of months, so it didn't feel like a huge risk at the time. Still, I knew better. Looking back, I realize how lucky I am it didn't turn out even worse. At least I'm here to tell the story. He rolled up in his car, saying we were going for sushi. That sounded great since I could eat sushi every day if I had the chance. He punched the restaurant into his GPS, and off we went. At first, everything seemed fine. We were laughing and chatting. But after a while, something felt wrong. Out the window, all I could see were trees. So many trees. This wasn't the way to the city. We were supposed to be heading downtown, not out into the sticks. My stomach started twisting in knots. He muttered, his voice a bit shaky. I think the GPS must have rerouted us or something. This isn't where I meant to go. I forced myself to stay calm, even though I could feel my heart racing. Can we just turn around? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. But I wasn't fooling anyone, not even myself. He looked just as scared as I felt, and that didn't help at all. I kept blaming myself in my head. Why didn't I just drive myself? Why did I even agree to this? Now I was imagining every horror movie ever, where someone like me doesn't make it out. I fumbled for my phone, hoping maybe I could figure out the directions myself. That's when he said it, the thing that made my chest tighten. There's no service out here. My mouth went dry, and I tried not to let him see how scared I was. But inside, I was falling apart. My hands were freezing cold, and sweat was dripping down my back. If this guy was planning something, I almost wished he'd just get it over with. The waiting, the fear of what might happen next, was worse than anything else. His face was slick with sweat, and his words came out in shaky bursts. I swear, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm trying to get us back on track to the sushi spot, okay? I couldn't even pretend to care about the sushi anymore. My voice was trembling as I snapped, I don't care where we go, just get us somewhere. Anywhere with people, a gas station, a store, I don't care. He let out this awkward laugh and said, if you're worried, I don't have, like, a shovel or anything in my trunk. That joke? It didn't land. At all. It only made me more uneasy. After what felt like hours of my heart trying to claw its way out of my chest, we finally pulled into the restaurant's parking lot. Relief washed over me, but my body hadn't caught up yet. My hands were still shaking, and my stomach was in knots. The fact that nothing terrible had actually happened didn't calm me down the way it should have. The weird tension was still there, hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. One thing was already clear. I wasn't getting back in his car. No way. I had already decided to call an Uber to get home. No second chances for that nightmare. But just when I thought I could start breathing normally, he hit me with this. So, when do you think we're gonna have sex? I froze. My drink nearly came out of my nose. Was he serious? After everything that just happened, after that creepy detour, he thought this was the moment to bring that up? My brain couldn't keep up. He kept talking, totally oblivious. Or maybe he didn't care. Like, are you gonna make me wait a while? A week? A month? What's the deal? I just stared at him. I couldn't even form a sentence. He sighed, annoyed, and added, "Well, I'm not waiting a whole month, that's for sure." The rest of the dinner was the most awkward meal of my life. I barely ate. I was counting down the minutes until I could leave. As soon as we finished, I practically bolted. "Thanks, bye," I mumbled before darting toward my Uber. My phone buzzed just as the car pulled out of the lot. It was a text from him. "Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I need a girl who actually has a sex drive." I didn't even feel mad. Just done. I typed back a single word. Okay. The ride home was a completely different experience. It was quiet, uneventful, just a normal trip through streets lit by warm streetlights, past houses and stores. It didn't take long, maybe 15 minutes tops. But as I sat there, I couldn't shake this one thought. Why had the drive to the restaurant taken us so far into the woods when getting back was so simple? No wrong turns, no endless trees, just a straight shot home. Even now, I don't know if he was up to something that night or if it was all some bizarre mistake. Either way, I learned my lesson. Never, ever let someone from a dating app pick you up. A few summers ago, back when I was experimenting with dating apps, I ended up going on some terrible dates. Awkward silences, weird vibes, you name it. But there's one encounter that still makes me uneasy. It was with a woman named Laura. Our conversations online weren't anything crazy, just light and casual. We decided to meet for dinner the following evening. When we met, she looked just like her pictures, approachable, friendly, and fun to talk to. We chatted a bit outside before heading inside to eat. At first, everything was smooth. We got drinks, ordered our meals, and fell into an easy conversation. Then, about 20 minutes in, I had this weird sensation, like someone was staring a hole into the back of my head. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe someone behind me was looking at something on the wall. But I was sitting in a booth, and there wasn't anything behind me except the wall itself. I turned to Laura and said, "Some woman a few tables over keeps glaring at me. What's up with that?" Laura stiffened immediately and put her hand over her face, whispering, "Is she tall? Black hair? Glasses?" Her description was spot on. When I nodded, Laura sighed like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. "That's my ex," she admitted quietly. Now, her having an ex wasn't a big deal to me. What freaked me out was the way this woman was looking at me. It wasn't just a glance. It was hostile, like she was trying to decide the best way to make me regret being there. I asked Laura if we should leave. She hesitated, then shrugged. "I don't think she'll do anything." Not exactly reassuring. A few moments later, our food arrived, and I thought maybe we'd be able to get through the evening without more drama. I was wrong. Laura's ex stood up, walked directly to our table, and said, "Laura, stop ignoring me. You can't keep pretending I don't exist." The anger in her voice sent chills through me. Laura went pale, her hands trembling on the table. It was obvious their breakup had been messy. But before I could process anything, the ex grabbed my drink and threw it straight at me. "Watch your back!" she hissed before storming off. I sat there soaked, dinner ruined, heart racing. The waiter rushed over, apologizing and offering to call the manager, but I barely noticed. My focus was on Laura, who was crying quietly across from me. Leaning closer, I asked, "What's going on? Are we in trouble?" And honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. I was already thinking about calling the cops if things spiraled further. Laura admitted that her ex, Beth, had turned into a full-on stalker over the past year. Apparently, Beth had made it her mission to follow Laura on every single date she went on. She'd ruin her relationships, cause scenes, and even attacked her last boyfriend. Laura casually mentioned it was just a stab to his hand. He survived but dumped her right after. She explained that anytime she thought Beth had moved on, she'd show up the moment Laura tried dating someone new. The worst part? This nightmare had been dragging on for nearly 3 years. Laura said she'd filed a restraining order and reported Beth to the police, but nothing ever came of it. The authorities seemed to dismiss it, acting like it wasn't serious enough to handle. She also revealed that the stabbing happened about 6 months ago, and that she'd been praying Beth had finally given up. Clearly, that wasn't the case. Beth was still lurking, more furious than ever. After we finished our dinner and talked through everything, Laura suggested we shouldn't see each other again. She apologized, saying that maybe, if Beth ever disappeared for good, we could try again. It sucked, but I agreed. Honestly, it felt like there was no other option. We went our separate ways, and on my way home, I called my brother to vent about the whole insane night. He laughed, saying I'd been scammed, that Laura and Beth had probably planned the entire thing to score a free meal. For a second, I almost believed him. The situation had been so bizarre it almost felt fake. But then, the next morning happened. I woke up early, grabbed some coffee, and headed outside to walk my dog. That's when I saw it. Beth's final message. My car was a wreck. The windshield had been smashed, and all 4 tires were slashed. Spray painted across the hood, in big, messy letters, were the words, "She's mine." My stomach dropped. I called the cops right away, filed a report, and started dealing with the endless headache of insurance claims. Luckily, my coverage handled most of the damage, but the whole ordeal left me shaken. I sent photos of the car to my brother, asking if he still thought it was a scam. He didn't laugh this time. After that, I cut all contact with Laura. I didn't even tell her what happened to my car. I figured she had enough to worry about. I did let the cops know about Beth, the dinner, and everything Laura had told me. But like before, they didn't seem too interested. It was just another incident to them. Sometimes late at night, I think about Laura. I wonder if she's safe, if she ever managed to escape Beth's obsession. Part of me fears that one day, Beth might actually snap and hurt her seriously. And to Beth, the most unhinged ex I've ever come across, I pray we never meet again. When I hit 21, I decided it was time to dive into dating. To give you some context, I'm a girl who was pretty green in that department. I found a guy through a local Facebook group that was all about connecting people. His name was Kyle. He wasn't a complete stranger. He was a distant acquaintance of someone my cousin knew. Kyle had this messy black hair, stood tall, and had tattoos sprawled across his left arm and hand. From our chats, he seemed laid back and easy to talk to. So we made plans to meet up at this quiet coffee shop about 10 minutes from where I lived. The town I'm in isn't huge, but this cafe is tucked away enough that it's never really crowded. Kyle showed up exactly when he said he would, walking in with an easy smile and a hug that felt natural, not forced. We ordered our drinks, grabbed a couple of muffins, and sat down by a corner window. The sunlight made the space feel cozy, even safe. He mentioned he was 24, and he looked more solid in person, stockier than I'd pictured, but it didn't bother me. He wore a tight-fitting shirt that highlighted his muscular build, something I noticed but tried not to make a big deal about. When I asked about his tattoos, he smirked and asked, "Want to touch them?" I gave an awkward laugh but ran my hand over the intricate designs on his arm. "They're nice," I said, trying to sound casual. That's when things began to shift. Out of nowhere, he flexed his arm, making the muscles bulge under my fingers. Startled, I pulled my hand back, but he grabbed it and pressed it hard against his bicep. "Feel that?" he asked, grinning like this was some kind of test. My brain froze for a second, debating if I should call him out or just stay calm. Something in my gut told me things were heading somewhere bad. I forced myself to breathe and said as firmly as I could, "Let go." His laugh, though, sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just weird, it sounded wrong, like someone trying too hard to mimic a normal laugh. He finally let go, but the mood had completely soured. I kept sipping my coffee, pretending everything was fine even though my nerves were shot. Trying to steer things back to normal, I asked again about his tattoos, but he dodged the question. Instead, he started talking about his passion for working out. I forced a chuckle and said, "Yeah, it shows." That made his face light up, and he launched into this detailed monologue about how strength was his whole world. On the surface, nothing he said was all that weird, but I couldn't shake this gnawing feeling that something was very, very off. The way he grabbed my hand replayed in my mind like a flashing warning sign. Then, out of nowhere, he leaned in close and locked eyes with me. "What do you think of my arms?" he asked, his voice carrying an unsettling edge. It wasn't curiosity, it was more like a demand. I stammered out a vague compliment, but it didn't satisfy him. He leaned closer, his tone dropping as he asked again, his intensity making my skin crawl. Feeling stuck and unsure, I just nodded, mumbling, "Yeah, sure." Kyle's grin widened, stretching too far, like he'd won something. He took his time sipping his coffee, the silence between us making my skin crawl. I stared at the clock on the wall, silently pleading for time to hurry up. A ridiculous part of me actually started wishing for one of those fake emergency calls, the kind you see in cheesy rom-coms. But life isn't a movie, and there wasn't an easy exit waiting for me. Desperate to shift the mood, I tried steering the conversation into safer waters, like work or hobbies, but Kyle wasn't having it. He leaned back in his chair, his voice all casual as he said, "I'm into girls who really appreciate my body." His exact words. It wasn't just what he said, it was how he said it, like he expected me to light up with excitement. Look, I get that everyone's got their preferences, but this was a first date. He'd already made things uncomfortable by grabbing my hand earlier, and now this? It was way too much. I forced out a laugh that felt faker than it sounded and asked, "How'd you figure that out about yourself?" I regretted it the second the words left my mouth. His face lit up, and he launched into an overly detailed explanation that I tuned out halfway through. My discomfort grew with every word until I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up abruptly, grabbing my bag and muttering something about needing the restroom. He watched me collect my things but didn't say a word, which was both a relief and somehow creepier. Inside the bathroom, I locked the door and called my mom. Her advice was simple: tell him it wasn't working and leave. Straightforward, right? But I have this terrible habit of worrying too much about seeming rude, even when I'm clearly uncomfortable. I ended up hiding in the bathroom way longer than I needed to, overthinking every possible reaction he might have. When I finally decided to fake being sick, I opened the door and froze. Kyle was standing there, just a few feet away, staring straight at the door like he'd been waiting for me the whole time. A cold shiver ran down my back. I forced a nervous smile and mumbled that I wasn't feeling great, blaming it on the coffee. I even threw in a story about being lactose intolerant and accidentally drinking the wrong milk, hoping he'd accept it without question. The whole thing felt so absurd, but Kyle didn't argue. He just nodded, his expression unreadable. Whether he believed me or not didn't matter. I needed to leave. He insisted on walking me to the bus stop, and I didn't argue. Every step felt heavier than the last. Just as I thought I was in the clear, he leaned in like he was going to kiss me. I jerked my head away so fast it was like I dodged a flying object. He paused for a moment, then stepped back without saying anything. Once I was on the bus, I blocked him on every platform and swore to never interact with anyone even remotely tied to him again. Looking back, the whole thing still unsettles me. It wasn't the most horrifying experience in the world, but something about it felt off in a way that lingers. Kyle wasn't just awkward or eccentric. He was fixated on himself, on control, on making me uneasy. The warning signs had been there from the start, but I hadn't noticed until it was too late. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to meet someone off a dating app. Yet there I was, standing outside a rundown house, my heart racing with both excitement and unease. The guy's pictures made him seem way too good-looking to be real. We'd been texting for about a month, and I convinced myself I had a good sense of who he was. At the time, I was just 16, but like all my friends, I faked being 19 on Tinder because it didn't seem like a big deal. When I finally walked inside, I was hit with this weird feeling. There was a loud party going on, nothing like what I expected. I told the first guy who asked that my name was Chloe, a name I'd made up just for stuff like this. Not long after, the guy I came to meet, Aaron, showed up. He handed me a drink right away, but something about his face threw me off. He looked older than his photos, maybe even in his late 20s. I refused the drink, and his grin tightened in a way that made me feel like I'd done something wrong. The house was full of guys, way older than Aaron even. Most of them were at least 30, drinking and shouting over some dumb game. The air was heavy, like something bad was waiting to happen. I wanted to leave right away, but Aaron kept urging me to relax and hang out a bit. Every second I stayed, my stomach churned more. Then I spotted another girl, not far from my age, sitting in a corner. She had this haunted look, like she knew something I didn't. I worked my way over to her, pretending I just needed space. She whispered she'd been tricked too, thinking she was meeting a guy she'd been chatting with. Her voice shook, and her eyes darted around like she was planning an escape. The worst part? We figured out we were both supposed to be meeting Aaron. He was barely paying us any attention now, which honestly felt like a blessing. We started quietly working out how to leave without anyone stopping us. Even though we'd just met, we clung to each other, figuring we had a better shot if we stuck together. That's when things took a terrifying turn. Two of the older men suddenly got pushy, trying to force us toward one of the bedrooms. They kept shoving drinks in our hands, their tone shifting from fake friendly to outright menacing. It was crystal clear. We were in serious trouble. Running felt like the only option left, but panic made it hard to think straight. Out of nowhere, Aaron stepped in. He barked at the guys to back off, acting like he was defending us. For a second, I almost thought he was on our side, but my gut told me not to trust him. Something about the way he lingered nearby made it seem like he was watching, waiting. Luckily, the aggressive guys got bored or distracted and wandered outside, probably to smoke. That brief window was all we needed. We didn't waste a second. Grabbing each other's hands, we made a break for the door. As soon as we were out of that awful house, we pulled out our phones to call the cops. My hands were shaking so badly it was hard to even dial. We stood in the street, gulping for air, too scared to stop moving. Once we got through, we didn't stick around to wait. We jumped into my car and sped off, adrenaline making my foot heavy on the gas. About 2 miles down the road, we finally stopped in an abandoned parking lot. Sitting there in the silence, we both broke down, hugging and crying out of sheer relief. The reality of how close we'd come to something horrific hit like a truck. Those men knew from the start that we weren't who we said we were. They didn't care that we felt out of place or scared. They only cared about their sick plans. I don't even want to think about what could have happened if we hadn't trusted each other and bolted when we did. Meeting up with someone like that from a dating app was the dumbest thing I've ever done, and it's a mistake I'll never repeat. That night taught me a hard lesson about trusting strangers online, and I'm just grateful we got out alive. A couple of years ago, when I was 21, I dived headfirst into dating. It wasn't about finding a soulmate or anything serious. I just wanted to enjoy life. Call it my reckless phase, my escape from reality chapter, or my way of pretending life's problems didn't exist. Whatever you call it, I was running from my fears. I hated the idea of aging. Gray hair, wrinkles, or anything that hinted I was getting older sent chills down my spine. Even though I was still young, the thought haunted me more than it should. I knew it wasn't normal, but I was too caught up in my denial to stop. During this time, I met a guy named Jason. Jason's living situation was different. He shared his home with his great-uncle. At first I thought it was weird, but when he told me his parents had passed and he took care of his uncle, it made more sense. Even so, when we started hanging out, I didn't even know his uncle lived there. The night I found out was something I'll never be able to shake. It was almost 2 a.m., and we were both buzzed, laughing, and completely into each other. We'd spent the night drinking and talking at a bar, and now we were heading back to his place. We were smart enough to call for a rideshare, but the cost? It nearly drained my account. His house didn't stand out much. It was just a single-story house in a quiet, sleepy neighborhood. Jason led me to the front door, fished a key out from a fake rock, and let us in. Everything felt normal, or at least it did at first. The hallway light was dim, barely enough to see anything, but I figured they left it on for convenience. His house felt small, almost like it wasn't meant for more than one person. The driveway was empty, which matched what Jason had told me earlier. He didn't have a car because he didn't bother getting a license yet. The silence of the place was almost comforting, like nothing out of the ordinary could happen here. We went straight to his room, and, well, I'll skip over the details. You don't need to picture all that, especially if you're eating or something. Let's just say it was one of the best nights I'd had in years. Jason knew what he was doing, and I wasn't complaining. Afterward, as we lay there catching our breath, I noticed my throat was dry. I decided to head downstairs for a glass of water. Jason followed me into the kitchen, offering to make me something to eat like some over-the-top host. But honestly, it was so late it felt like morning already. All I wanted was water and to crash back into bed. I gulped down the water, rinsed the glass, and set it upside down on the drying rack. Jason stayed behind, rummaging through the fridge. He was probably whipping up a snack, but I was too tired to care. I headed back upstairs, leaving him in the kitchen, the soft hum of the fridge the only sound breaking the quiet. Upstairs, the house seemed even more silent than before. The hallway light still glowed faintly, just like when we arrived, and the kitchen light spilled dimly into the shadows. Other than that, it felt like the entire house was wrapped in darkness. I stepped into Jason's room, grateful he had a decent-sized bed. You'd be surprised how many guys I'd dated had tiny, uncomfortable beds. Double beds are a blessing in these situations. I dimmed the main light and clicked off the bedside lamp, sinking into the mattress. Jason could mess around with his late-night snack all he wanted. I was spent. My head hit the pillow, and I was out in seconds. Here's the thing. I've always been pretty chill about most things. My mom used to joke that I was too relaxed for my own good, always missing the red flags waving right in front of my face. That night, I guess I proved her right. I wasn't asleep for long, maybe a few minutes or so, when I woke up to this weird noise. It wasn't loud, more like a soft shuffling at the foot of the bed. At first I thought it was Jason, maybe moving around to join me. I kept my eyes shut, assuming it was nothing, just him getting settled. But the sound didn't stop. In fact, it got clearer, closer. That faint shuffle turned into a distinct scraping sound, like something dragging along the floor. My heart started to race. Then I felt it, a cold, clammy touch brushing against my ankle. My entire body jolted as I shot upright, slamming myself back against the headboard. My eyes darted toward the end of the bed, and that's when I saw him. There, standing stark naked, was an old man. He must have been at least 85, his skin sagging and pale under the faint light. He didn't move, didn't say a word. He just stared at me. I froze for a split second before my scream tore through the silence. A raw, gut-wrenching scream I didn't even know I was capable of. My body moved on pure instinct. I threw myself off the bed, nearly falling in my desperation to get away, and sprinted toward the door. I shoved past him, his bony arm grazing mine as I bolted into the hallway, the darkness swallowing me up. My mind raced, trying to piece together what the hell I'd just witnessed. Before I could make it far, Jason came running up the stairs. His face shifted the moment he saw me, part shock, part something else, like he already knew. When we met on the stairs, I grabbed him without thinking, clutching his arm as I gasped for air. My whole body was trembling, my heart pounding so loud it felt like it was echoing in my head. Jason didn't even have to ask. He just sighed, muttered something about his uncle, and turned back toward his room. I followed him down to the kitchen, needing the light and the space to calm myself, but I already knew there was no way I was staying. It took Jason maybe 15 minutes to get the old man dressed and settled back into bed. From the kitchen, I could hear their muffled voices, the old man repeating the same thing over and over again. "Where is she? The girl. The girl. Where's the girl?" The sound of it made my skin crawl. My stomach churned as a million questions swirled in my head. Why was he naked? What was he planning to do? And why hadn't Jason warned me about this? I felt a flicker of pity for Jason. Dealing with this couldn't be easy. But mostly, I just wanted to get out of there. When Jason finally came back downstairs, he told me everything was fine now. That was my cue. I shot upstairs, threw on my clothes, grabbed my bag, and bolted. I stopped in the kitchen just long enough to gulp down another glass of water, trying to shake the alcohol fuzz from my head, then walked out the door without so much as a glance back. The next morning, I blocked Jason on every app and platform I could think of. I didn't owe him an explanation, and I didn't want one from him either. I've always thought haunted houses or abandoned asylums were the scariest things you could encounter. I was wrong. Nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to waking up in the middle of the night to find a naked stranger clutching at your ankle. Even now, whenever I think about that night, my stomach twists into knots. Yeah, great times. Great. Around 4 years ago, I thought I'd give Tinder a shot. I didn't really have high hopes, but I figured, why not give it a try? Setting up my profile didn't take long, and soon I was swiping through profiles. Within an hour or so, I matched with this guy who lived a few miles away. We started chatting right away, exchanging messages for hours. We talked about hobbies, threw around silly questions, and just had a good flow. By that evening, he gave me his number, and we moved our conversation to texting. For the first week, it was honestly great. We were texting each day, and things felt chill and easy. It seemed like I had lucked out big time, especially since this was my first time using the app. But that feeling didn't stick around for long. By day 5, things started to shift in a way that didn't sit right. His messages became a lot more intense. Some were overly flirty, while others were just strange. Sure, we had flirted a bit before, but this was on another level. He began asking really personal questions, some of them weirdly sexual. It felt like he went from 0 to 100 way too quickly. I wasn't having it, so I put a stop to it fast. I told him straight up that I wasn't okay with how the conversation was going. He apologized right away and promised to dial it back. For a little while, it seemed like he got the message. I decided I'd stay cautious and see if things would go back to normal. But deep down, I was already feeling uneasy. When I was 22, I hadn't been on many dates, so giving online dating a try felt like stepping into uncharted territory. I figured maybe the odd vibes were just part of the process, but something in my gut told me otherwise. A couple of days after we matched, he suggested meeting up for coffee. I said yes, though I wasn't exactly thrilled. Before heading out, I made sure to text a couple of friends, sharing the details of where I'd be and who I was meeting. We agreed on this small, cozy cafe in town. But before the date even happened, our conversation started to veer into really strange territory. He began acting like meeting up automatically meant we'd sleep together. It was bizarre. I shut that down as firmly as I could, making it clear that it wasn't on the table. At first, he seemed to back off, but then things took an even weirder turn. Out of nowhere, he started texting about us running away together. He kept saying things like, "I'm going to take you far away, just us two," and even brought up eloping, It was creepy, and I didn't know how to respond. Then came the message that completely pushed me over the edge. He casually mentioned that he had rope and duct tape in his car for when we need it. My heart sank, and my hands shook as I stared at the screen. I didn't even bother replying. I blocked his number immediately, deleted our conversation, and reported his profile on Tinder. I felt like I had to do something, so I also warned my friends who were using the app, just in case they came across him. To the guy with the rope and duct tape who wanted to take me away, let's make sure we never cross paths again. Hey Reddit, I've got a story from when I was 22, and it's probably the most bizarre experience of my life. I've never been great at dating, it's just not my strong suit. After a while, I ended up on Tinder. For the first couple of months, nothing much happened. Then one day, I got a message from a girl named Sarah. She had wavy blonde hair and a warm smile. Honestly, I thought she might be a bot at first. 3 days later, she sent me another message. That caught me off guard since bots usually don't double text. I checked out her profile again. It seemed pretty normal, definitely not bot-like. We started talking, and by the end of the month, we were chatting almost every day. One day, Sarah suggested I come visit her. She lived about 8 hours away by car, which seemed a bit far, but I was really into her, so I started considering it. After some convincing, I decided to go. By then, I was confident she was real. We'd video chatted a couple of times and talked on the phone nearly every evening. The drive was long, but manageable. The weird part started about halfway through. Sarah kept messaging me, asking where I was and if I was still coming. If I didn't reply quickly, she'd send more texts, sounding kind of panicked. I thought she might just be nervous, which made sense since meeting someone in person for the first time can be intense. Her directions were another issue. The closer I got, the harder it was to follow them. Her house was down a narrow gravel road surrounded by thick woods. I finally pulled up to an old house around 1 p.m. It didn't look abandoned, but it definitely needed some care. One of the upstairs windows was boarded up. Her red car, just like she'd described, was sitting in the driveway. I texted her that I'd arrived, and she replied with just a smiley face emoji. That felt a little off, but I shrugged it off and got out of the car. As I walked to the front door, I noticed someone looking at me from one of the upstairs windows. It gave me chills for a second, but I figured it must be her dad or someone else she hadn't mentioned. She had said he visited sometimes. I knocked on the door, and Sarah answered almost immediately. She was smiling brightly and even gave me a kiss, which caught me off guard. We went to sit on the couch, and I asked if her dad was around. Sarah's expression changed. She seemed confused and said her dad wasn't there. I told her I'd seen someone watching me from the window. That's when her face went pale, and she whispered, "We need to leave, now." We ran straight to our cars. My heart was pounding, and I kept asking Sarah what was happening. She looked at me with wide eyes and said she'd been completely alone in the house all day until I arrived. My stomach dropped. Without thinking, I called the cops and started giving them the address. While I was on the phone, Sarah suddenly gasped and pointed at the same upstairs window where I'd seen the figure earlier. He was there again. This time, I got a better look. He was thin, almost skeletal, with skin that looked sickly pale. His hair was messy and unkempt, and he had this wild, hollow look in his eyes. As soon as he noticed us staring, he backed away from the window. Sarah started crying, saying over and over how stupid she felt for leaving the doors unlocked. It felt like hours, but the police finally showed up about 25 minutes later. One officer stayed with us to ask questions while 2 others went inside to search the house. When they came back, they said they didn't find anyone, but the back door had been left open. Whoever it was must have escaped into the woods behind the house. The officers reassured us the place was clear, but Sarah was still shaking. After the cops left, she begged me to stay overnight because she couldn't handle being alone. I didn't blame her and agreed to stick around. We decided to sleep downstairs on the couch, far from her bedroom, which was too close to that creepy window. Sarah also brought out this old shotgun her dad had left behind. She admitted she didn't really know how to use it, but said it made her feel safer. I wasn't about to argue. Having it nearby gave me some peace of mind too. Later that night, Sarah managed to fall asleep, but I stayed up. I couldn't stop replaying everything in my head. The TV was on low and the room was quiet when I heard it. The sound of the kitchen door handle turning. My stomach dropped again. I got up slowly, turned on the kitchen light and grabbed the shotgun. Through the glass door, I saw him. It was the same man from earlier. He was standing just outside, his hands pressed against the glass. He looked startled, like he hadn't expected anyone to be there. Luckily, the door was locked. As soon as he saw the shotgun, his eyes went wide, and he bolted back into the woods. I woke Sarah up right away and told her what happened. We called the police again, and they showed up to search the area. But once more, they came back empty-handed. They told us it'd be safer to spend the night somewhere else. Sarah decided to stay at a friend's house, and I headed home after making sure she was okay. I left her place around 2 a.m., and on the drive, I called my brother to tell him everything. I thought the nightmare was over. But just as I turned a corner near Sarah's house, my headlights lit him up again. The man was standing in the shadows by the edge of her property, watching my car as I drove away. I didn't stop. I didn't even call the police this time. I just kept driving. I texted Sarah to warn her, and after that, I don't think she ever stayed at that house alone again. This all went down roughly 5 summers ago, yet the memory remains sharp as glass in my head. For some background, I've had my fair share of awful dates and wound up in some pretty reckless situations before. At the time, I was 24, trying to piece my life together. It started with a match on Bumble. He gave off this awkward, nerdy vibe that I found oddly attractive. Thick-rimmed glasses, a mop of untamed hair, and photos of him hiking through trails and rocky cliffs. It all screamed adventure. I was curious. After I peeked at his profile, he messaged me first. We flirted a bit, and before long we traded numbers. He mentioned living about 50 minutes away and wasn't planning to visit my city anytime soon, which honestly felt upfront, if nothing else. At least I knew where things stood. Then, a few days later, out of the blue, he texted me saying he was in my town for work. He asked if I wanted to grab drinks at a local bar. I was nearby anyway, so I figured, why not? The strange part was when he offered to pick me up. Looking back, I know I should have said no. The bar was just a quick 10-minute walk for me, but I agreed anyway. He showed up much later than he'd promised, and immediately, something felt off. For starters, he wasn't even at the bar like he'd claimed. When I got into his car, a rental, which smelled faintly of stale coffee, I realized he drove like someone who had just passed their test. We spent ages driving in circles before he finally told me to pick a place. Then he decided we couldn't stay in the area because the parking situation was a nightmare. I picked a spot about 30 minutes away, figuring a busy area with lots of people and parking options would be safer. Once we got there, though, he started urging me to drink way more than I wanted. I'm not much of a drinker and told him that, but he kept trying to pressure me. "Come on, it's just a pub. Don't be boring," he said, grinning too widely, his voice almost teasing but not quite. Something about the way he said it made my stomach twist. Reluctantly, I gave in and ordered a single drink, hoping it would satisfy him. But no sooner had I finished than he started pressuring me for another. His insistence was grating, but he had this odd charm that made it hard to just walk away. During one of his rambling stories, I noticed someone I vaguely recognized, a guy I went to high school with. I made sure to wave and say hello loud enough for my date to notice. It was a small relief to know at least one other person saw me there. I didn't want to seem overly cautious, but something in the back of my mind told me to stay alert. After what felt like forever of forced laughter and weird small talk, I told him I was ready to call it a night. Instead of agreeing, he suggested we head across the street to a little coffee shop. His sudden enthusiasm for coffee struck me as odd since neither of us had drunk much at the bar. But against my better judgment, I agreed, figuring coffee wouldn't hurt. As we sat there with our cups, he started talking about this amazing Airbnb he had booked for the night. He went on and on about how quiet the place was and how he had it all to himself. Then, unsurprisingly, he invited me to come check it out. I declined politely but firmly, coming up with excuse after excuse. Each time, though, he had a counter ready, brushing off my reasons like they were nothing. He just wouldn't let it drop, and after a while, I was too drained to keep arguing. Reluctantly, I said I'd consider it, but only if he drove me home first so I could grab some essentials. He seemed satisfied with that, so we left. I was counting on the stop at my place to figure out a way to end this night without going with him. But as we got closer to my neighborhood, he suddenly changed plans. Instead of taking me home, he suggested swinging by a convenience store to pick up whatever I might need for the night. His words sounded casual, like he was doing me a favor, but my stomach dropped. It felt like he was trying to cut off my escape route. I started to panic as the scenery outside shifted. The streets became quieter, the lights dimmer, and soon we were heading down a road that felt far too empty. There was no sign of a store, just rows of dark houses and empty lots. My heart pounded as I realized we were heading further from the city, into some remote area that I didn't recognize at all. Definitely no gas stations or 7-Elevens in sight, just darkness stretching on for miles. I tried to stay calm and casually told him I'd changed my mind. I just wanted to go home. That's when he said something that made my skin crawl. He offhandedly mentioned that the Airbnb wasn't entirely his, that he was actually sharing it with the owners. Apparently, they were super friendly, loved to drink, and were into playing games. My stomach sank. Earlier, he'd been crystal clear about having the whole place to himself. I didn't want to let on that I'd caught him in a lie, so I forced myself to smile and act excited. I laughed nervously and said, "Oh, I'll need to grab my cute pajamas first. No way am I spending the night in this dress." Then I added that I needed my medication, something I absolutely couldn't skip. That seemed to do the trick because he sighed and turned the car around. As we got closer to the city, my heartbeat slowed a little, but I stayed on high alert. All I could think about was getting out of that car as fast as possible. When we were nearing my neighborhood, it hit me. I couldn't let him know where I lived. He had already started dropping hints about coming inside to help me carry my stuff, and there was no way in hell that was happening. My eyes darted around, looking for a way out. I knew if he wanted to, he could easily drive me to some quiet spot in a matter of minutes. As we rolled up to a stop sign, I noticed a group of people crossing the street. It was my chance. Before he could say anything, I opened the door and stepped out, keeping my voice calm as I said, "Hey, I'm actually not feeling great. I'll text you later, okay?" Without giving him time to respond, I closed the door and walked straight into a nearby park. There was a narrow path leading through it, one that cars couldn't follow. I took it without hesitation, refusing to look back until I was deep into the trees. When I finally glanced over my shoulder, I saw him still sitting in the car, glaring at me with an expression so cold and angry that it made my blood run cold. Even now, remembering it gives me chills. Later that night, I checked Bumble and saw that he had blocked me. Reflecting on it, I'm convinced he'd brought up coffee to spike my drink or worse. His casual mention of not meeting was probably just a ploy to make me let my guard down. Whatever he had planned, it wasn't good. Since that night, I've been a lot more cautious about dating. Ironically, I ended up meeting my fiancée on Bumble a few years later. But this time, I had rules. Public meetups only and always my own way to leave. It's a small price to pay for safety. A little context about me. I've never had a real steady relationship before. I've dated here and there, but nothing that lasted or got too deep. I'm bi, by the way, and I've never been with anyone, not a girl or a guy. I'm 25 now, and a couple of weeks ago, I decided to give Tinder a try. Felt like it was time to stop holding back and see what's out there. I usually think I'm pretty good at understanding people, but this time, I completely missed the signals. His name was Adam, and we matched 2 days ago. His first message was something about how cute I looked in one of my pictures with my dog, calling us both adorable. I liked the boldness of his comment, so I replied, and we started talking. I even suggested meeting up, which is rare for me. That's when the first odd thing happened. I didn't reply to his message right away, and when I checked my phone later, there was another text asking if I was mad at him. I brushed it off, thinking he was just eager or nervous, and apologized for taking so long to answer. He seemed fine after that. We agreed to meet the next evening at a small bar he picked downtown. But here's the thing. In my city, you need to be 24 to get into bars, and I wasn't sure they'd let me in. Adam said not to worry. We'd be fine. When I showed up, the bouncer almost didn't let me in. But since my birthday was less than a week away, he decided to cut me some slack. Adam arrived just a bit after me, and at first, everything seemed totally normal. He was wearing a blue hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. Just a regular guy. He ordered a vodka soda for me and grabbed a beer for himself, and we sat down to talk. We swapped stories about our families and some random stuff about work. I even started to relax. At one point, he asked if I liked darts, and I said sure. So we went to the dartboard. I left my drink on the table, figuring no one would mess with it. That's when things began to feel strange. My memory starts to blur here. I have bits and pieces. Us laughing, leaving the bar, his car's headlights, and then suddenly we were outside my apartment. The whole night after the bar is just gone. I don't drink often, but I know my limits. One vodka soda doesn't erase my whole night. It's never happened to me before, and I don't know how to explain it. Something feels off, and it's been haunting me ever since. When we got back to my area, Adam suggested stopping by the corner store to grab some snacks. While we were inside, another weird thing happened. I thought I recognized a guy near the drink aisle and mentioned I was going to say hi. Instead of coming with me, Adam mumbled something about waiting outside and practically bolted. Turns out the person wasn't who I thought, so I just shrugged it off and went back to him. We started walking toward my apartment. The moment I unlocked the door, my roommate Kayla stepped out of her room. She looked at me, then at Adam, and smiled before asking how my night was. She was still in her going-out clothes, and I could tell she'd been drinking. She mentioned she was about to hop in the shower, and Adam made this low, awkward noise, like a mix between a chuckle and something else. But it gave me chills. Kayla, being Kayla, started rambling about some guy she'd been texting and was thinking of hooking up with. Normally, I'd laugh it off, but I couldn't help noticing how Adam reacted. His eyes didn't leave her. I was already feeling woozy, and his behavior wasn't helping. I told him it was getting late and he should probably go. To my surprise, he didn't argue. He just said, "All right," and left without making any move to touch me. It felt odd. At first, I thought maybe he was just trying to be respectful, but something about how quickly he left made me uneasy. I locked the door behind him and tried to shake it off. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. Not 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed non-stop with texts from Adam. At first, it was just random comments like how Kayla seemed fun and that she had good energy. Then, he started saying how I was too boring and didn't seem into guys at all. He went on about how he was more open-minded and how he thought we'd at least cuddle after the date. His words gave me a sick feeling in my gut. I showed Kayla the messages, and her face dropped. She pointed out something I hadn't even noticed. When Adam said open-minded, he wasn't talking about me. He was clearly hinting at her. The realization hit like a brick. He wasn't just being rude. He was suggesting he'd rather have slept with her instead. It was beyond disturbing, and for a second, I thought I might throw up. As I sat there, my head spinning, I realized something else. The way I felt, lightheaded, disconnected, it wasn't normal. One drink doesn't do that to me, ever. My hands started shaking as I told Kayla everything that had happened, and she didn't hesitate. "We're going to the police," she said firmly. "At the station, I filed a report. They asked if I wanted to get tested, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I know how that sounds, but in that moment, I was overwhelmed, scared, embarrassed. It was 3 a.m. and I wasn't even sure if I was overreacting. The whole thing felt like too much. By the time we got home, it was morning, but I didn't feel any safer. Adam knew where I lived, and the thought of him coming back was enough to keep me up for the rest of the day. Whatever he put in my system still hasn't worn off completely, and I can't shake this lingering fear that he might not be done. About 14 months ago, after swearing off dating apps for what felt like forever, I decided to give Hinge another shot. My best friend kept pushing me to try again, so I figured, why not? After a couple of weeks of scrolling and swiping, I matched with this woman who seemed really cool. We exchanged messages, eventually swapped numbers, and even had a brief video chat. She had this friendly energy, long golden blonde hair, and eyes that kind of pulled you in. I felt like there was potential, so we made plans to meet. For our first date, we picked a simple spot in the heart of the city. When I saw her in person, she looked just as good as her photos, maybe even better. The conversation was decent, nothing groundbreaking, but not awkward either. I figured the nerves on both sides probably played a part. When the night ended, she casually suggested we meet again soon, and I was totally on board. We kept texting over the next few days and set up a second date. This time, we decided on a cozy diner just outside of town. It had this laid-back vibe, the kind of place that doesn't try too hard. The second date played out pretty similarly to the first. It was enjoyable, but that electric connection I hoped for wasn't quite there yet. As we were about to leave, she surprised me by asking if I wanted to come by her place for a bit. It was only around 8:30 p.m., not too late, and she mentioned her house wasn't far from there. I was curious, so I said yes, and we hopped into our cars, with me following her lead. At first, it seemed like we were heading back toward the downtown area, but then we veered off onto a side road. The city lights faded, replaced by long stretches of empty fields and thick patches of forest. The paved roads turned into gravel, and suddenly, the world around us felt completely still. 15 minutes became 20, and my phone lost its signal. Just as I was starting to second-guess everything, we turned onto this narrow dirt road that looked like it hadn't been used in years. At the end of the road, there was a driveway so long and dark that it felt like it led to another world. Her house eventually came into view, a small, weathered two-story tucked into the woods. The paint was peeling, the front porch sagged like it was tired of standing, and the whole place felt oddly out of sync with the polished image I had of her. By then, my gut was screaming at me that something was off, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just stepped into the kind of story that doesn't have a happy ending. I hadn't paid much attention to where we were going during the drive. I was too busy following her taillights. When we finally stopped, she stepped out of her car with this casual ease like we'd just arrived at the Ritz or something. I climbed out too, staring at the place. "This is your house?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light, like I wasn't a bit freaked out. She just laughed, a quick, dismissive sound. "Yeah, why? Don't like it?" she teased, already heading up the rickety steps to the front door. The yard was a jungle of weeds and broken branches, the air heavy with dampness and rot. She moved through it like she didn't even notice. I followed, feeling a growing sense of unease. The house looked like it hadn't been lived in for years, but she pulled out a key and unlocked the door like it was the most normal thing in the world. Inside, the place was pitch black. She walked in without flipping on any lights, leaving me standing awkwardly in the doorway. I hesitated before stepping in. The smell inside was stale, like wet wood and something sour I couldn't place. My instincts were screaming at me, but I ignored them, fumbling along the wall for a light switch. Before I found one, she pointed to a staircase at the far end of the hall. "You can go downstairs if you want," she said, her voice soft and weirdly calm. I squinted at the stairs, narrow and old, leading down into a shadowy basement. "Aren't there any lights?" I asked, my throat dry. She just smiled, that same unsettling grin I'd seen earlier. "We'll turn them on when we get down there," she said. Her tone was casual, but something about her words sent a chill crawling up my spine. That was my breaking point. I didn't say anything. I just turned around, opened the door behind me, and walked out. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to move calmly, hoping she wouldn't follow. But I heard her footsteps, soft at first, then quicker as she came after me. I tried not to panic, but when I reached my car, I couldn't keep it together anymore. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped them. Somehow, I managed to unlock the door and jump in. As I started the engine, I looked up, and there she was, standing right in front of my car. Her face was calm, not angry, but her smile was all wrong. It was wide, too wide, like she was enjoying this, enjoying my fear. She raised her hand and gave a slow, deliberate wave. That was it for me. I slammed the car into reverse, tires kicking up dirt as I sped away. I didn't look back until I was on the main road, and even then, I could swear I saw her silhouette in the distance, still watching. It wasn't until I stopped a few miles later to check my GPS that I realized my hands were still shaking. That night, I couldn't sleep. Even now, thinking about her house, that smile, the way she seemed so calm, it makes my skin crawl. I've had some weird dates before, but nothing like this. This one will stick with me for the rest of my life. When I was 25, about 6 years back, I agreed to meet someone I matched with on Tinder. I've always been the kind to skip endless chats and meet in real life pretty fast. This time was no different. We picked a cozy cafe. Nothing too fancy, just comfortable. Let's call the guy Alex for now. Alex seemed all right in our texts. He was funny, polite, and didn't send any weird vibes. I thought, why not give it a shot? But when I actually saw him, I realized I might have rushed into this. He was trying way too hard to impress me, cracking jokes that fell flat every time. I got there a little early, but he was already waiting by the entrance. He waved awkwardly and went for a fist bump as a greeting, which was odd. We got seated, and right away he smirked and said, "Phew, glad you're not a catfish." I forced a laugh and let it slide. As the evening dragged on, his behavior got worse. Every topic I brought up turned into an opportunity for him to make some bad joke or dumb comment. When I mentioned my job, he laughed and said, "Wow, that's a big position for a woman. Guess you're one of the smart ones, huh?" My stomach sank, and I froze for a second. I shot him a look that said, "Not cool," but before I could say anything, he added another joke, somehow even worse than the first. I tried to keep calm and told him his humor wasn't working, but he just grinned and waved it off like it didn't matter. At that point, I knew I was stuck in a long, uncomfortable evening, but since I was already there and starving, I decided to stick around. It didn't stop there. He teased me about my interests, my accent, even the way I spoke certain words. Then, completely out of nowhere, he asked how many people I'd slept with, following up with, "You don't seem like the type to sleep around. Good for you." I was stunned. I told him straight up that the question was none of his business, but he just laughed and said I needed to lighten up. By then, I was boiling inside. He wasn't done ruining the night. He made fun of the pasta I ordered, mocked the drink I picked, and even suggested I'd gain weight if I got dessert. I wasn't about to let his pathetic remarks get to me, but I was ready to leave. I skipped dessert, not because of his comments, but because I couldn't stand to sit there another second. When we finally walked out of the cafe, I turned to him with the most fake smile I could manage and said, "Thanks for meeting up." "It was interesting meeting you," I said, trying to sound polite but firm. My tone should have made it clear I wasn't interested anymore, though I couldn't be sure if Alex got the message. He asked how I was planning to get home, and I told him I'd just walk. It wasn't far. The streets were busy, and the area felt safe. I'd made this walk a dozen times without a problem, but Alex wouldn't let it go. He kept insisting it wasn't smart for a woman to walk alone at night. I tried to stay calm, explaining I was fine, but he wouldn't back down. He kept saying things like, "I'd feel terrible if something happened to you." I started walking, hoping he'd get the hint, but instead, he fell into step beside me like this was his big chance to be a hero. My annoyance grew, but I didn't want to make a scene. Finally, I sighed, hoping to put an end to it. "Fine," I said. "You can walk me part of the way, but just to my street." He lit up like I'd just agreed to go on another date. As we walked, he kept talking, rattling off dumb jokes and random stories that I barely acknowledged. I stuck to short answers, trying to stay civil without giving him any reason to think I enjoyed his company. Meanwhile, I was working out a plan in my head. There was no way I was letting him know where I actually lived. When we were a few minutes away from my house, I veered onto a random street and pointed at a building halfway down the block. "This is me," I said, praying he wouldn't ask any questions. Alex smiled like he'd just won some prize. He pulled me into this awkward, way too long hug, pinning my arms at my sides while I cringed. I muttered a goodbye and waited for him to leave. He finally turned and walked off, still grinning to himself. I stayed frozen, watching him until he disappeared down the street. Only then did I breathe out a sigh of relief and start heading toward my actual home. I was almost at my front door when I felt safe enough to relax. Sliding my key into the lock, I was already planning to block Alex on everything, but then I heard it. Footsteps. Fast ones. My chest tightened, and my hands started shaking as I turned to look. Before I could even register what was happening, someone grabbed me from behind. I stumbled forward, slamming into the doorframe as my attacker shoved me hard. I was half inside my house, the door swinging wide open, but I couldn't move. I was pinned against the doorframe, completely frozen. Hot breath brushed against my ear as a voice hissed low and angry. "You really thought I wouldn't figure out where you actually live?" My blood ran cold. Every muscle in my body locked up. My thoughts spiraled into pure terror. This is it, I thought. This maniac had me convinced I was about to die. Just as suddenly as his arms had locked me in place, they let go. The pressure disappeared, replaced by a sound that made my skin crawl. Laughter. Loud, mocking, cruel laughter. I spun around, adrenaline surging through me, and there he was. Alex. He stood a few feet away, bathed in the cold glow of the streetlights, laughing like he'd just pulled the ultimate prank. My mind raced with anger, fear, and humiliation. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I shouted, my voice shaking with rage. His laughter faded, but the smug, self-satisfied grin never left his face. He shrugged like he didn't have a care in the world. "I knew you lied about where you live," he said, as if that was some big revelation. The date wasn't going great, so I thought I'd do something to make it funny. He actually had the nerve to add, "I figured you'd laugh." The audacity hit me like a slap in the face. My fear turned into pure fury. I started yelling, telling him exactly how terrifying and dangerous his actions had been. Following a woman home, grabbing her, whispering in her ear like some psycho. I made it crystal clear how reckless and disgusting his so-called joke was, but he just stood there, smirking like he didn't understand what the big deal was. He even had the gall to look confused, as if I was the one overreacting. "Get off my property!" I screamed, pointing down the street. "And don't ever come near me again!" He mumbled some pathetic excuse for an apology, but I cut him off. "Leave!" I yelled, my voice echoing into the quiet night. Finally, he turned and shuffled away, still muttering like I was the crazy one. I watched him until he disappeared, and only then did I slam my door shut. I locked every bolt, chain, and latch I had, my hands trembling so hard it took a few tries to get it all secured. Grabbing my phone, I unmatched him on Tinder in record time and blocked him for good measure. Thank God I hadn't given him my number or any other way to contact me. I called my mom first, then my best friend, desperate to talk to someone who could understand how awful the night had been. Both of them were horrified, as I'd expected, and furious on my behalf. They reassured me I'd handled it the right way, but their words did little to calm the storm in my head. I couldn't stop replaying the night, thinking about how close it had come to something worse. The idea of Alex knowing where I lived made my stomach churn, even though I was sure he wouldn't come back. I barely slept that night. Every creak in the house set my nerves on edge. My roommates were gone for the weekend, leaving the house deathly quiet and eerily empty. I stayed up, jumping at every sound, waiting for morning to come. Even after weeks had passed, I couldn't shake the anxiety. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, feeling uneasy whenever I was alone. It took a couple of years, but I eventually moved out of that place, and the relief was immediate. The fear didn't follow me, but the memory of Alex's prank did. If by some slim chance he ever stumbles across this, all I can say is, screw you. I hope I never see your face again. I should warn you, this story contains mentions of abuse, manipulation, and toxic relationships. Since those days, I found my footing, started therapy, and now I advocate for others facing similar struggles. I met this guy, let's call him Jason, during my first year at college in Dallas. It was the tail end of a horrible breakup, and he came into my life just when I thought I'd never feel okay again. At first, he felt like my savior. We clicked instantly, and within a couple of weeks, we were a couple. Looking back, it seems ridiculous now how quickly I let him sweep me off my feet, even agreeing to get engaged 2 weeks after meeting him. I had just turned 20, and I thought I'd found my forever. For a while, life with him felt perfect, like a cheesy romance movie. Jason was sweet, attentive, and made me feel like I was the only one in the world. But things started to shift, almost imperceptibly at first. It began with small suggestions, like what I should wear or what I should eat. He'd nudge me toward spending more time with him, doing things I didn't care for, and I convinced myself it was all part of being in a relationship. Before long, those gentle nudges turned into firm instructions. One memory that sticks out is when I was working on an essay for class. Jason burst into my dorm, insistent that I join him at some club meeting. When I said I couldn't, he slammed my laptop shut so hard my fingers jerked off the keyboard. His glare burned into me, and even though my heart raced with fear, I caved and went with him. Back then, I didn't know how to say no to him. Or maybe I was just too scared. From that moment, his grip on me grew tighter. My world revolved around him. If he wanted to have sex, I couldn't say no. If he decided on dinner, that's what we ate, no matter what I wanted. He controlled how I dressed, what hobbies I had, even how I interacted with my friends. I don't know how many times I gave up a piece of myself just to avoid a fight. Over time, I became someone I barely recognized. One evening after my shift at the grocery store, I made a simple request. I wanted something healthy for dinner. I was trying to fix my eating habits because I felt sluggish and out of shape. Jason ignored me and brought home something greasy instead. A coworker of mine, trying to lighten the mood, teased him saying, "What? Are you trying to make her fat?" Jason didn't miss a beat. He shrugged and said, "Yeah, so no one else will look at her." That line carved itself into my brain. From then on, I spiraled into unhealthy eating patterns, ashamed and lost, unsure of how to stand up to him. After 4 years of this, I finally hit my limit. I told him it was over. The night he came by to pick up his things, I could tell he was furious. When he grabbed my neck and started squeezing, I thought I was going to pass out. My body froze, my mind racing. I didn't fight back. I just let it happen. Eventually, he let go. But instead of cutting ties completely, I made the mistake of letting Jason back into my life. That one decision turned everything worse. The abuse, once confined to emotional and mental manipulation, became physical. He stopped holding back, and the sexual violence became a constant. If I tried to resist, it didn't matter. He'd lash out, leaving me bruised and terrified, and then take what he wanted anyway. Over time, I stopped fighting. I started shutting down, becoming this hollow version of myself just to survive. It wasn't limited to when we were alone either. In public, if I spoke out or did something he didn't like, I'd get that look. To anyone else, it might have seemed like a normal glance, but I knew what it meant. Shut up, or there'd be hell to pay later. And if I ignored it, the punishment would be severe. One of his favorite ways to teach me a lesson was locking me in the closet. The light switch was outside, and he knew how much I feared the dark. Those hours trapped in pitch black, heart racing, felt like they would never end. Jason thrived on keeping me broken. He wanted me to feel small, worthless, like I could never escape him. It wasn't just control over my body. He wanted control over how others saw me too. If he thought someone, anyone, was interested in me, I'd suffer for it. It didn't matter if it was completely innocent. I'd still be the one to pay. His twisted logic always turned every scenario into something my fault. Over time, I stopped trying to make sense of it. The night everything changed is burned into my memory. Jason forced me to drink far beyond what I could handle. My head spun, My legs barely held me up, and then he crossed a line I had always begged him not to. This boundary was my last shred of self, the one thing I'd clung to, even during his worst. But that night, he took even that. He gagged me, tied me up, and I could do nothing but cry as he violated what little control I had left. That's when I realized, if I stayed, I wouldn't survive. With the help of a coworker turned friend, someone who saw through my mask and refused to let me stay silent, I managed to escape. I never went to the police. I was too scared, too convinced no one would believe me. Jason had stripped me of everything, my confidence, my voice, my sense of worth. I didn't even recognize myself anymore. Since that night, I've been working to piece my life back together. Therapy has been my lifeline, helping me navigate the wreckage Jason left behind. The PTSD, the anxiety, the deep depression. It's been a long, painful journey. But for the first time in years, I'm starting to feel like myself again. I'm even learning how to share my story, not because I want pity, but because I hope it might help someone else find their strength. If you or someone you care about is stuck in an abusive situation, don't wait. It's terrifying to leave, and it feels impossible, but I promise you, it's not. You're stronger than you think. Watch for the signs, listen to your gut, and never let anyone convince you that you're less than. You deserve safety, love, and so much more. At the time, I was casually seeing people and had run into some odd situations before, but this one was by far the strangest. The guy wasn't someone I had met on my own. He was a friend my brother occasionally bumped into at a coffee shop near his work. The guy had recently moved to the country, and my brother, being kind-hearted, had been helping him adjust. I wasn't having much luck dating either, so when my brother suggested we meet, I reluctantly agreed. I had no clue the evening would turn into such a disaster. We decided to meet at a 24-hour diner in town. He showed up 15 or 20 minutes late, which normally wouldn't bother me too much, so I let it slide. I was trying to stay positive, even though the moment I saw him, I realized he wasn't really my type. Still, I figured it wouldn't hurt to give him a chance and get to know him better. At first he was polite. He held the door open and pulled out my chair. Not necessary, but okay. At least he was trying. Things started to get weird when we were looking at the menu. Out of nowhere, he brought up his ex-fiancée, mentioning how much she would have enjoyed a place like this. That caught me off guard, so I asked a bit about her. He told me she was still back in his home country. When I asked why they weren't together, he casually said, "Oh, we didn't officially break up. I just got tired of her nagging, so I left." His words sent up a red flag, but I didn't want to make the date even more awkward, so I changed the subject. I tried asking him more about his interests, his family, or how he was finding life here. But he wasn't very chatty. It felt like I was pulling teeth to keep the conversation alive. Eventually, our server arrived to take our order. It's worth mentioning that the server had an accent that was unusual for the area. My date stared at him for a few uncomfortable seconds before asking me, "Did you understand anything he just said?" I nodded, feeling my cheeks flush as I quickly ordered. After the server walked away, my date leaned in and said, "You know, back home I'd never let a woman order for herself. But that guy was so hard to understand I didn't even bother." I was stunned. In a single moment, he managed to be both insulting and sexist. I just stared at him for a few seconds, unsure how to respond. Finally, I found my voice and said something along the lines of, "Well, I can handle ordering for myself just fine," and asked what he meant by hard to understand. He instantly got defensive, claiming it wasn't his fault he wasn't used to people like that where he was from. I reminded him that if he only wanted to stick with what was familiar, he might not have been so eager to meet me either. He backed off after that, trying to patch things up by saying how glad he was to meet me. But by then, the whole night had spiraled so far into awkward territory that I just wanted to leave. Still, since the food was on its way, I decided to stick it out for the meal. At least I'd get a decent dinner before making my escape and mentally filing this as the worst date I'd ever been on. I stuck to safe topics, answering his bland questions about my job and hobbies, hoping the conversation would stay surface level. But then he blindsided me with questions about my dating history, asking if I was still a virgin and how I felt about saving sex for marriage. Oh, and if I'd be comfortable being a submissive wife. That's when it all clicked. The outdated attitude, the creepy fixation on control, it screamed fundamentalist or something similar. His questions went from annoying to downright uncomfortable in an instant. I shut him down with a curt, "That's none of your business," before deciding I wasn't going to sit there a second longer. I grabbed a quick glance at the check, threw enough cash on the table to cover my half plus a tip, and told him I was done. As I stood to leave, he looked at me like I'd just slapped him. "Why are you acting like this?" he stammered, genuinely baffled, like this had been a normal evening and I was the problem. Then he tried to refuse my money, saying it was offensive for me to pay for myself. I shot back, "All right, if you want to pay for a dinner that no one's eating, be my guest." I snatched my cash back and walked out without another word. I thought that would be the end of it, a cringeworthy story to laugh about with friends someday. But on the way home, my phone started buzzing nonstop. It was my brother, asking where I was. Turns out my date had called him, sobbing and claiming I'd walked out without any explanation. He said he was worried I might be in trouble. Thankfully, my brother didn't fall for the act. He figured I had a good reason for ditching the guy. When I told him everything, he was just as weirded out as I was. That night, we both agreed to cut ties with this guy completely. My brother stopped hanging out with him, and we blocked him on every platform. For a while, it seemed like the drama was over. But then, the texts started. At first, it was just frantic messages to my brother, alternating between concern for me and unhinged comments wishing bad things would happen to me. Soon after, fake social media accounts began popping up. He created endless profiles to send creepy messages, switching between declaring his love and spewing insults. He even wrote long, disturbing posts about me, describing my looks in unsettling detail, before devolving into hateful rants. We kept blocking him, hoping he'd give up, but the messages just kept coming. Things took an even darker turn after that. One day, out of nowhere, he showed up at my apartment. To this day, I don't know how he found my address. Maybe he followed me home, or maybe he tricked someone into giving it to him. Either way, it felt like a nightmare seeing him just standing there outside my door. He begged me to let him in, saying we needed to talk, but I wasn't about to open the door for him. When I tried to head inside and shut him out, he grabbed my arm, gripping it so tightly it hurt. He started ranting, saying things like, "No one will ever love you the way I do, and you'll regret this when you're old and alone." His voice was full of desperation, but it wasn't sad. It was scary. I tried pulling my arm free, but he just held on tighter. At some point, I'd had enough. I yelled at him to let me go and kicked him hard in the shin. He finally let go, stumbling back, but his expression twisted with anger. He called me ungrateful and muttered something about how I was ruining everything. I didn't stick around to hear the rest. I bolted inside and slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. I could hear him pounding on the door, yelling that I couldn't ignore him forever. At that moment, I was genuinely terrified. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I told the dispatcher that someone was trying to break into my home, and they assured me that help was on the way. But the minutes dragged on, and there was still no sign of the police. He was still slamming his fists, or maybe his shoulder, into the door, and I kept glancing at the lock, wondering if it would hold. Feeling desperate, I called my brother, who lived only a few blocks away. I didn't know what he could do, but I needed someone there. About 15 minutes later, I heard voices outside, arguing. It was my brother. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the yelling escalated quickly. Then, suddenly, everything went quiet. I texted my brother to ask if it was safe to come out, but he didn't reply. A few minutes later, flashing red and blue lights lit up my windows as the police finally arrived. When I stepped outside, I saw the officers talking to my brother. He looked out of breath, and the creep was nowhere to be seen. My brother told the police he had tried to stop the guy, but the guy had punched him before running off. I explained my side of things, and a couple of neighbors came forward to back me up. They told the police they'd seen the guy trying to force his way into my home. There were even scratches and dents on the door, where he'd been pushing and banging. The police launched a search for him, but weeks later, They called to say they had found someone who matched the description. When I went in to identify the suspect, it wasn't him. After that, the trail went cold, and I never heard anything else from the police. It's been almost 15 years now, and though I haven't seen him since, I still feel a chill every time I think about it. I hope wherever he is, he's far away, and that I never cross paths with him again. This whole ordeal began when I felt like everything in my life was falling apart. I don't want to share too many details, but let's just say I was at my lowest. That's when a friend of mine casually suggested I try out Tinder. Normally, hookups aren't my thing, but maybe my bad mood or his endless nudging finally got to me. "Man, just find someone to hang out with," he kept saying, his tone almost too encouraging. Giving in, I downloaded the app, not expecting much, but I thought, why not? After setting up a profile, I swiped on a few profiles and waited. Days passed without a single match. It hit my already fragile self-esteem pretty hard. I was about to uninstall the app for good when my phone buzzed. A match. Her name was Hannah, 24. Her profile photo showed a girl with wild honey blonde hair and soft hazel eyes. Honestly, she was stunning. Way out of my league. The kind of girl who'd normally swipe left without hesitation. But she chose me? I sat there, staring at the notification, thanking the universe for this tiny miracle. Then came the panic. What could I possibly say to someone like her? Hi felt too plain, and a corny pickup line might make me seem weird. Before I could decide, a message popped up on my screen. "Hey," she wrote, dragging the Y and adding a winking emoji. She mentioned how much she liked my profile and surprisingly brought up my dog. "Your pup is adorable. What's his name?" she asked. I mentally noted to give my dog, Max, extra belly rubs for being my unknowing wingman. I replied with his name and breed, trying to keep it casual. "Aw, Max is cute, just like his owner," she replied. That made my face flush red in an instant. Then, out of nowhere, she asked, "So, I don't usually do this, but want to meet up?" It caught me off guard, her confidence. My heart raced as I read those words over and over. Without wanting to seem overeager, I typed back, "I'd love to. Where and when?" And just like that, we had a plan. When the day arrived, I was a mess of nerves. It felt unreal, like I was stepping into a dream. I spent way too much time choosing an outfit that was neither too casual nor too dressed up. The last thing I needed was to appear like I was trying too hard, or worse, like I didn't care. By the time I left my apartment, I was overthinking every little thing. I just hoped whatever charm got me matched wouldn't fall apart in person. I scrubbed myself down like I was preparing for surgery, brushed my teeth until my gums ached, and sprayed on way too much cologne, like that would somehow cover my nerves. After cramming a mint into my mouth, I headed out. When I arrived, the place wasn't what I expected. It was some shady, run-down motel. The kind where the neon sign flickers and half the letters are missing. My stomach flipped a bit, but I told myself, she picked this spot. Maybe she just likes low-key places. Still, it felt off. My brain started spinning out worst-case scenarios, but I shook it off and walked up to the room number she texted me. I stood there, took a deep breath, and knocked. Nothing. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I pulled out my phone, quickly typed, "Hey, are you close?" and waited. Minutes passed. No reply. I leaned against the door, wondering if I'd just been ghosted. As I debated leaving, I heard it. A ringtone, from inside the room. My heart thudded in my chest. "Hannah?" I called out, tapping on the door again. This time, I pressed my ear against it. There was a faint shuffling sound, like someone was moving around inside. Before I could think too hard about it, the door creaked open. A hand shot out and grabbed my arm. This hand wasn't hers. It was big, rough, and had a grip like a vice. Panic exploded through me. Without thinking, I yanked my arm back and slammed the door with all my strength. I heard a sharp yell from the other side. The voice was deep, angry, and definitely not a woman's. My legs took over, and I sprinted down the hallway toward the elevator, slamming the button over and over, willing it to open. I dared a glance back. That's when I saw them. Not one, but 3 men were chasing me, their heavy footsteps echoing off the walls. My fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and flight won by a mile. I crashed through the stairwell door and half ran, half stumbled down the steps, gripping the rail to stop myself from falling. My chest burned as I hit the ground floor, shoving through the lobby like a madman. I didn't stop at the front desk. I didn't stop for anything. I just bolted for the exit, my car keys clenched tight in my hand. When I reached my car, I flung myself inside and locked the doors instantly. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the keys. I fired up the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. On the way home, I couldn't stop shaking. The app, the messages, her, it was all a trap. I deleted Tinder the second I pulled into my driveway. To whoever Hannah really was, whatever you were planning, I hope you fail. I don't know who you are, but I never want to cross paths again. I'm a 30-year-old woman, and even though I've traveled plenty and seen a lot of what the world offers, I still mess up in really basic ways sometimes. It's completely my fault. I own that. I'm usually pretty careful when it comes to online stuff, but it's way too easy to let your guard down when you get comfortable. I'd been living in Toronto for almost 4 months, and I was starting to feel restless. Staying in my small rented room, rewatching episodes of Love Island, was getting boring fast. So, I decided to get back on dating apps. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to hang out with and maybe vibe with if it felt right. That's when I matched with this guy who seemed to share a lot of interests with me. We messaged back and forth for a while, and he came across as easygoing, like someone I could chill with. After a few days of chatting, I gave him my number. Over the next couple of weeks, we texted here and there, not non-stop, but enough to keep the conversation alive. He seemed polite, and we shared a few laughs, so when he suggested meeting up, I said sure. We agreed to meet at this bar downtown, one of those cozy spots where you can actually hear the person talking. When I saw him in person, I have to admit, I didn't recognize him right away. He didn't look bad, but he definitely didn't look like his photos. It was clear he'd used either old or heavily edited pictures. I wasn't trying to be judgmental, and honestly, it wasn't a deal breaker for me. These days, you kind of expect that online profiles might be a little off from reality. Once I got over the surprise, we started chatting, and the conversation flowed pretty well. We talked about typical first date things, jobs, hobbies, travel stories. I told him a bit about my life back in Sydney and how living in Canada was such a change. At some point, we were holding hands, which felt natural and nice. By the end of the night, he asked if I wanted to come back to his place for coffee. I laughed and told him I knew exactly what coffee meant in that context, and I wasn't up for that on a first date. He smiled and didn't push it, which I appreciated. That made me feel like I could trust him, at least a little. But looking back now, I realize how easy it was for me to overlook the small, strange things. He chuckled and reassured me it was really just about coffee. He even said he'd drive me home after, so I wouldn't need to call an Uber. I paused for a second, but then agreed. It seemed better than hanging out at the bar any longer. His place was only a few blocks away, so we decided to walk. On the way, though, he started saying some things that felt off. At first, he joked about how I wasn't like other girls for agreeing to come over. Then, he made this weird comment with a grin, something like, "For all you know, I could be some psycho." That made me a little uneasy, but I just laughed awkwardly. It got worse when he made a lame joke about my dress and my chest. I ignored it, reminding him that nothing beyond coffee was happening tonight. We got to his apartment and he unlocked the door. It was a small studio, the kind where everything's crammed into one room. He excused himself to use the bathroom, leaving me standing there feeling kind of awkward. There wasn't much furniture, no couch or chairs, just his bed smack in the middle of the room. While I stood there, trying not to look too nosy, my eyes landed on a shelf near the bed. What I saw gave me a weird, uncomfortable feeling. There were two masks sitting there. One was shaped like a goofy goat with a cartoonish expression, and the other looked like a wild animal, maybe a fox or a cat. They weren't Halloween decorations or anything. They were just there. Then my eyes wandered a bit more, and I saw other things. On a side table near the masks, there was a big hunting knife and a small axe, both just lying out like it was no big deal. Draped over a chair was a black hoodie, and next to it on the nightstand was a pair of blue latex gloves. Something about the combination of all these things gave me the creeps. It didn't feel right. My chest tightened as my gut screamed at me to leave. I tried to act calm as I grabbed my purse and walked out the door. I didn't bother saying goodbye. As soon as I hit the stairs, I practically flew down them, my heart pounding. I didn't stop until I was 2 blocks away, where I finally flagged down a ride. My hands were shaking as I got in the car, and I kept glancing over my shoulder like he might be following me. After I got home, I felt a little guilty. Maybe he was just some harmless, quirky guy with weird taste in decor. But those masks, that knife, the gloves, it all felt too strange to ignore. When I tried checking the dating app later, I saw that he either blocked me or deleted his account. That should have made me feel better, but it didn't. Something about it all still makes my skin crawl. This happened a few summers back, when I was 21, spending a boring vacation at my mom and dad's place before my senior year of college. I didn't have much to do, so I downloaded this dating app. Might have been Tinder, not sure. I ended up matching with a girl named Lila after some quick swiping. We started chatting, and eventually, I got her Snapchat. I liked using that better, so we moved there and began exchanging snaps. Lila seemed cool at first, but her messages sometimes didn't make much sense. Like there was something off in how she answered, but I couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was just her way of joking around? Either way, I kept talking to her because I was curious, and honestly, there wasn't anything else exciting going on. We weren't talking all day or anything, just random snaps every now and then, mostly silly selfies. A couple of days passed, and we still hadn't talked about meeting up. It wasn't serious, just a way to kill time. That evening, I went to hang out with my buddy Kyle. We grabbed burgers from this local diner and went back to his apartment, about a 15-minute drive from my folks' house. I got home around 11:30, sent a few snaps to people, including Lila, and then called it a night. A few hours later, I woke up feeling really disoriented. I checked my phone. It was 2:47 a.m. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when something caught my eye near the window. Standing there just outside was someone staring straight at me. My stomach dropped, and I froze. After a few seconds of panic, I got a better look, and my blood ran cold. It looked just like Lila. How could she possibly be here? My brain scrambled for answers, but the fear pressing against my chest told me this wasn't some half-dream. She stayed still, her figure a dark silhouette framed by the glass, her face impossible to make out in the shadows. But I knew. It was her. Lila. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking, unsure of what to do. My first instinct was to open Snapchat, thinking maybe I could message her and tell her to leave. When I pulled up her profile, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. Her Bitmoji was right next to mine on the Snap map. My throat went dry. She'd been tracking me. The realization hit hard, like a punch to the gut. My mind raced as I quickly typed, "Why are you outside my window? This isn't funny. It's creepy." I pressed send, and then, just in case, took a screenshot of her location hovering near mine on the map. Seconds ticked by, and then I saw her shift. She moved away from the window, stepping into the shadows of the yard until I couldn't see her anymore. My heart thudded in my chest as I waited for something, anything to happen. After what felt like forever, I saw the notification that she had opened my message. But instead of replying, she left it on read. I got out of bed and went to the window, cautiously looking out, but there was no sign of her. My yard was empty, silent except for the hum of cicadas. Not wanting to risk anything, I walked through the house, checking other windows. hoping to catch a glimpse of where she might have gone. Nothing. It was like she had disappeared into thin air. Feeling uneasy, I finally went back to my room. When I opened Snapchat again, I realized she had blocked me. Her profile, her Snap Map presence, all of it was gone. I checked the dating app where we'd matched, but she had vanished from there too, like she'd never existed. Even now, I can't make sense of it. What did she want? Why did she show up and just stare at me like that? I still have that screenshot saved, her Bitmoji so close to mine on the map. Every time I look at it, my chest tightens, and I remember that night, the way she stood there, watching. When I was about 14, I became totally infatuated with a guy in my neighborhood. Over the next several months, it became almost an obsession. His shaggy hair, the way his cheekbones stood out, and how he had this carefree, cool vibe. It was like he wasn't even real. I couldn't focus on anything else. Schoolwork? Forget it. All I wanted was to be near him. Let's call him Mark. To me, Mark was everything. I was sure we were meant to be, even though I was basically invisible to him back then. Every spare moment, I tried to make him notice me. I'd plan my outfits carefully, always picking spots where he might see me, and even encourage my friends to casually bring me up in conversation if they ran into him. But no matter what I did, it didn't work. Mark was my age, yet he carried himself like someone way older. That just made him even more intriguing. Then, one day, his best friend approached me out of nowhere and told me Mark wanted my number. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I tried to act nonchalant as I handed my phone over, watching his friend type it in. When I got home, I immediately sent him a message. It was just a simple, "Hey," but I added some emojis to make it playful. To my surprise, he answered almost right away. At first, we talked about basic stuff, like school and favorite music. It was everything I'd dreamed of. But by the fourth day, something shifted. Mark started sending me pictures of his pets. He had a golden retriever and a couple of sleek black cats. At first, I thought it was sweet. The dog looked happy, and the cats had these piercing yellow eyes. Then the pictures turned into videos, and that's when it got weird. One clip showed him locking his pets in tiny cages, laughing in this strange, high-pitched way. I told myself he was just kidding around, but it made me uneasy. The next video was worse. He was swinging one of the cats around by a rope, like some twisted game, and his laugh sounded even stranger, like he was enjoying it too much. I wanted to block him right then and there, but I didn't. Maybe I didn't want to admit the guy I liked so much could be this messed up. I convinced myself it was just some bad joke. When we met up in person, he acted completely normal, charming even. We went to a bowling alley not far from town, and he joked about how he wasn't very good. Surprisingly, I actually beat him, which made him laugh. It felt like none of the unsettling videos had ever happened. Mark didn't seem too happy about losing at bowling, and I could tell it bothered him more than he let on. To ease the mood, I suggested we grab some food at this old diner I used to go to with my family when I was younger. We ordered a mountain of greasy fries and chicken tenders, laughing over random stuff and joking around. By the time we finished, I was stuffed, and it felt like we'd really clicked. When we walked back to my house, I was half expecting him to come inside, but he didn't. He muttered something about my parents and brushed it off like it wasn't a big deal. We hugged, and just like that, the night was over. Or so I thought. That evening, as I lay in bed, I kept replaying the date in my head. Mark was everything I'd wanted him to be. Funny, charming, and so easy to talk to, but something still didn't sit right with me. Those videos he'd sent before, those awful, twisted clips of his pets, kept creeping into my thoughts. How could someone who seemed so perfect have done something like that? I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But as I stared at the ceiling, that uneasy feeling wouldn't go away. Then I heard it, a faint knock on my window. My heart skipped a beat. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then it came again, soft but deliberate. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing up. For a moment, I couldn't even breathe. I wanted to scream, but I stopped myself. Deep down, I already knew who it was. Moving slowly, I climbed out of bed and crept toward the window. My hands were shaking as I reached for the curtain. When I pulled it back, I couldn't see much. The backyard was pitch black, and all I could make out was a vague shadow standing just outside the glass. My pulse was racing as I grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand. I hesitated, gripping it tightly while my mind spiraled through a dozen different scenarios. Who else could it be? It had to be Mark. No one else would show up at my window in the middle of the night. Finally, I clicked the flashlight on and aimed it toward the figure. My stomach twisted with anticipation. I half expected to see him standing there, grinning, maybe trying to coax me outside for some late-night adventure. Part of me wanted to believe it could be something innocent. But when the beam landed on his face, my breath caught. It wasn't the playful, flirty Mark I'd grown to like. His face was emotionless, his eyes dull, like all the life had drained out of him. Slowly, without saying a word, he raised his left hand. At first, I couldn't make out what he was holding. Then the light caught the fur. My neighbor's orange tabby was dangling from his grip, squirming and clawing helplessly. Before I could react, Mark pulled out a knife from his pocket. My stomach churned as I watched, frozen in shock. Without a hint of hesitation, he drove the blade into the cat's belly. The sickening sound of it cut through the night as he dragged the knife downward, and the poor animal's inside spilled onto the ground. I could feel bile rising in my throat. My whole body wanted to retch, but I was paralyzed, stuck dry heaving as I stared in disbelief. Mark dropped the cat's lifeless body on the grass like it was trash, then bolted into the night. He didn't leave a shred of evidence. No knife, no jacket, nothing. Just his footprints stamped in the dirt and the awful sight of the mangled animal. I couldn't stop trembling. It was the most horrific thing I'd ever seen, and the memory burned itself into my mind. The next morning, as if it had all been some kind of joke, Mark texted me. "Did you like it? Pretty wild, right?" My hands shook as I read his message. I couldn't bring myself to respond. I just sat there staring at my phone, trying to make sense of what had happened. When the police showed up at our house later that day, I played dumb. I didn't tell them what I'd seen or who had done it. My parents believed the whole thing was some random, cruel act, but I could tell they suspected I was holding something back. It didn't take long for the police to figure it out, even without my help. They traced it back to Mark and arrested him. He was sent to juvie, locked away for what felt like forever. But the real shock came when they searched his home. The news was everywhere, plastered across local channels. Mark lived with a stepdad who was notorious in the neighborhood for being an angry drunk. What they found in Mark's room, though, was something out of a nightmare. The walls were lined with cages stacked on top of each other, tools scattered everywhere that looked like they belonged in a torture chamber. Chains and ropes hung like decorations, and the whole room reeked of decay. It turned out he'd been hurting animals for years, using them as an outlet for all his pent-up anger. The whole school found out almost immediately. By the next day, kids were pointing at me in the halls, whispering behind my back. I became that girl who dated the psycho. Looking back, I can't believe I let myself get so caught up in him. If Mark hadn't been so ridiculously good-looking, I probably wouldn't have even noticed him. But at the time, I was too blinded by his charm to see the darkness hiding underneath. Even now, years later, I still struggle to wrap my head around it. What sticks with me the most isn't just what he did. It's the fact that he thought I'd like it, that I'd find it exciting or funny. There was nothing I ever said or did to make him think I'd be okay with something so messed up. That assumption he made about me still makes my stomach churn. By the time he was out of juvie, I was already in college, and thankfully, I never heard from him again. I try not to think about where he ended up, but part of me assumes he's in prison now, maybe for something worse. They always say it starts with animals and then escalates to people. It's terrifying how true that can be. What makes it all the more tragic is that Mark could have been anything. He had this effortless charm, like someone you'd see on a billboard or in a movie. Instead, he chose to become a monster. It was the summer of 2016 when I made one of the stupidest decisions of my life. I had just turned 21 and was getting into the whole online dating thing. I don't recall the exact app, maybe Tinder, but I ended up matching with a guy named Aaron. He had this easygoing look in his photos, with shaggy brown hair and a fit build. Our chats flowed naturally, just back and forth banter about hobbies and random stuff. A day or two into texting, Aaron suggested we meet. Thinking back now, I should have declined, but I was bored, restless, and curious. He invited me over, which immediately felt off, but I ignored my gut. Meeting at a stranger's home instead of a neutral place wasn't smart, I knew that much. Still, I brushed it aside. We hadn't done any video calls or exchanged many photos. I even considered, how bad could it really be? He sent me the address, claiming it would be a chill evening, maybe some takeout and a movie. I figured I'd stay for a short while and leave early. Around 9 p.m., I entered the address into my GPS and set out. The place was about a 20-minute drive, across town in a quieter neighborhood I rarely visited. The directions took me through some eerily quiet streets before ending at this shabby-looking motel. My stomach turned. A motel? I stared at the flickering sign, wondering if I'd been tricked. I wanted to turn around, but didn't. I parked and sat there, frozen in my car, staring up at the rundown building. It had 2 levels, each with about a dozen rooms, and dim lights on the walkways. A few scattered cars filled the lot, but it felt deserted. Some windows were covered by heavy curtains, others were just pitch black. Trying to calm my nerves, I pulled out my phone and messaged Aaron. "You didn't say anything about meeting at a motel." His reply came quickly. He explained he'd only been staying there for a couple of nights while waiting to move into a new apartment. Supposedly, his stuff was packed up in a storage unit nearby, and his old lease had ended earlier than expected. It sounded like a bunch of excuses, but part of me wanted to believe him. Against my better judgment, I decided to stay. He'd seemed so laid back up to that point, so I thought, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Stupid, I know. I texted him back, mentioning that the motel gave me weird vibes and I wasn't sure about going inside. He responded quickly, explaining again how he was in a tough spot with rent and a deposit for his new apartment. He added that it was only temporary and asked me to come in, sharing his room number. His room was one of the few lit ones on the ground floor, just a little to my left. I stayed in my car for a bit, staring at the door, trying to calm the uneasiness building in my chest. It's just a motel, I thought, trying to reason with myself. Places like this look sketchy all the time. After another minute of hesitation, I made a decision. I'd go inside. As I opened the car door and walked toward his room, something flickered in the corner of my vision. It came from one of the windows in his room. I glanced over and saw someone pulling the curtain back slightly to peek out. My stomach dropped. It wasn't Aaron. The guy in the window looked completely different. Different build, darker hair. The moment I noticed him, he moved fast, yanking the curtain shut. It was so quick, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. My steps faltered, and I froze in place as a chill ran down my spine. Who was that? Why hadn't Aaron mentioned anyone else? I pulled out my phone, typing furiously. "Who's in your room with you?" His reply came almost instantly. "No one. I'm by myself." My gut screamed at me to leave right then and there. I turned on my heel and walked quickly back to my car, my heart hammering against my ribs. Before getting in, I sent another message saying, "I saw someone in the window." His response was almost instant again, but this time it made my blood run cold. "No, you didn't. Just come inside already." That was the final straw. I jumped into my car, slammed the door, and sped out of the parking lot without a second glance. The drive home felt like a blur, my mind racing with what could have happened if I'd gone into that room. Once I got back, I immediately blocked his number and deleted the app. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't shake the image of that stranger in the window. Was it some sort of setup? Was he lying about being alone? Or was this something even darker? I'll never know, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Whatever it wasn't good. To this day, I feel so grateful that I trusted my gut and got out of there. Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't listened to that instinct? Dating had always felt like a bad joke for me. Coming out as gay, I thought it would make things simpler. But honestly, it didn't. Turns out, finding women who are into women isn't as easy as movies make it look. Most of the time, I'd develop feelings for someone who didn't even swing my way. It got exhausting pretty fast. Eventually, I decided to give technology a shot. I found an app called Luna, specifically for women who like women. Setting up my profile felt oddly refreshing, like a new start. And when I started browsing, I was surprised. There were so many women out there, real women I could actually meet. It was like I'd been looking in the wrong places my whole life. For once, it felt like things might go my way. I started chatting with a few women, but one stood out almost immediately. Her name was Morgan, and she lived just a couple of towns away. Her profile caught my eye with its mix of humor and charm, and her photos? Definitely my type. We hit it off so fast that my hopes were already soaring. After days of chatting late into the night, I asked if she'd like to grab dinner. When she said yes, I was over the moon. The night of our date, I showed up early, like ridiculously early. The diner was in her town, so I'd left with plenty of time in case I got lost. I'd also spent way too long getting ready, obsessing over every detail of my appearance. By the time I found a table and sat down, my nerves were already a mess. I kept checking my reflection in my phone screen, fixing my hair every few minutes. 15 minutes passed, then 20. I started looking around, hoping maybe she'd come in without me noticing. The diner wasn't busy. A family sat near the door, and an older man occupied the booth in the corner. He kept glancing my way, but I brushed it off as paranoia. Morgan wasn't there yet, and my stomach was beginning to twist. I told myself she was probably just caught in traffic or something. No big deal, right? Still, after another few minutes, I sent her a quick message to check in. The app said she read it right away, but there wasn't any reply. That's when the uneasy feeling crept in. Was I being stood up? After all the excitement, the effort I put into getting ready, was this all for nothing? I sat there, trying to act like it didn't bother me, but the weird guy in the corner staring at me wasn't helping. I kept telling myself there had to be a good reason. Maybe she was running late and couldn't reply while driving. But the longer I sat there, the more my doubts grew. So I decided to call her, just to be sure everything was fine. As soon as I hit the dial button, I froze. A phone started ringing, but not on the other end. It was in the diner. My heart dropped. I turned to see the guy in the corner scrambling to silence his phone. My call screen flashed. Call declined. My breath caught in my throat as he looked straight at me. There was something off. Something deeply wrong. Without thinking, I grabbed my stuff and headed for the door, trying to stay calm but moving as quickly as I could. The moment I stepped outside, I glanced back. He was following me. Worse, he was calling out my name. My name. Panic surged through me as I broke into a sprint toward my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with my keys, finally managing to unlock the door. I jumped in, slammed it shut, and locked it just as he reached the car. He kept shouting, banging on the window, but I didn't stick around to hear what he had to say. I threw the car into drive and sped off, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. In the rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the parking lot, watching as I disappeared into the night. When I got home, I locked every door and window before collapsing onto my bed. Tears burned in my eyes. How could I have been so blind? I felt humiliated, scared, and angry all at once. For a second, I hovered over the delete button on the app, ready to get rid of it forever. But something held me back. I decided I'd give it one last chance. And, against all odds, that's how I eventually met my girlfriend. Funny how things work out sometimes. But let me tell you, if you're using dating apps, be careful. Trust your gut and don't let your guard down. Six years ago, something happened that I still think about every day. At the time, I was in my third year of college, a bit aimless and trying to figure out life. I was single and decided to check out a dating app for fun. After what felt like endless swipes, I matched with someone. She was gorgeous, petite but curvy in all the right ways. Honestly, she looked like someone you'd never actually meet in real life. We started chatting and things clicked fast. She wasn't shy about what she wanted, and soon enough we made plans to meet. She picked a hotel for our first meetup, and it went so well that we stuck to that spot. I covered the costs every time, which was doable with my part-time job. But money was tight more often than not, especially when she'd ask me to meet her right before payday. Once, I couldn't swing it and told her no. That's when she suggested something different, meeting at her parents' house. It caught me off guard. Meeting her family wasn't what I'd signed up for, and I told her as much. But she brushed it off, saying I could sneak in late, around 9 p.m., and leave before anyone noticed. The whole thing felt odd, but I gave in. I had a long trip ahead, and the thought of her made it easier to agree. She sent me the address, and I found out her house was about a 20-minute walk from the train station. When I got there, the place looked completely normal, maybe even boring. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, though, with lots of empty-looking houses. It was way out in the countryside near a small town in Oregon. Getting into her room was a bit ridiculous. She'd left a second-floor window open, so I had to climb up like I was in some cheesy movie. Inside, her room was exactly what I'd pictured. Pink walls and stuffed animals everywhere. It was clear she'd grown up in that room. She greeted me with a whisper, her finger to her lips. "My parents are asleep in the next room," she said. "You can't make a sound. They get up around 6 a.m., so you'll have to leave before then." Her voice shook a little, but I figured she was just nervous about getting caught. Things between us were as good as ever, maybe even better with the added risk. Afterward, I wanted a smoke, but going back outside was too much trouble. I cracked the window open, promising her I'd blow the smoke out. She hated smoking, but she didn't argue much. Then I heard it. A voice, sharp and high-pitched, cutting through the night. "I'll kill you." It was so close, so clear. My stomach dropped. Heavy footsteps followed, stomping closer and closer. She froze, her face draining of color. "Hide," she whispered, her voice trembling. "If they find you, you're dead." Tears welled up in her eyes, and the fear in her voice made my skin crawl. My heart raced as I scanned the room for somewhere to hide. The closet was my only option. I slipped into the closet, shutting the door as softly as I could, trying to steady my breathing. Not even a moment later, the bedroom door burst open with a crash, making me jump. Her mom marched in, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. "Are you smoking in here again?" she demanded, her tone sharp and unyielding. "So what if I am?" she shot back, her voice wavering but still defiant. "You know the rules. You're not even old enough to be doing this crap, and your dad will flip out if he smells smoke in the house," her mom snapped, her voice lowering but no less threatening. "Fine. I won't do it again. Just leave me alone," she replied quickly, trying to brush her mom off. She was covering for me, and for a second, I thought I might actually get away with hiding. But then, I made the worst mistake imaginable. My foot shifted, and I lost my balance, hitting my head against the wall with a soft but audible thump. The silence that followed was suffocating. Her mom's voice came again, lower this time but dripping with suspicion. "Who's in there?" she asked. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I heard her take a step toward the closet, but then she stopped. The sound of the door creaking open told me she'd left the room. Relief washed over me for a brief second, until her footsteps came back, quicker and heavier than before. The closet door flew open, and there I was, crouched like a deer caught in headlights, wearing nothing but my boxers. Her mom's eyes narrowed as she took me in, her face twisting into something unreadable. "Who the hell are you?" she hissed. I tried to say something, anything, but no words came out. My mind was blank, and my body wouldn't move. That's when I noticed what she was holding. It was a hammer, but not the kind you use for fixing stuff around the house. This thing was thick, almost like a sledgehammer, heavy and threatening. "Get out!" Her voice was eerily calm, but her grip on the hammer tightened. "If you don't leave right now, you won't leave at all." I didn't wait to see if she meant it. Grabbing my clothes, I stumbled out of the closet and bolted down the hallway, pulling on my jeans as I went. I didn't stop running until I reached the train station. It was dead quiet, the kind of silence that feels loud. I sat there for hours, too scared to sleep, waiting for the first train to take me far away from that place. When I finally got home, I sent her a message. It wasn't much, just a quick apology, mostly because I felt bad for leaving like that. Her reply made my stomach drop. "Don't worry about it," she wrote. "I'm just glad my dad didn't wake up. He's got a bit of a temper and he doesn't like my boyfriends. Once, he took a guy for a ride, and let's just say he never came back. Anyway, hope he doesn't find you." She added a laughing emoji at the end, but it didn't feel like she was joking. Suddenly her mom's threat clicked into place. Her family wasn't just strict, they were dangerous. And the worst part? She knew where I lived. After that night, I deleted the app and stopped meeting strangers in sketchy situations. I told my friends where I was going anytime I met someone new. That experience changed me. Some risks just aren't worth taking. Back in the early 90s, life felt a lot simpler. There weren't any apps to swipe through, no endless social media scrolling. People met in real life, not behind screens. If you were around back then, you'd know exactly what I mean. But just because things were simpler didn't mean they were safer. Even in those days, danger had a way of creeping up when you least expected it. That evening, I was getting ready for a date. She was supposed to show up around 7:30 p.m., but I started preparing early because I always ended up rushing at the last minute. After a quick shower and an even quicker attempt at fixing my hair, I went downstairs to check on my dog, Shadow. Shadow, my faithful German shepherd, had been with me since my teens. He was pushing 13 and moving slower than he used to, his back legs often giving him trouble. Watching him struggle was hard. He still had that same lively spirit, but his body couldn't keep up anymore. When I heard the car pull into the driveway, my chest tightened. My sister had set me up with Amanda a few months ago at a neighborhood block party. Those parties were always packed. Family, friends, neighbors, and whoever else wandered in. One year, some random guy even tried to walk off with someone's stereo. But Amanda wasn't like the others. She had this easygoing confidence about her that made her stand out. Now here she was, arriving for our first date, and I was freaking out. When the knock came, I froze for a moment. My nerves were a mess, and I wondered if I could just pretend I wasn't home. Even though I was 25, I wasn't exactly smooth when it came to women. Shadow, on the other hand, was thrilled, barking excitedly as if his old legs could still carry him to the door. His tail wagged so hard that it thumped against the wall. The vet had mentioned surgery that could help, but the $7,500 price tag was completely out of reach for me. When I opened the door, Amanda stood there, bathed in the glow of the porch light. Her smile was so genuine that it took the edge off my anxiety for a moment. She had a bit of lipstick smeared, which somehow made her look more approachable, more real. Her eyes lingered on mine just long enough to make me feel like my heart was trying to jump out of my chest. I invited her in, showing her the cozy living room and the tiny kitchen. Shadow, of course, instantly fell in love with her. He trailed her like she was made of bacon, his tail wagging furiously. Before I could even offer her a seat, he was nuzzling her hand and licking her face like she was his long-lost best friend. Drool streaked her makeup, smudging the already imperfect lipstick. I rushed to pull him back, my cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Shadow, quit it," I muttered, steering him toward his bed. Usually, Shadow calmed down when I got stern, and tonight wasn't any different. He let out a long sigh, flopping onto his bed with those pitiful eyes that made me feel like the bad guy. "Sorry about him," I mumbled, grabbing some paper towels from the counter. Amanda just laughed it off, taking a tissue from her bag to dab at her face. Then she pulled out a little compact mirror and started fixing her smudged makeup, still smiling like the whole thing was hilarious. Her laugh threw me for a loop. My aunt would have had a meltdown over something like that, a total drama queen who thrived on making scenes. But Amanda? She didn't even blink. When we left, Shadow barked at us from the window, his nose pressed against the glass like he couldn't believe I was going out without him. Amanda's car, a battered hatchback that had definitely seen better days, wheezed as it started up. I braced myself for it to give out halfway down the block, but somehow it made it. Her driving, though, was another story. Let's just say, I spent most of the ride gripping the door handle like it might save my life. We were heading to this seafood spot by the marina, a place I'd only heard about but never visited. It was fancier than I'd expected, with string lights draped over the outdoor patio and valet parking attendants wearing bow ties. As we pulled into the lot, I glanced down at my outfit, a plain hoodie and jeans, and cringed. The other diners looked like they'd walked straight out of a fashion magazine, their clothes all crisp and perfect. I felt like I'd shown up to a wedding in pajamas. We ordered a shared appetizer, then each got our own entrees. By the time dessert came around, a tiny slice of tiramisu, we were both relaxed, chatting and laughing. The portions were so small we joked about stopping for fast food on the way home. That's when things started to feel off. The usual murmur of conversation that filled the restaurant began to fade. It wasn't a sudden silence, but a gradual hush that made the air feel heavy, like a storm was about to roll in. Amanda noticed it first. Her smile disappeared, replaced by a wary expression as she glanced around the room. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I hadn't noticed anything at first, but then it hit me. The entire restaurant had gone quiet. It wasn't the comforting silence of people lost in their meals. It was stiff, unnatural. Then I realized the noise hadn't stopped completely. There was still sound, but it came from one spot, a big group in the middle of the room. The group was packed around a cluster of pushed-together tables. They'd been rowdy all evening, laughing loudly, clinking glasses, and toasting like they were at a wedding reception. Their noise had faded into the background until now. But instead of chatting, every single one of them was staring out the giant windows that overlooked the water. They weren't zoning out either. Their faces were tense, their bodies frozen like statues. It was as if whatever was out there had them in a trance. Curiosity got the better of me, and I craned my neck to see what they were all looking at. From where I sat, I could only catch glimpses of the waves glimmering in the moonlight. Whatever had grabbed their attention, it was out there in the darkness. Amanda had the perfect view, her face pale as she muttered, "Do you see them?" I followed her gaze to the parking lot where 4 men stood under the streetlights. They were dressed in sleek, dark suits, their figures sharp and still, like something out of a crime movie. At first, I thought they were latecomers, maybe part of the loud group in the middle of the restaurant. But something about their presence shifted the air, making it heavy, suffocating. The people at the big table weren't laughing anymore. Some of them started edging away, moving toward the back of the room or slipping into the restrooms. Those who stayed looked frozen, their faces drained of color. The suited men walked closer to the entrance, their movements calm and deliberate. The people at the table began whispering frantically, their voices shaky and desperate. Some were openly crying, clutching each other like they could shield themselves from whatever was coming. The restaurant had turned from lively to terrifying in the blink of an eye. Then the doors opened, and all hell broke loose. The sound of gunfire filled the space, deafening and sharp. Windows shattered, tables flipped, and people screamed, their voices blending into one frantic, horrible noise. Amanda grabbed my arm and dragged me under the table before I even knew what was happening. We crouched there, clutching each other, as bullets tore through the air just inches above us. The screams and chaos were unbearable. Pleas for mercy, cries of pain, all mixed with the relentless metallic sound of gunfire. And then, as suddenly as it started, it was over. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavier than the noise had been. My ears were ringing as I peeked out from under the table. The men in suits were already leaving, walking away as calmly as they had arrived. The scene they left behind was beyond anything I'd ever seen. Bodies were slumped over tables and sprawled across the floor. Blood spread out in dark, glistening pools, seeping into tablecloths and broken glass. Amanda and I crawled out slowly, our hands shaking. The restaurant was unrecognizable, like a war zone. Glass glittered everywhere, the once pristine white tablecloths soaked in blood. The metallic smell hit me hard, making my stomach churn. It wasn't a nightmare. It was real, and there was no waking up from it. The restaurant manager stumbled out from the kitchen, his face pale and streaked with tears. He tried to help the victims, performing CPR on one man while shouting for his staff to call for more ambulances. Amanda and I joined in, doing whatever we could to help, pressing napkins to wounds, propping up people who were still breathing. But it wasn't enough. Only one person made it through. Paramedics arrived maybe 10 minutes later. But by then, 7 lives had already slipped away, lost right in front of us. Those who hid in the bathrooms survived, but some who ran out the back weren't so lucky. The men had caught them in the alley and finished what they'd started. Later, the police told us it was gang-related, a hit tied to drugs or debts. They didn't share much more, probably to keep things under wraps. But the details didn't matter. That night was burned into my memory, etched into my dreams like a wound that refused to heal. I never saw Amanda again after that. It wasn't her fault, but every time I thought of her, I thought of the screams, the blood, the fear. I couldn't look at her without seeing it all play out again. This happened close to 2 years ago when I was just getting into online dating. At the time, I was 24 and still pretty clueless about the whole thing. One of the first people I started talking to was a guy named Ryan, not his real name. Ryan seemed pretty normal. We talked for a week about all kinds of random things, like movies we liked and our favorite games. Nothing weird stood out. After 7 days of chatting, Ryan asked if we could meet in person. I thought it over, and since he seemed all right, I said yes. That's when I made a huge mistake. I gave him my address so he could pick me up. Looking back now, I can't believe I did something so careless. Things could have gone so much worse. The next day, I was all nerves, getting ready for my first in-person date from the app. My roommate Mia was home, which made me feel a little safer. About 30 minutes before Ryan was supposed to show up, we saw 2 cars pull into the parking lot of our small apartment building. 3 men got out, and immediately, something felt off. They looked rough, like they hadn't showered in days and probably hadn't been to the city in years. Mia and I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe they were here for one of the other tenants. But then, we heard this loud banging on the building's front door. Our apartment complex had a locked entryway that required a key or someone buzzing you in. These guys clearly didn't live here. Back then, I was way too trusting and thought they were just at the wrong place, maybe looking for someone who lived here. Feeling uneasy but trying to act normal, I opened the door and asked why they were here. The guy in the middle, who had this creepy grin, said, "We're here for Anna." My stomach dropped. Something was seriously off. Against my better judgment, I said, "Yeah, I'm Anna." That was mistake number 2. The guy smirked even wider and said, "You definitely look like your photos." His tone made my skin crawl. I managed to ask who they were and why they'd come, trying to keep my voice steady. The guy, still smiling, said they were friends of Ryan, the guy I was supposed to meet. "We're here to take you to him," he said casually. My heart was racing at this point. "Where's Ryan?" I asked, my voice sharper now. He pointed toward one of the cars parked under a dim streetlight and said, "He's over there, waiting." But from where I stood, I couldn't see if anyone was in the car. Something felt wrong. I told him Ryan could come to the door himself if he wanted to see me. That's when the guy to his left stepped forward. He was grinning, but it wasn't friendly. "Forget Ryan," he said. "Why don't you come with me instead?" Before I could react, he shoved his foot in the door to stop me from closing it. "Or maybe one of my friends here?" he added with a disgusting chuckle. My heart was pounding, and I froze, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Mia, who must have heard the commotion, came charging down the hallway. She grabbed my arm, yanked me back inside, and slammed the door shut with all her strength. The guys outside started pounding on the door, shouting things I won't even repeat. Mia, already holding her phone, dialed the police while I stood there in shock. We stayed silent, listening to the sound of their fists on the door. After what felt like forever, the banging stopped. We cautiously peeked out through the living room window as they climbed back into their cars and drove off. The so-called Ryan they mentioned? There was no one in that car under the streetlight. It had been empty the whole time. A few hours later, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Ryan. "Sorry about that," it read. "My friends thought it'd be hilarious to prank you. I swear I'm actually a decent guy. Let's meet up sometime." I blocked him without responding, deleted the app, and decided I was done with online dating. When the cops showed up, they said there wasn't much they could do since I didn't know the guys' names or license plate numbers. In the end, I never found out who they were, or what they were planning to do if Mia hadn't stepped in when she did. After ending a relationship that had dragged on for years, I decided it was time for something different. Casual dating seemed like a good way to mix things up, so I joined Tinder. I was upfront with everyone I matched with. No big promises or commitments, just easygoing outings, maybe a fun dinner or a drink at a local bar. That's when I met a guy we'll call Nate. He had recently moved to my city and didn't want anything serious either. He said he was just looking to meet new people and explore the area. For our first meetup, I picked a trendy bar that I liked. I knew a few of the bartenders and some of the staff, so it felt like a good choice. Nate showed up right on time, which was a nice surprise. He was easy to talk to, with a laid-back vibe. We talked about work. He mentioned he was a freelance software developer, and his current living setup. He was renting a house with some friends, which made sense because this city wasn't exactly affordable. When he asked about me, I shared that I was lucky to have my own one-bedroom apartment, thanks to some help from my parents a few years back. They gave me a little boost with the deposit when I was in my early 20s, and I'd managed to make it work ever since. As the night wound down, he offered me a ride home, but I declined, preferring to call an Uber instead. He joked, asking if it was because I had plans with someone else later. I laughed, brushing it off as harmless teasing. A few days later, Nate messaged me, saying he couldn't stop thinking about me and wanted to meet again. It felt quick, but I figured one more date couldn't hurt. This time, I picked a more upscale place, one where I knew the owner from way back. The atmosphere was fancier, and I noticed Nate seemed a bit tense when I ordered more than usual. It struck me as odd since I'd made it clear I could cover my own meal both times. At the end of the evening, he offered me a ride home again, and like before, I declined. While we were chatting near the end of the night, his phone rang. He excused himself to take the call, stepping away but not far enough for me not to overhear. His voice dropped to a whisper, but I caught him saying, "No, I think I'll stick around tonight. Yeah, I'm with her right now. Don't stress about it. I'll be back soon." That's what he said, and I guessed he was talking to his roommate or maybe a sibling, but I didn't pry. When he came back to the table, he was all smiles again. "Seriously, let me drive you home. It's late, and Ubers can be sketchy. I'd feel a lot better if I knew you got back safe." At that point, I was too drained to argue, so I gave in. I typed my address into his GPS and let him drop me off. Later that night, Nate sent me a text saying he'd be picking me up the next morning for a picnic. I told him I had chores to handle at my apartment, hoping he'd back off, but he didn't. He insisted he'd be there by 10 a.m. sharp. And, true to his word, his car was parked outside my building at exactly 10 the next morning. I climbed in, and when he leaned over to kiss my cheek, I immediately caught a whiff of his breath. It was bad, like really bad. I tried to play it cool and not let it show, but it was hard to ignore. The picnic itself wasn't terrible, though. We found a quiet spot near a small lake, and the weather was perfect. But throughout the day, Nate kept leaning in for kisses, and I had to find ways to dodge him without making it obvious. I'd pretend to be distracted by the scenery or busy unpacking the food. By the time the sun started dipping lower, around 4 p.m., I was more than ready to head home. The park was way out of the city, about an hour-and-a-half drive, and getting an Uber from there would have cost a fortune, so I had no choice but to stick with him. Thankfully, he agreed it was time to leave, and we hit the road. At some point during the drive, I must have nodded off, because the next thing I knew, we were closer to home, and Nate was asking if we could finish the champagne from earlier back at my place. I quickly shut that idea down, telling him I wasn't feeling up for it. That's when everything shifted. His tone grew sharp and he asked, Why are you acting so weird? What's the deal with your apartment? Are you hiding something from me? His sudden outburst left me stunned. I didn't know what to say, so I just stayed silent. When we finally reached my building, he dropped me off, but instead of driving away, he parked across the street. I could see his car sitting there for at least 30 minutes before he finally left. A little while later, he sent me a text saying he'd made it home safely and that he thought he was falling for me. That sent chills down my spine. I'd made it clear from the start I wasn't looking for anything serious, and he'd agreed. I told him it was probably best if we stopped hanging out for a bit since he was clearly getting attached. A week passed without hearing from Nate, and I thought maybe he'd gotten the hint. But then, out of nowhere, he messaged me, asking if I wanted to grab dinner. He'd found this new Indian restaurant he thought I'd enjoy. I said it sounded good and asked him to send me the address. Instead of doing that, he replied, "No need. I'll come pick you up." 7 o'clock came, and Nate texted me saying he was outside. When I walked down to meet him, he was waiting right by the gate to my building. I buzzed him in, and the first thing he said wasn't, "Hi," or "How are you?" but instead, "Show me your place. I want to see how you live." It wasn't playful or curious. It felt off, too direct. The uneasy feeling crept up again, but I pushed it down. I told him we should grab dinner first since I was starving, and I'd show him my apartment some other time. At the restaurant, the weirdness only got worse. Midway through our meal, his phone rang, and instead of excusing himself, he answered it right there. "Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know later," he said, barely lowering his voice. Then he turned to me and casually asked, "So, can I crash at your place tonight?" I froze for a second, caught completely off guard. No, I don't think so. I have work early tomorrow," I replied, trying to keep my tone steady. "Yeah, me too," he muttered before going back to his call. "I'll figure it out," he said into the phone. The voice on the other end was loud enough for me to catch snippets. "You're not serious," they said, frustration clear. "Just grab your stuff already." Nate shot back, "And do what? Take it where?" "Bring it to that girl you're seeing. I'm done asking." My stomach dropped. My brain was scrambling to piece things together. Who was on the phone? What was going on? I felt glued to my seat, too stunned to say anything. The food arrived, but the table was steeped in an uncomfortable silence. I finally asked, "Why did you even ask about staying over? I thought we were just out for dinner, not whatever this is." Nate chuckled, brushing it off. He claimed he just wanted to hang out a bit longer and was curious to see my place. I wasn't buying it. "I don't let people I barely know into my apartment," I told him, my voice firmer than before. His face tightened, but he didn't argue. The rest of the meal passed in silence, and when the check came, we paid separately like we had before. As we stood to leave, I told him I'd call an Uber to get home. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why bother? I already know where you live. Let me drive you." Something about his tone made my skin crawl, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I reluctantly agreed. As I climbed into his car, I reached into the back seat to grab my jacket, which I'd tossed there earlier. That's when I noticed it, a duffel bag sitting behind the passenger seat. It wasn't just any bag. It was stuffed with clothes, toiletries, and even a pillow. At first, I didn't think much of the bag in the back seat. My best friend practically lives out of her car, so I figured maybe Nate was just the same. The ride was uncomfortably silent until, out of nowhere, he muttered, "You're unbelievable. I've been driving you all over, and you can't even let me crash at your place." That hit a nerve. I wasn't in the mood to play nice anymore. "I never asked you to drive me," I snapped. "I've been fine taking Ubers. If it's such a problem, tell me how much, and I'll pay you back." Nate's jaw clenched and the air in the car grew tense. Just then, his phone buzzed. He answered, and I could hear the person on the other end loud and clear. "Your stuff's by the door, Nate. Either stay with your new girl or go to your dad's. I'm done letting you treat me like this." Nate hissed back, "I don't even talk to my dad, you idiot," before hanging up. My brain was spinning. Was that his ex? A former roommate? Someone he owed money to? Before I could figure it out, Nate turned to me, his face red with anger. Great, now I've got nowhere to stay. You happy now? Must be nice living off your parents' money while people like me have to deal with real problems. All you do is take and take. I froze, my chest tightening as my heart pounded. I could feel a cold sweat starting, and for a second, I thought I might be sick. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to get out of there. I started forming a plan in my head. My building has a cafe on the ground floor, and if you cut through it, you can reach a side gate with fingerprint access. If I could just make it there, I'd be safe. When we pulled up to my apartment, I didn't wait. The second the car stopped, I yanked open the door and bolted. I ran into the cafe, weaving through tables without looking back, and made it to the side gate. My hand was shaking as I pressed my finger to the scanner, but the gate clicked open and I rushed inside. I sprinted up to the second floor and knocked frantically on a neighbor's door. They let me in without hesitation. Inside, I told them everything, my voice trembling, and asked if they could call the cafe to explain why I'd run through like a maniac. That night, I blocked Nate's number and swore to myself I'd never let him near me again. Looking back, I can't say for sure what his deal was, but I'm almost certain he was homeless and trying to find someone to take him in. Maybe the person on the phone was another Tinder date who let him crash, only for him to overstay his welcome. Whatever the case, he scared me more than I ever want to admit, and I hope to God I never see him again. This story still creeps me out, even if it's not the scariest thing I've heard. About 5 years ago, I decided to try Bumble. At the time, I was 30 and hadn't touched a dating app before. My last relationship began when I was just 20. We met at a community college, got engaged 5 years later, and had a son shortly after. For a while, I thought that was it, my life set. But the final years were a nightmare. My partner grew distant and angry, blaming me for everything that felt wrong in our lives. I tried to keep us together, but the yelling and bitterness only got worse. One night, after a particularly ugly fight, I packed up my son and left, heartbroken and lost. The weeks that followed felt like they weren't real. I had to start over, new apartment, new job, new routines. Slowly, I found a bit of balance, though weekends were brutal. My ex had joint custody, so the days when my son was away felt impossibly quiet. I wasn't looking for love, just some kind of human connection to distract me. Bumble seemed harmless, a way to feel something again without diving in too deep. The first few matches gave me a rush. After years of feeling invisible, the attention was intoxicating, even if it was surface level. Then I swiped right on Jake. He didn't stand out. Average looks, a profile that wasn't trying too hard. That's what I liked about him. He felt safe. We chatted a bit and discovered we both liked hiking, bad 90s movies, and cheesy puns. It felt easy. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop a few miles from my place. I was so nervous that morning, spending way too long picking out an outfit and redoing my makeup. When I parked outside the cafe, my hands were shaking. Jake arrived 10 minutes late. The beginning was awkward, full of forced laughter and polite smiles. But as we sipped our drinks, we found a rhythm. He joked about hating karaoke, while I admitted I loved it. My friends and I used to spend whole nights at this rundown bar, screeching along to terrible songs. Somehow, I talked Jake into heading across the street to a karaoke bar. By the end of the night, we were belting out songs and laughing so hard we could barely stand. It was reckless and freeing. Later, in his beat-up car, things heated up. For the first time in ages, I felt alive. We texted casually after that, no strings attached. It was perfect. Jake wasn't someone I could fall for, and that made it safe. For our second date, we planned to float down a nearby river on tubes. We drove to the end of the route in his old van and left my car upstream. Jake tucked my keys into a zippered pocket, and we hopped into the cool, clear water. The afternoon sun was relentless, but the river was peaceful. We drifted for hours, enjoying the stillness. Eventually, we reached the end of the river, pulled the tubes onto the shore, and started the walk back to my car. That's when Jake patted his pocket and froze. I lost your keys, he muttered. I laughed, thinking he was joking, but his expression didn't change. My stomach sank like a rock. Panic started bubbling up as I realized what he meant. My car key, my only car key, had been in his pocket while we floated for hours, stopping in random spots along the river. The thought of finding it seemed impossible. He offered to drive me home in his rusty van, and I agreed. On the drive, we decided to return the next day to retrace our stops and search for the keys. It felt hopeless, but we had to try. The following afternoon, we hit every beach and shallow bend where we'd paused, scouring the area. For hours, we waded into the murky water, sifting through sand and rocks. Just as the sun began dipping below the trees, casting an orange glow, Jake spotted something shiny buried in the shallows. He reached down, and there they were. My keys, half covered in sand. Against all odds, we had found them. Overjoyed, Jake suggested we celebrate. He drove me down a narrow, tree-lined dirt road that ended at an old, run-down trailer. The place was tucked deep in the woods, barely visible in the fading light. Jake mentioned he was renting a room from a couple who owned the property, but they were gone for the week. I hesitated as we climbed the rickety wooden steps leading to the porch. Inside, the trailer smelled stale, like damp carpet and old food. The kitchen was a disaster, with dirty dishes and garbage covering every surface. Jake led me to his room, which somehow managed to be worse. It was cramped, with a mattress on the floor and piles of clothes everywhere. A plastic tub held warm beer and crumpled chip bags. We ended up sleeping together, but I couldn't shake the gross feeling that settled in afterward. The room's dim light revealed stains on the walls and shadows that made everything seem grimier. Lying there, I realized I was completely over him. Whatever spark had been there was gone. I left not long after, and over the next week, our texts fizzled out. Neither of us made an effort to keep things going, which was fine by me. My attention was on other things. That weekend, I planned to meet some friends for karaoke. I hadn't gone out in a while, and I was excited to let loose. A few hours before we were set to meet, Jake texted me out of nowhere. "You hitting up karaoke tonight?" he asked. Surprised, I replied, "Yeah, why?" His response came quickly. "Just thought I'd let you know I'll be there too, going with a girl from work." The text felt weird, but I brushed it off. "Thanks for the heads up," I replied. "Have fun." By 9 p.m., my friends and I were at the bar, our usual haunt with its gaudy neon lights and cheap drinks. We grabbed a booth near the stage, the best spot to watch the action, and started ordering rounds. As I sipped my drink, I felt an odd chill, like someone was watching me. I scanned the room, and sure enough, Jake was there, seated at a small table with a woman. But his focus wasn't on her. His eyes were locked on me, a wide grin stretching across his face. He lifted a hand and waved enthusiastically, as if we were best friends meeting by chance. His date turned to see what was going on, and I gave a small, awkward wave. It wasn't that Jake's presence bothered me. It really didn't. But I didn't want Sarah to feel weird or uncomfortable. My friends knew all about my brief fling with Jake and had seen his earlier texts. We all thought it was odd that he went out of his way to get my attention while sitting with his date. But maybe he was just being friendly. I told myself not to overthink it. The night carried on, and we were having a great time. Drinks flowed, off-key singing echoed through the bar, and laughter filled our booth. A couple of hours later, I was deep in conversation with my friends when Jake wandered over, pulling Sarah along with him. They plopped down right next to me, the heavy scent of alcohol trailing behind. Their eyes were glassy and their words slurred. Sarah, despite being drunk, seemed sweet enough. She started rambling about her job, gesturing wildly while Jake sat there grinning. I felt uneasy as the conversation dragged on. Then, under the table, I felt something. Jake's hand on my thigh. My whole body froze. Sarah was right there, completely oblivious, and I couldn't believe he would pull something like this. Quietly, I nudged his hand away and excused myself, saying I needed another drink. Walking to the bar, I could feel his eyes boring into my back. Sure enough, when I glanced over my shoulder, he was staring, an unsteady grin plastered on his face. When I returned to the table, Sarah was fumbling with her phone, slurring something about her taxi being outside. Jake kissed her sloppily as she staggered out the door, leaving me and my friends alone with him. That's when Jake's mood changed. He went from overly cheerful to sulky, clearly annoyed that his date had left. His attention shifted back to me. He draped his arm over my shoulders, leaning close enough that I could smell the beer on his breath. "You're adorable," he slurred. "I love your laugh." I sat there, stiff as a board, hoping he'd take the hint and leave. When he wandered off to grab another drink, my friends and I huddled up. "This is bad," one of them whispered. "You shouldn't have to deal with this." I nodded, fully regretting ever agreeing to meet him again. We decided to leave, worried he'd stick around and make things worse if we stayed too long. We came up with a plan. If things got weird, the girls would head to the bathroom and sneak out the back, while our guy friend kept Jake distracted. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than nothing. When Jake came back, he was a mess, spilling beer down his shirt as he stumbled into his seat. "Where are we going next?" he slurred, grinning like this was some grand adventure. Before I could respond, one of my friends stepped in. "We're all heading home," she said firmly. Jake pouted, insisting he walk us to our cars. We politely declined, but he wasn't having it. By now he could barely stand upright, leaning heavily against the table for support. We asked how he planned to get home and offered to call him a cab. He waved us off, muttering something about crashing in his van. I told him flat out that coming back to my place wasn't an option. "My daughter is home with the babysitter," I said firmly. "You're not staying over." He mumbled something unintelligible, but eventually agreed to sleep it off in his van. I thought that was the end of it, but as we walked out of the bar, Jake stumbled after us, insisting again that he should come with me. My friends and I exchanged quick glances, realizing it was time to put our backup plan into action. The girls and I excused ourselves to the bathroom while our guy friends stayed behind to distract Jake. We slipped out the back door, the cool night air hitting our faces as we hurried down the dimly lit street toward our hotel. A few minutes later, our friend caught up with us, saying he'd managed to keep Jake occupied long enough for us to leave unnoticed. We breathed a collective sigh of relief, glad to finally be rid of him. One of my friends, who had stayed sober, offered to drive me home once we got back to the hotel. I gratefully accepted, just wanting the night to be over. But as we walked down the quiet path, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and froze. Jake's name lit up the screen, the ringing cutting through the stillness of the night. I silenced the ringer and let the call go to voicemail. My heart was racing, but curiosity got the better of me. I turned the speaker on, and my friends leaned in close as I played the message. Jake's voice spilled out, slurred and confused. "Hey, where are you? I thought we were hanging out. What's going on?" The nervous laughter around me was a small relief. We were all just thankful we'd left when we did. But then my phone buzzed again. Another voicemail. This time his tone made my stomach twist. The words were still muddled, but they carried an unsettling weight. "I don't understand why you left," he muttered. "You really hurt me. I think I'm in love with you." That last sentence sent a chill through me. His voice was thick with emotion, but there was something wrong, something unnatural about it. My friends exchanged uneasy looks, and without speaking, we quickened our pace toward the hotel. We reached the room, and my friend darted inside to grab her car keys. Just as the door shut behind us, my phone rang again. My breath hitched as I stared at the screen. Another voicemail notification. This one hit differently. Jake's voice had darkened, his words sharper, dripping with anger. "I love you," he said again, but this time it wasn't sweet or sad. It was dangerous. The voicemail spiraled into a drunken tirade, his sentences tangling together. He accused me of humiliating him, abandoning him, ruining his night. His voice rose, trembling with fury, until he delivered a final gut punch of a line. "You know, I'm really starting to fucking hate you." The room went silent. Fear crept up my spine, cold and suffocating. My friends hugged me, their reassurances only half heard through the storm of my thoughts. One of them stayed close, promising to check in regularly, while my sober friend offered to drive me home. As we pulled into my driveway, exhaustion hit me like a wave. I unlocked the front door, stepping into the stillness of my dark house. I wanted nothing more than to forget the night. Then I saw them. Headlights, faint but unmistakable, spilling into my driveway. It was far too late for visitors. My pulse roared in my ears as I crept to the window, easing the curtain back just enough to see. My stomach dropped. Parked in the driveway, its engine idling softly, was Jake's beat-up orange van. He was in the driver's seat, his face illuminated by the dashboard glow. He wasn't moving, just staring. Staring straight at my house. Panic gripped me. How did he get here? He could barely stand when we left him at the bar. Had he driven drunk? And worse, how did he know where I lived? Then it hit me. That time I'd lost my keys after tubing. He'd dropped me off. He must have remembered the way. My chest tightened as the realization settled in. How could I have been so careless? I barely knew this guy. We'd only gone out a handful of times. Yet there he was, sitting in my driveway, glaring at my house like a predator sizing up prey. I crouched low beneath the window, heart hammering in my chest. The house was dark. I was sure he couldn't see me. Then my phone lit up on the coffee table, the screen casting a faint glow. He was calling again. My hand darted out, silencing it before it could ring. My breathing felt too loud, like it might give me away. The voicemail notification blinked. My trembling fingers hesitated before pressing play. His voice came through, unnervingly calm, but laced with something sinister. He was singing, mocking, almost playful. It sent a shiver through me that no amount of blankets or walls could keep out. "Where are you?" Jake slurred, dragging out the words like he wasn't fully conscious. The voicemail cut off abruptly, but the chill it left lingered. My hands shook as I replayed everything in my mind. I had tried so hard to convince myself this was just a bad night, that maybe I was letting old memories warp the situation. But that voicemail? It tore through all my attempts to stay calm. I wasn't imagining things anymore. This was real. Maybe I was overreacting, but the thought of him drunk and driving through town was enough to push me into action. I grabbed my phone and called 911, my voice trembling as I explained everything to the dispatcher. She assured me officers were on their way. Hanging up, I crept back to the window, peering out from behind the curtain. That's when I saw him. Jake had stepped out of the van, his movements unsteady. He was stumbling in circles on my lawn, his head jerking side to side like he was searching for me. Then, his voice cut through the stillness of the night. "Where are you?" he yelled, the words sharp and furious. Over and over, he screamed the same thing, louder each time. The sound echoed down the quiet street, sending waves of fear through me. As he staggered closer to the front door, the street lit up with flashing red and blue lights. Relief and dread hit me all at once. 2 police cars pulled up, their presence casting eerie shadows on the nearby houses. From my hiding spot, I watched the officers approach Jake. They spoke to him briefly, but even from a distance, I could see his drunken defiance. They breathalyzed him, he failed miserably, and began searching his van. One of the officers started toward my house. I met him at the door, still shaking, as I explained what had happened. He listened patiently, nodding as I spoke, but his words offered little comfort. Without a direct threat, there wasn't much they could do. Jake would be charged with a DUI, held overnight, and released the next day. "Lock your doors, stay alert," he advised. As the tow truck arrived to haul away his van, Jake's anger boiled over. He started shouting at the officers, his words slurred but venomous. They cuffed him, but as they did, he turned his head toward my house. His eyes locked onto the window where I'd been hiding moments before. "I know you're in there," he yelled, his face twisting into a sick grin. "Why don't you come out and say goodnight?" I stayed frozen, my heart pounding. The officers ignored his ranting, shoving him into the back seat of the patrol car. The street gradually emptied. The flashing lights disappeared, leaving me in silence once more. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding over me, but it was short-lived. The next afternoon, My phone buzzed. A message from Jake. "I'm really sorry about last night. I wasn't in a good place." My stomach churned, anger replacing any lingering fear. How dare he act like this was something so simple to brush off? I fired off a text, telling him exactly what I thought of his behavior. I reminded him he'd shown up drunk at my home where my child lived, and that I never wanted to hear from him again. He sent back one last message, another weak apology, then nothing. In the months that followed, I'd occasionally catch glimpses of him around town. He rode a bike everywhere, probably because he'd lost his license. Every time I saw him, my heart raced, bracing for the possibility that he might try to approach me. But he never did. Eventually, I heard from a mutual acquaintance that Jake had left town, moving to the mainland. A weight lifted off my chest at the news. I started to feel like I could breathe again. The constant sense of unease dulled with time, and life began to settle back into something normal. So, Jake, wherever you are, let's hope it stays that way. Let's hope we never meet again. I've been trying out online dating for maybe 8 years now, give or take. But don't feel too sorry for me. It's not like I was on there non-stop. I'd try a few dates that seemed like they could go somewhere, but something always got in the way. Either we didn't click, or life just happened. Then I'd quit, delete my apps, and swear I was done with all that. A few months would go by, and I'd find myself signing back up, hoping for better luck. Spoiler, it usually ended the same way. Still, I wasn't ready to give up completely. I wanted something real, someone to share my life with. So earlier this year in 2023, I decided to give it another shot. I felt more confident about myself and where things were heading in the world. I'd actually taken a pretty long break from dating apps between 2020 and mid-2022. Let's just say for all the obvious reasons. But I figured enough time had passed, so I cleaned up my profiles and tried again. At first, it was mostly the same routine. A few matches that didn't go anywhere after a couple of texts. Some led to dates, but none of them really clicked. And then I met her, Sarah. From the moment we matched, I had a good feeling about her. She had this gorgeous, dark, curly hair that stopped right at her shoulders, with a hint of auburn when the light hit it. Her eyes, though. Her eyes were what really caught me. They were a pale, almost icy blue that felt like they could see right through me. Her freckles scattered across her cheeks like they'd been painted there on purpose. But it wasn't just how she looked. She had this laugh, like she didn't care who heard it, and when she smiled, it felt warm and easy, like it wasn't trying too hard. Her profile had this goofy riddle, and I nailed the answer in my first message. That seemed to impress her, and we hit it off right away. We messaged a lot, and even had a few video chats that felt surprisingly comfortable. Finally, we agreed to meet. Our first date was simple, but amazing. We grabbed dinner, walked through this park in the city, and ended up in a cozy little cafe, sipping coffee and laughing about everything and nothing. Normally, by this point, I'd feel a weird tension, waiting for the inevitable, "It's not you, it's me" text. But that didn't happen this time. Instead, Sarah texted me the next day, saying she'd had a great time and wanted to meet up again. I could hardly believe it. It felt too good to be true. So we did. Our second date was even better than the first. We started with a movie, then hit up a small arcade nearby. It felt easy, no pressure, just two people having fun. We played a few games, and I'm not sure who was worse, but we laughed the whole time. As we talked, we realized we both loved the same kind of music. That's when Sarah asked me if I wanted to go to a concert with her. It was for a band we both liked, and of course I said yes. I even offered to buy the tickets, but she waved me off, saying she'd already gotten them. Honestly, I wasn't used to things going this well. Normally, I'd be bracing myself for everything to fall apart. But this? It all happened so fast, within just a few weeks. When the concert night came, I decided to keep it casual. A band shirt and my favorite pair of jeans. When I went to pick Sarah up, she had the same idea, but somehow made it look effortlessly stylish. We decided to stop at a little pizza joint about half an hour from the venue for a quick bite before the show. The night was going perfectly. We were laughing and chatting about the band, sharing random stories. Then her phone buzzed. She glanced at it, and I could tell right away something was wrong. Her smile faded, and she let out a frustrated sigh. The message said there had been an electrical fire at the venue, and the concert was postponed indefinitely. We were both crushed. We'd been so excited, but I tried to lighten the mood, joking that maybe we'd bump into the band if we still headed to the area. Sarah, however, had a different plan in mind. "Why don't we just go back to your place instead?" she asked, catching me completely off guard. I never would have suggested that myself, worried it might come off wrong, but she was insistent. "We've got the whole night ahead of us. Let's not waste it," she added with a smile. So, after finishing our pizza, we swung by a nearby liquor store where she grabbed a cheap bottle of wine, then headed to my apartment. Once we got there, I tried to make it fun despite the change in plans. I queued up some music from the band we were supposed to see, and even found an old live concert video on YouTube to set the vibe. It felt comfortable, like we'd known each other longer than just a few weeks. We talked, traded stories, and before long, things got intense. By the time we made it to the bedroom, the night had taken a passionate turn. It was incredible, and since neither of us had anything to do the next morning, I was looking forward to spending more time with her. But when I woke up, Sarah's side of the bed was empty. At first, I figured she was just in the bathroom or grabbing water. It didn't cross my mind to worry, at least not yet. Maybe she was grabbing a glass of water or freshening up in the bathroom. I got up, still groggy, and walked past the bathroom door. It was wide open, and the lights were off, completely empty. That's when a weird feeling crept in, something heavy settling in my chest. I headed to the kitchen next, expecting to find her poking through the fridge or maybe making coffee, but no, nothing. The place was silent, like she had just vanished. For a second, I thought she might have left without waking me up, but then I noticed her purse sitting right on the coffee table. She hadn't gone far. She couldn't have. Then, out of nowhere, a loud bang echoed from the other side of the apartment. My stomach dropped. The sound came from the spare room I had turned into a home office. I hadn't even thought to check in there. Heart racing, I rushed over, threw the door open, and froze in place. There she was, Sarah, standing over my laptop with a hammer in her hand, her face blotchy and streaked with tears. The laptop, completely smashed, broken into a mess of cracked plastic and wires on the floor. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, my voice cracking with shock and fury. She didn't answer right away. She just kept muttering under her breath, something about betrayal and how she knew it. Finally, she turned to face me, and her red, tear-streaked face twisted with pain and anger. Her words came out shaky but loud. "I knew I shouldn't have trusted you." Confused, I tried to ask her what she was talking about, but she didn't stop. She started accusing me, claiming she found my dating profile, that I was still meeting other women. I stood there, stunned, trying to wrap my head around what she was saying. None of it was true. Sure, I had been on the apps before I met her, but the moment we hit it off, I canceled everything else. I hadn't even thought about anyone else since our first date. I told her that, tried to explain, but it didn't matter. She wasn't listening. "You're a liar!" she spat, her voice trembling but sharp. "You used me. You're just like everyone else." I tried again, pleading this time, but her anger was like a wall I couldn't get through. Suddenly, her voice rose to a scream, raw and full of venom. "You're going to pay for what you've done." Before I could process what she meant, she came at me, swinging the hammer. Adrenaline kicked in, and I stumbled back, slamming the door shut between us. She screamed and started pounding the hammer against the wood, each hit sending shockwaves through my body. My hands pressed against the door to keep it shut, but I knew it wouldn't hold for long. Panic clawed at my chest, and I realized staying there wasn't an option. I let go of the door and bolted toward the front of the apartment, not even thinking about the fact I was in nothing but boxers. My bare feet slapped against the floor as I flung the door open and raced down the stairs, 2 at a time. The hammering stopped behind me, but I didn't dare look back. I reached the first door I saw in the hallway and pounded on it with everything I had, hoping someone, anyone, would answer. The door opened and an older woman stood there, her eyes wide with shock and a little fear. I probably looked insane, barefoot, disheveled, and barely dressed, but I stumbled inside anyway, practically pleading with her to call the police. My words came out in a rush, a chaotic mess of what had just happened. She didn't say much, just stared at me with a mix of concern and suspicion. Honestly, she probably thought I was the one causing trouble. I stayed by the door, my hands visible, trying to appear harmless and desperate instead of unhinged. The wait felt endless, every second dragging on like an eternity. Finally, there was a knock at her door, and the police announced themselves. Relief hit me so hard I nearly fell over. I opened the door and spilled everything to them, my words tumbling out faster than I could think. They nodded and followed me upstairs to my apartment. One officer told me to stay in the hallway while they went in to handle Sarah. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to make sense of how everything had spiraled so wildly out of control. I didn't hear much at first, just muffled voices. Then came shouting, followed by the sound of a struggle. My stomach twisted into knots. When they finally brought Sarah out, her hands cuffed behind her back, she was wearing one of my old shirts and the jacket I'd had on last night. Her eyes found mine, and something in her snapped again. She started screaming at me, her voice filled with raw, seething anger, and struggled so hard the officers had to restrain her all over again just to get her down the stairs. I just stood there frozen, like I was watching a nightmare that didn't belong to me. Once things settled down, the officers walked me back into my apartment. They asked me to check if anything was missing or destroyed. The place was a disaster. My phone was smashed to pieces on the kitchen floor. A picture frame in the living room was shattered. The one holding a photo of me, my mom, and my sister. That picture meant the world to me. My dad passed when I was a kid, and my mom and sister are all I've got left. Seeing it ruined like that stung more than I'd expected. Then the cops told me something that made my chest tighten. They found Sarah outside on my balcony, threatening to jump. I live on the second floor, so she wouldn't have died, but she might have seriously hurt herself. It's mostly grass down there, not concrete, but still. Hearing that drove home just how unwell she was. She wasn't just angry, she was broken, in a way I couldn't even begin to understand. In the end, I didn't press charges. I still don't fully know why. Maybe I felt bad for her, or maybe I just didn't have the energy to deal with it. Either way, the cops filed their own charges because she bit one of them during the arrest. I haven't heard from her since, and I don't think I ever will. Part of me hopes she's getting the help she clearly needs. As for me, I replaced my phone with a cheap one and got a new frame for the photo. But dating? Yeah, I'm done with that for a long, long time. I need some time to figure myself out after all this. A few years ago, I decided to give Tinder a shot, even though I wasn't sure it was my thing. Meeting people in person always felt more natural to me, but I figured it couldn't hurt, especially since a friend of mine had met her long-term partner on the app. Not long after, I matched with someone I'll call B. Our first chat started on a Sunday night, and I logged off around 10:30 p.m. The next day, after hitting the gym and working through the morning, I finally checked my phone. There it was, a Tinder notification from B. She had sent me a couple of long personal messages. The last one read, "Did I scare you off?" Something about it felt off, so I recorded a quick voice note to a friend, asking if it was just me or if B's messages seemed a little intense. Even though I was uneasy, I messaged back, explaining I'd been busy. Over the next week, we continued talking. At first, I thought I was overanalyzing things, but small red flags started piling up. B mentioned her ex more than once and kept complimenting me almost nonstop. It was flattering at first, but quickly became overwhelming. By the second day, she asked for my number. I hesitated and said no, explaining that I wasn't ready yet. She didn't take it well and started pushing, saying things like, "You can ask me anything if that'll help you trust me." It felt like she was trying to force closeness, and looking back now, I think she was. I should probably mention that I'm a woman too. B shared that she'd moved to this country because her family didn't accept her being gay and that she was estranged from her mom. That detail stuck with me later. As we kept chatting, she became more intense. Every day, she'd tell me I was the most beautiful person she'd ever seen, which was nice at first, but started to feel like too much. Her profile said she lived just an hour away, so meeting in person seemed simple. But something about her energy made me hesitate. Still, I convinced myself I was just being overly critical and kept the conversations going. On the 5th day, B asked for my number again. I finally gave in, and the moment I did, she texted me, "I hope you don't regret this." That gave me a weird chill, but I brushed it off. But the next morning, she sent me a message saying she wanted to ask me something important. I said okay, and she immediately asked when we could meet. I told her I wasn't sure, and that's when she started laying on the guilt. She said we'd been talking long enough and that I was being unfair by putting it off. I had this nagging feeling that meeting her would be a mistake, but I couldn't explain why. Instead of trusting my gut, I agreed to meet the following weekend. Almost instantly, she set the plans, coffee and a walk, and locked down the details without asking if it worked for me. It felt rushed and controlling, but I told myself I was overthinking. I didn't want to seem paranoid, even though my instincts were practically screaming at me to cancel. That's when I made my next big mistake. B was adamant about driving out to meet me, even though she said it was a 2-hour drive. This caught me off guard because her Tinder profile had listed her as living only an hour away. When I suggested meeting somewhere in between, she completely dismissed the idea and insisted on coming straight to my town. At that point, the unease I'd been feeling grew stronger. Then, she casually mentioned coming to my apartment after coffee. I froze for a second before firmly telling her no, explaining that I wasn't comfortable with her coming over. Her response made my stomach churn and still gives me chills whenever I think about it. She said, "Well, when I sleep with you, it'll have to be at your place. I'm sharing a bed with my mom right now." I didn't know what to say. My brain stalled. I'm not one to judge how people live, but the way she said it, like it was no big deal, like she didn't care how wildly inappropriate or presumptive it sounded, left me completely stunned. It wasn't just her words either. It was how she kept pushing, acting like my boundaries didn't matter. I felt trapped, like I'd already let things get too far to back out now without making a scene. Sex isn't something I take lightly, and everything about B's behavior set off alarms. It wasn't just that comment, it was the way she acted, as though it was already decided that we were going to sleep together. That assumption, that complete lack of respect for my feelings, left me feeling both angry and deeply uncomfortable. By now, we'd moved our chats over to WhatsApp. If you've used it, you'll know you can read messages from the notification bar without marking them as read. For some reason, when her latest message popped up, I didn't open it right away. Normally, I would have, but this time I hesitated. I knew that as soon as I read it, she'd see, and I wasn't ready for the inevitable follow-up. Instead, I called my best friend and unloaded everything that had been bothering me. She'd been telling me all along that I wasn't overreacting, and that if I felt weird about B, I needed to trust that. When I told her about B's crude comment about sex, she burst out laughing, not because it was funny, but because she couldn't believe how absurd and awkward it was. And then there was the bit about her sharing a bed with her mom. That part really stuck with me. It didn't add up. B had told me before that she didn't even talk to her mom anymore. Supposedly, her mom lived in another country and had disowned her for being gay. Was that a lie? Or was there some bizarre truth to it? Either way, the idea of a grown woman in her 20s sleeping in the same bed as her mom was just unsettling. While my mind spun with questions, another message from B came through. This time she joked about slapping her aunt during an argument, adding that I'd never have to worry about her hitting me. That was it. The final straw. I told my best friend, and she insisted I cut B off completely, block her on everything and move on. So I did. I blocked her number, deleted her WhatsApp contact, and didn't look back. But when I woke up the next morning, there was a text from an unfamiliar number. It was B. She wrote, "What did I do to deserve this? Why are you ignoring me?" My friends agreed the whole thing was weird, but I still couldn't shake the guilt. Ghosting people isn't something I like to do. It feels childish and mean. After about 5 days of going back and forth in my head, I decided to unblock B and reach out. I figured the least I could do was explain why I disappeared instead of just vanishing without a word. At the time, it felt like the mature thing to do. I sent B a message, reintroducing myself and saying I wanted to explain my side. She responded almost immediately with, "Okay, go ahead." So, I did. I laid everything out, from the way her behavior had made me uncomfortable to the specific things she'd said that crossed a line. I tried to be clear and fair, not accusing her, just explaining how it all came across to me. Her response came quickly, and it completely missed the point. She dismissed everything, starting with, "First of all, I've never been violent toward women. That thing with my aunt? It was just a joke." Then she flipped the blame onto me, saying I was the one with issues for not wanting to meet her. According to her, the problem wasn't her pushing too hard. It was me moving too slowly. "It's just a date," she said, "not a marriage proposal, and it wasn't all about sex." Of course, she conveniently ignored the part where she'd told me she'd have to fuck me at my place and invited herself over without asking. She went on to claim that she wasn't just after sex, but also that sex wasn't a big deal, so waiting made no sense if she already liked me. Her tone was smug and dismissive, and it made my stomach turn. She spoke like she knew what I wanted better than I did, without even bothering to ask me. Then she dropped the line that really set me off. "You're just like my toxic ex who cheated on me for years," she said. "But I stayed because I'm loyal." It was like she was accusing me of being toxic for having boundaries, for not wanting to sleep with her on her terms. I felt anger rise in my chest, but I also knew arguing with her would go nowhere. I'd reached out to explain myself, and I'd done that. There was no point in dragging it out. I sent one final message, saying I wouldn't be in touch again. Hours later, she sent a reply, "Don't be too hard on yourself." The irony wasn't lost on me. I blocked her number again and haven't heard from her since. Honestly, I feel like I dodged something far worse. Looking back, the whole situation taught me to trust my gut. When something feels off, it usually is. That's not being paranoid. It's looking out for yourself. People who don't respect boundaries or act desperate to speed things along are walking red flags. B's behavior was full of those flags, and I'm just glad I didn't meet her in person. If her texts were that unsettling, I can't imagine how uncomfortable I would have felt face to face. Take care of yourselves out there, and trust your instincts. They're there for a reason. A few years ago, back when I was still single and stuck working night shifts, my job was at a fast food place, Taco Bell. Those nights dragged on endlessly, especially when it was slow, and you had nothing to do but wait for the clock to move. I'd finished all my tasks and was just passing time near the drive-thru window, mindlessly swiping through a dating app. That's when her profile popped up. She caught my eye because of her quirky bio. She was a year older than me, loved koalas for some odd reason, and had this goofy vibe. It intrigued me, so I messaged her, asking, "What's up with the koalas?" She replied with a laughing emoji, saying she thought they were adorable but clueless. "Kind of like me," she added. Her humor made me smile, and before I knew it, we were messaging back and forth like old friends. When she asked about my job, I mentioned that I was in school during the day and working at Taco Bell at night. I figured it was vague enough since there were plenty of Taco Bells in the area. It didn't seem like a big deal. After chatting for a bit, she said she had to head out but wanted to meet up sometime. I almost agreed right away, but then I remembered I was sweaty and gross from my shift, not exactly first date material. Plus, I had an early morning class the next day. I suggested Friday instead, and she was cool with that. It felt like a solid plan, so I let it go and went back to work. Then, close to the end of my shift, a car pulled up to the drive-thru. I greeted them with the usual line, "Welcome to Taco Bell. What can I get you?" Instead of ordering, though, the voice on the other end asked, "Is Tyler working tonight?" That's my name. My heart skipped a beat. I stammered out a confused, yeah, that's me. What's up?" After a pause, the voice said, "Finally found you?" When the car rolled up, I froze, It was her, the girl I'd matched with earlier. She sat there smiling at me, but it wasn't a normal smile. It stretched too wide, like she was way too happy to see me. "Hey," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "What's going on?" She giggled and said, "This is the 4th Taco Bell I've been to tonight. I had to find you." Her words made my stomach drop. Something about her tone felt wrong, like she wasn't just joking around. That smile stayed plastered on her face, and for a moment I felt like a trapped animal. Her question hit me like a brick. "So ready to grab those drinks now?" I just stood there, stunned. My mind was racing, trying to process what was happening. I'm still working," I said, gesturing to my Taco Bell uniform as if that would explain everything. She didn't flinch. Her grin stayed fixed, almost like it was glued to her face, and her eyes didn't leave mine for even a second. It was like I wasn't talking to a real person anymore, but some hollow copy pretending to be human. It felt like I'd been dropped into the middle of some low-budget horror flick, the kind where the bad guy keeps popping up no matter how far you run. She just kept smiling, and the silence between us stretched longer and longer. I was about to say something else, anything really, when my manager showed up. He must have noticed how weird things had gotten because he clapped me on the shoulder and nodded for me to step aside. Grateful, I slid out of view as fast as I could. My manager leaned into the window, keeping his tone professional but firm. "Can I help you, ma'am?" he asked. She didn't hesitate. She launched into this strange, rambling monologue about how she had been driving all over town just to find me. Her words came fast, almost too fast, like she'd rehearsed them 100 times on her way here. My manager's patience started to crack. "If you're not here to order, I'm going to have to ask you to leave," he said, his voice sharper now. But she wasn't ready to back down. Her smile dropped, and her tone turned aggressive. She started shouting, her words growing louder and more unhinged. My heart was pounding as I peeked around the corner, half expecting her to jump out of the car and storm inside. My manager held his ground though, calmly telling her to move along. It took a few tense minutes, but she finally slammed on the gas and sped off, tires screeching as she disappeared into the night. When the coast was clear, my manager turned to me. "That was something," he said, shaking his head. I could tell from across the room that something wasn't right. I nodded, my hands still trembling. "She's insane," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He just gave me a knowing look and walked off, leaving me alone to process what had just happened. When I got home, I couldn't stop myself from checking Tinder. My stomach churned as I opened the app, half expecting a barrage of angry messages from her. But there was nothing. No messages, no profile. She had blocked me. That should have felt like a relief, but it didn't. The whole thing still haunted me. To this day, that was the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, and I've stayed far away from Tinder ever since. My name is Jenna, and I've always felt more comfortable talking to strangers online than meeting them in person. That hasn't exactly saved me from some awful experiences, though. This one, even now, makes my skin crawl. I was around 22 when it happened. I had matched with this guy on an app. Let's just call him N. Things seemed okay at first, or at least normal enough. We met up in the evening and wandered through the city while the sky turned a deep orange. I'm someone who loves being outside, so walking didn't bother me. But his topics of conversation started getting weird. He kept steering our talk into odd, uncomfortable areas, ignoring anything I said to change the subject. I chalked it up to nerves and kept going along with it. After a while, he suggested heading back to his place to grab pizza and watch a movie. It felt a little sudden, but I didn't think much of it. I said yes. It wasn't until a few minutes into walking that I noticed he was leading us straight to his apartment, without asking. By the time I realized what was happening, we were already halfway there. I felt uneasy but didn't know how to back out without making things awkward. His place was small and dimly lit, the kind of space that made you feel claustrophobic. He popped in a movie, but instead of watching, he kept scooting closer, trying to drape an arm around me or pull me in for a kiss. I wasn't into it, so I slid to the edge of the couch, hoping he'd get the hint. He didn't. Eventually, I moved to the floor, pretending I wanted to stretch out. That only pissed him off. He started making these sharp, passive-aggressive remarks, like I had somehow ruined the evening. To top it off, the pizza he mentioned? He never ordered it. I was starving by then, but before I could even complain, this sharp, stabbing pain hit me in the gut. It felt like someone had twisted a knife in my stomach. I excused myself to the bathroom, thinking it might just pass. But when I checked, I saw blood. A lot of it. My hands shook as I stared, trying to figure out what was happening. I knew I had to leave right away. When I came out and told N I needed to go, his face changed instantly. He snapped, yelling about how ungrateful I was for ruining the evening. I reached for my shoes, but before I could grab them, he ripped them from my hands along with my bag. The next thing I knew, he shoved me toward his bedroom. He muttered something I couldn't fully catch, something about how I needed to calm down and just stay. He threw my stuff on the floor and flopped onto the bed, his back turned to me like everything was fine. I just stood there, frozen. He was already acting like I wasn't even in the room. I had no clue what to do. Minutes felt like hours as I stayed in that spot, listening to his breathing shift. It got slower and heavier until I realized he had fallen asleep. That's when I knew it was my chance. I slid off the bed so carefully it felt like time itself slowed down. On all fours, I crawled toward my shoes and bag, moving as quietly as I could. Every little sound made my heart race, but I managed to grab my stuff. The door was next. I prayed it wouldn't squeak as I inched it open. Finally, I slipped through, shoes in hand, and carefully closed the door behind me. Once I was free, I bolted. I didn't stop running until I hit the street, gasping for air and shaking so badly I thought my legs would give out. When I made it home, I didn't even process how scared I'd been. I ran to the bathroom, focused only on dealing with whatever was happening to my body. I barely managed to change out of my clothes before collapsing into the tub, overwhelmed and crying. My roommate, hearing the noise, woke up and found me there. She stared at me, trying to piece together what had happened. I couldn't explain it then. I was too shaken. It's a memory I'll never forget, though, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Please, be cautious with the people you meet. My boyfriend's car got broken into last year while parked outside a tiny grocery store in a quiet neighborhood. They took his wallet, which had everything, his ID, credit cards, and even some cash. He filed a report with the local cops, but the officer didn't seem too optimistic about catching anyone. Apparently, a lot of thefts had been happening around there, and it felt like they had already written it off. Honestly, it didn't seem like they cared much. About 8 months later, I got a phone call out of the blue of the man on the line introduced himself as a police officer and said they'd found a stash of wallets and purses dumped in a trash bin near a rest area off the interstate. Among them was my boyfriend's wallet. They'd tried calling him using the number on his driver's license, but it didn't work since he'd changed numbers months ago. The officer said he found my photo inside, a small picture I'd once given my boyfriend, even though I hated it. He used to carry it everywhere for some reason. There was also a business card of mine in the wallet, with a headshot from my job, so the officer called me instead. He offered to meet me to return the wallet since the station where it was being held was a long drive from where I lived, at least 2.5 hours away. He suggested we meet at a coffee shop off the main road leading into town. I knew exactly the place he was talking about. The coffee shop he mentioned was one of those small places that always looked like it was on the verge of closing down. Something about meeting there didn't sit right with me. Why would a police officer want to hand over a wallet at some random cafe instead of having me pick it up at the station? And why was he contacting me instead of my boyfriend? It didn't make sense. I told the man I appreciated his effort but said it would be better if he just left the wallet at the station. I'd figure out a way to collect it later, but he kept pushing. His persistence felt strange, so I ended the call, saying I'd get back to him. After hanging up, I decided to check if the story even made sense. I called the police station he claimed to be from and explained what had happened. They confirmed that my boyfriend's wallet was part of a group found near the rest stop. That much was true. But when I mentioned the officer offering to meet at a coffee shop, the person on the other end of the line immediately sounded concerned. The dispatcher firmly told me that no officer would ever ask to meet at an off-site location like that. In fact, only the wallet's owner could claim it, and it would have to be picked up directly from the station. As I ended the call, my hands started shaking. I felt this creeping unease, and my mind raced with what-ifs. What if I'd agreed to meet him? That cafe was out of the way and almost always empty. The thought of who that caller might have been, and what he had planned, left me feeling sick. Even now, the memory gives me chills. I'm just glad I trusted my instincts. Whatever that man intended, I'm relieved I'll never have to find out. I've been lurking on this subreddit for a while but never worked up the nerve to share my experience. Part of me didn't want to bring it all back up, but I think I'm ready now. It's kind of long, so hang in there. If you're short on patience, there's a TLDR at the end. Let's rewind to early fall 2015. I was in my mid-20s, drowning in the never-ending cycle of college deadlines. To take my mind off the stress, I did what a lot of people do when they're single and bored. I hopped on Tinder. I wasn't actually looking for anything serious since my life was a mess of assignments and part-time jobs, but chatting with strangers was a decent way to unwind. One evening, I matched with this guy, let's call him Ethan, who went to the same college as me. He seemed harmless enough based on his profile, and his photos were, well, not terrible. We messaged back and forth on the app for a few days, and he didn't raise any red flags, so I gave him my number and we started texting. A few days in, he asked if he could call me. I said, "Why not?" That's when things started getting weird. Ethan started calling me daily. It wasn't just once or twice. He'd call at random times, while I was at lunch, in the middle of studying, or even late at night. At first, I didn't think much of it. He mostly talked about himself, which was fine since I wasn't much of a sharer, especially with someone I barely knew. I guess I liked the attention, though, even if I wasn't totally into him. A couple of weeks later, he asked if we could meet in person. By then, I was done with exams and had a bit of free time, so I agreed. We decided to meet up in the city center. When I saw him for the first time, I was surprised. He looked different. His photos had clearly been taken from very flattering angles, to say the least. But I brushed it off. I didn't want to be that shallow, so I gave him a chance. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to the strange things he said. He asked stuff like, "Why don't you smile more?" Or, "Are you always this quiet?" It felt uncomfortable, but I laughed it off and went with the flow. The night dragged on, and we had a bit too much to drink. Against my better judgment, I let him come back to my place. The next morning, I drove him to the station, then spent the rest of the day recovering from my hangover. Later that evening, Ethan called, asking if we could meet again. I hesitated. The truth was, I wasn't really interested, and the only reason I'd let him stay over was the alcohol. But I felt bad saying no, so I reluctantly agreed. When he came over the next day, things took a turn for the worse. I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling, like something about him was deeply wrong. It's hard to explain, but it felt like my instincts were trying to warn me. That night, I decided to tell him the truth. I explained that I wasn't looking for anything serious and apologized if I gave him the wrong idea. He didn't take it well. During the entire ride back to his place, he sat in stone-cold silence. I tried to make small talk, but he ignored me, his jaw clenched tight. The tension in the car was suffocating, and I just wanted to drop him off and be done with it. When we pulled up to his place, Ethan didn't wait for the car to fully stop before he hopped out and slammed the door hard enough to rattle the windows. I sat there, staring at the steering wheel, my stomach sinking. I knew I'd handled it poorly. I should have been honest sooner instead of letting guilt push me into a second meeting. But my intention was never to hurt anyone. That's why I'd tried to set things straight before it got out of hand. The next day, I called him to apologize again. He said it was fine, his tone clipped, and ended the call. I figured that was it. We were done. But I couldn't have been more wrong. A few days later, as I was gearing up for the new semester, I woke up to a long, rambling text from Ethan. He went on about how my mixed signals had left him confused and how he'd been looking for something steady. Before I even finished reading, my phone started buzzing. It was him, calling at 6:45 a.m. Half asleep, I picked up. I don't remember much of the conversation, but I told him again, firmly, that I wasn't interested. He hung up without a word, and that's when things got really strange. For weeks after that, he seemed to be everywhere. No matter where I went on campus, Ethan was there, lurking. Sometimes I'd spot him leaning against a wall, pretending not to watch me, but it was so obvious. Other times, he'd linger just close enough to overhear my conversations. He kept texting, even though I never responded, and called constantly, sometimes 5, 6, even 10 times a day. At first, I told myself he was just struggling to move on. Maybe he felt hurt and didn't know how to cope. But something about his persistence didn't feel right. It felt off. Ethan was always with another guy too. Someone I later learned was his friend, Matt. Whenever I went to the library, they'd both be there, parked at a table not far from mine. Ethan would fix his eyes on me, unblinking, while Matt just sat there, saying nothing. If I got up to grab a coffee or take a breather, Ethan would follow. It started to freak me out. My friends began texting me whenever they spotted him skulking around campus, warning me to steer clear. I told Ethan repeatedly to stop. I told him he was making me uncomfortable, that I didn't want any more contact. It didn't seem to matter. He kept showing up, and I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. The turning point came about 2 weeks later. I went to a party and met the guy who's now my boyfriend. We clicked instantly, and it felt like something out of a movie, the kind of connection where everything just falls into place. He was sweet, supportive, and the complete opposite of Ethan. I know this sounds cheesy, and yeah, you're probably rolling your eyes right now, but meeting him gave me the push I needed to finally stand up to Ethan. I sent one last message, making it crystal clear he needed to back off. Then, I blocked him on everything. I thought I'd finally put it all behind me, but of course, it wasn't over. Ethan kept appearing around campus, but now, Matt was nowhere to be found. One afternoon, I was in the library, trying to focus on a paper. Ethan was at his usual spot, sitting a few tables away, staring. Out of nowhere, someone sat down across from me. I glanced up, startled. It was Matt. His sudden interest caught me off guard because, up until now, he'd never even looked in my direction. I glanced over at Ethan, and the expression on his face froze me in place. It wasn't anger. It was pure, unfiltered hatred. He glared at Matt with a look that could burn a hole through steel. My skin prickled, and I had no idea what was happening. Why was Matt suddenly here, and why did it feel like Ethan wanted to kill him? I thought maybe Ethan had sent Matt to talk to me, but he didn't even glance my way. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on his books, completely ignoring me. Feeling uneasy, I decided to step outside for a break. I half expected Ethan to tail me, as he usually did, but this time he didn't. For a brief moment, I felt relieved. I stayed outside for a bit, letting the cool air calm my nerves, and then headed back inside. As soon as I returned, Ethan slipped out the door without saying a word. That's when things got even stranger. Matt waited until Ethan was fully gone, then turned toward me. His expression was serious, his voice low as he leaned closer. "I need to talk to you. I think you're in danger." I froze, my stomach tightening. The words didn't feel real. "What?" was all I managed to say, my mind spinning. "I know this is weird, and I wouldn't say anything if I didn't think it was serious," Matt continued. "But I'm worried. About you. About me, too." He looked genuinely scared. I couldn't find any words, so I just stared at him, waiting for him to explain. "We don't have much time," he said, glancing nervously toward the door. "When you stepped outside earlier, Ethan lost it on me for sitting near you. I'm begging you. When he leaves, can we talk?" I nodded, my hands trembling as fear crept up my spine. Ethan eventually left around 6 p.m., but Matt insisted we wait another hour to make sure he didn't come back. At 7 p.m., we moved to the campus cafeteria. It was there that Matt told me everything, and the things he said still haunt me. He explained that Ethan wasn't who he seemed. Over the past few months, Matt had noticed strange behavior from him. Ethan liked to talk about women in ways that felt wrong, obsessing over control and dominance. At first, Matt thought it was just dark humor, but it started to feel more sinister. What truly unsettled Matt was how Ethan would show up to random classes, ones he wasn't enrolled in. Sometimes Ethan would even join classes Matt was taking, sitting in the back and saying he was just curious. It didn't add up. Matt decided to dig deeper, and what he found left him shaken. It turned out Ethan didn't even go to our school. He wasn't a student and never had been. Matt confirmed this by checking with the administration, realizing Ethan didn't have a university email, something all students are required to have. After discovering the truth, Matt cut ties with him, but Ethan didn't let it go. He started harassing Matt, bombarding him with texts and calls, following him around campus, and cornering him whenever he got the chance. As Matt spoke, I could see how rattled he was. His hands were shaking and his voice trembled. But what came next made my blood run cold. Matt told me that Ethan had been fixated on me for weeks. Before Matt had fully distanced himself, Ethan would bring me up constantly in conversation. It started with him talking about how perfect I was, but quickly turned darker. Ethan began making disturbing jokes about wanting to hurt me. He told Matt he knew where I lived, and that he could drop by anytime for a surprise. He said he knew where I parked on campus, and talked about waiting for me in the dark, just to see how I'd react. Matt said Ethan always laughed it off like he was joking, but the way he talked made it clear he wasn't. By the time Matt finished, my whole body was trembling. I felt sick, like I couldn't breathe. Ethan had been stalking me, obsessing over me, and I had no idea how much danger I was actually in. By the time Matt stopped talking, we were both trembling. My hands felt numb, and tears threatened to spill over as his words sank in. I had always thought Ethan was off, but I never imagined things were this dangerous. There were only a few weeks left in the semester, and we both agreed we couldn't keep living like this, afraid every time we stepped on campus. It was time to do something about it. Our first step was going to campus security. To our relief, they took us seriously. The very next day, flyers went up around campus with emergency numbers and safety tips. Matt and I stayed in regular contact with the head of security, who seemed genuinely worried about the situation. A few days later, security finally confronted Ethan in the library. They warned him not to return. We didn't stop there. Matt and I decided to go to the police as well. While we didn't file an official report, we did something, I can't remember the exact term, that added a note to his record. That way, if anything else happened, there would already be documentation. The officer I spoke with didn't seem reassured. In fact, he looked uneasy. When I asked why, he wouldn't give me a clear answer. Instead, he just said that if I saw Ethan on campus again, I needed to call the police immediately. Comforting, right? I was a nervous wreck on the drive home. That sense of relief I'd hoped for never came. A few days later, I got a frantic voicemail from Matt. His voice was shaky, and he sounded completely terrified. He said he'd discovered some things about Ethan that he wasn't supposed to know. Apparently, Ethan had a long history of instability. He'd been arrested several times, spent years in and out of mental health facilities, and had a history of substance abuse, including heavy drinking and drug use. Matt also found out that Ethan had been accused of assault in the past. He wasn't a student, but was living off government assistance, which explained why he had so much free time to loiter around campus. Hearing all of this made my stomach churn. I couldn't believe how blind I'd been when I first met him. I decided to reach out to a friend of mine who worked in law enforcement. They weren't supposed to share any details, but they confirmed everything Matt had said. It felt like my world was spinning. Things did calm down a little after that. Ethan was still on campus, but he kept his distance. He wasn't following me anymore, but I could feel his gaze lingering on me from across the quad or the library. It was like he was always watching, waiting. When the semester ended, I left town for a while and finally felt like I could breathe again. I didn't set foot on campus during the break, and the distance gave me some peace. But when spring semester started, Ethan was still there. He wasn't stalking me the way he had before, but he was still around, his eyes always finding me in a crowd. That old feeling of dread crept back in, and I couldn't shake it. And then, the pandemic hit. Classes moved online, and I didn't have to see him anymore. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt safe. I don't know if Ethan moved on to someone else, or if he actually enrolled as a student, but I haven't seen him since. Even now, thinking about him makes my heart race. I just hope I never run into him again.